a mission, a mission. I'm trying to get it right. Transition, changing the way that I see life. Transition mind. I'm on a mission, trying to get it right. I'm transitioning my life. Making a transition. Ooh, making a transition. Ooh, 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 ooh. Making a transition. Ooh, 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 ooh. Making a transition. Ooh, ooh. Trying to mission, a mission. I'm on a mission. On a mission, I'm trying to get it right. Changing the way that I see life. Transition in my life. On a mission. On a mission. On a mission.
Welcome. This is Alchemizing Energy. And today, I am going to address a subject that I have been dealing with over the past few months. And it's interesting because I have been speaking to Professor Smalls, behind the scenes. And he kind of told me some interesting things, and I just kind of kept it to myself. But it's interesting that he did this interview. And, he talked about some of the things that I have been discussing with him behind the scenes. And it kind of came out. And it's a lot of backlash going on from this. But, I wanted to just really kind of get into this whole thing and discuss it. FBA. At some point, we want to talk about this movement. Do we really think that, do we want to begin to disrespect our elders? I mean,
Or
this
Dr.
whole thing
B.
is becoming so controversial. And I'm seeing a lot of the FBA leadership, or I don't even know what to say, the kind of FBA content creators kind of going in on Professor Smalls. And then they're trying to cancel him. And I don't think that that's right. A lot of times we have people, even my friend, I love her, Master Fundi Fee, got on me this morning for being a Pan-Africanist, and I get it, but I came up during a time where Pan-Africanism was the way. Now, maybe FBA is the way right now, but back when I was coming up, it was Pan-Africanism. So do we just do away with those people that have been raised in Pan-Africanism? I remember growing up in Washington, D.C. and in Detroit. Let me just put my picture up here before I go into playing that video. Me growing up in Detroit, Washington, D.C., we used to learn African dances. We used to it was a whole community thing that Pan-Africanism brought to the Black community. That this whole connection back to Africa, right? That it brought. Do we just delineate 100% from that because the Africans aren't acting right? Or do we go back to our lineage of people that were pushing the movement, not just the Marcus Garveys, but the FBAs that were pushing Pan-Africanism? Why is it that we don't understand Pan-Africanism beyond, we think that it's something, because really the Africans were not the ones pushing Pan-Africanism. It was our own people here that were doing it. So do we just throw all of our teachers down the tubes? Do we just disrespect people like Professor Smalls and say, you know what? No, it's just dead and this is the new wave and F you and F your movement. Is this the way to go? So let's go into what's been happening recently. And I want to give a shout out to O'Shea Duke Jackson. I know I kind of went in on him a little bit earlier, but I still love his content. I really love him. I want to go into his summary of what's been happening. If anyone has been under a rock, there's been a whole upheaval about the entire thing. Professor James Smalls went on an African panel with an African interviewer, and kind of gave it to the FBA movement, called them CIA. Now, if you know anything about Professor Smalls, he also has a story about how, he was infiltrated, in his life by the FBI and CIA. So a lot of times you have our elders that have been a part of movements that they have been infiltrated in those type of ways. So when they see things that are similar, they're going to associate it with the infiltration. So can we just completely just go in on Professor Smalls? He has been directly, I mean, damn near his baby mama was an officer. If anyone knows his story, he found out that his own child's mother was an FBI agent or some shit like that. Crazy. So I can see where when he hears a certain rhetoric going on, he's looking at like, okay, this sounds like agent activity, and I can see why he might be paranoid. Like, you know what? This seems like an agent type of like provocateur type of movement when he don't see the congruency of just we need to like separate each other and this that the I can see where he might feel this way. But a lot of like these content creators, younger content creators, they don't have respect. I would say for the elders, and I just want to like go into that. We need to still have respect for a person like Professor Smalls, an elder like that who have done the work, who's been there. And I'm one who always has elders on my channel. If you go throughout my channel, you're gonna see elders that are 80 years old, 79 years old, giving knowledge. Why? Because we need to revere our elders and get their information before they pass. Professor Smalls, I think is like 79, almost 80. I think it's so. So do we just attack him and try to diminish his thing? We had people like Bill Cosby, his whole legacy, gone. Do now are we going to implode as a community because he looked at this movement and said, you know what, something don't seem right about it, I think there needs to be, instead of us like attacking each other, we need to like come together, maybe having a meeting or whatever with our elders that are still alive and discuss the FBA thing. And I even said it in my past. FBA, FBI sounds kind of crazy, to similar to me. And I even can show you elders that says, you know what? Why would we consider us black or American when both of those things go against who we really are? And Brother Dewaya said those things. He actually, and I will even show some of his commentary towards that whole thing. So if you guys get a chance, go watch. His name is Reverend Whoopass. He was on Sonetter the other day, and I did an interview with him previous to that on my channel because I've been working directly with him. He's 80 years old. So I tend to go to our elders to find out the knowledge of when they were around because I believe that knowledge is being lost on us. And we are only in this internet civilization, internet scroll for 5 seconds and don't know nothing past that. We need to go back to our elders and find out what was it, what's going on. So without further ado, I'm going to share this video with O'Shea Duke Jackson where he discusses the whole situation going on, and we're gonna like discuss this. So let's go.
If you're in the pro-black community, you've heard of certain names: Dr. Claude Anderson, Dr. John Henry Clark, or Dr. Ben. All of these men represent a certain status of eldership in the pro-black world. And another man holds this title also, Professor James Smalls. Now, Professor James Smalls is an African-American scholar, Pan-Africanist historian. He's been even a professor of Africana Studies at the City University of New York. He's actually been teaching this stuff for years. He's a longtime expert on Black liberation in the Pan-African community. He's been active since the 60s. And he's also a person that is a consultant on films like Hidden Colors, and we'll get into that. And obviously, this is a person that even Tariq Nasheed really, really respected in the community. Again, he was in Hidden Colors 2, 3, 4, and also 5. So he's also there. Him and Tariq Nasheed had a certain relationship that spans at least a decade. However, within the last, 5 to 6 years, Tariq Nasheed has been very, very strong about the delineation. And this has caused Professor Smalls to have some level of criticism towards Tariq.
Now, I don't agree, and I'll call names. I don't agree with Tariq's rhetoric, okay? He's done some very good things, but words have meaning and words have power. And you can use it once you've got a technology like we have today. One word can be so destructive you couldn't imagine it.
Yeah.
When you are constant in using the N word and you're constant in condemning an African simply because they're an immigrant and you're constant, then there's something wrong with your knowledge base, not just your analysis. You have to have a decent knowledge foundation to even make an analysis. Tariq has pulled together a lot of fantastic scholars. Now, how much of that scholarship he has absorbed becomes another question. And he's my friend.
I have a question for you. Which one is the real me? Is it me or is it me? All right, yeah, I'm the real Anthony, but
my brother.
So that's Professor James Small basically taking a dig at Tariq Nasheed's behavior, so to speak. You know, Tariq Nasheed, when he does roast people sometimes in the African community, there are some, names being put out there. There's some thumbnails that he uses. And so Professor James Small has criticized Tariq Nasheed openly for this. But then after criticizing Tariq Nasheed, he said this.
Comrades and brother Tariq Nasheed, let me be very clear. Tariq is my brother. Tariq is my comrade. I'm proud of the work that he's done in Hidden Colors. I'm proud of the conferences he's done in trying to deal with reparations. I'm proud of the museum that he's put together. And if I want to criticize him about language and words he used, I've done it publicly and to him privately. That's what men do. Children, I don't want to call you the name you deserve, so I'll say children try to create conflict between brothers for the purpose of having conflict. To me, that's an attack on the Black race and an attack on our effort to free ourselves.
Now, I will say this. I was trying to have an interview with Professor Smalls, and I think that is the tone it probably would have taken versus like what actually ensued with the brother from Africa, because I think I would have like just been more like understanding of, because I believe I understand the FBA, the lineage, and I also understand the Pan-African. Me personally, me growing up with the Pan-African movement. I even had a Pan-African think tank at some point. And so I don't agree with like calling each other names and all that stuff like that. It's just because one group, what people are acting a certain, doesn't mean that you do the same thing. Oh, okay. There's people that call us Akata. Okay, so now you're gonna like start saying mud pies and you're going to go against the Caribbean, our brothers and sisters in the Caribbean. Honey, they're too close to us to be up there talking like this. They're right. I mean, these Caribbeans live in America with us. Like, at what point, all right, do we just completely just, And so I would have like handled that interview a little bit more gentler, because I don't believe in creating discord in our community like this. I believe that, when you're talking to people of other, they're gonna let you, and then not just say, "Hold on, let's talk about it from a I would have did it the way that it was done. I would just say like that. Now, at the end of the day, it was done how it was done. But let's get into it. So he's saying that he spoke to Tariq Nasheed. He got Tariq Nasheed number 2. He's been on his show, Hidden Colors. So it's not a person that's just attacking him, an elder attacking him out of nowhere. They talk to each other all the time. So, it got kind of heated, so let's go.
So children, back the hell up. Tariq and I are comrades, brothers, and friends. You ain't gonna mess with that. Leave it alone.
Hey Zion.
Now, in this clip, he's saying, listen, you guys are trying to cause division between me and Tariq.
Boy, you don't sit your stupid ass down. Who the you think you is?
Nothing is wrong with us. We are brothers in arms. This, that, and the third. And then again, Tariq Nasheed, having respect for Professor James Small, never took any shots at him. And then recently, there was this interview.
You've probably seen this petty beef, between Africans and African Americans.
But we don't know how much American State Department or Justice Department is involved in Foundation of Black America. Who's getting?
All right. Welcome to the panel, Zion. Welcome, welcome. You there? You're unmuted, but I can't hear you. Yeah, I can't hear you, but you're unmuted. Is your mic okay? He'll come back. But yeah, so I wanted to say this is that, see, again, I would never have done this interview this way. You see how he kind of like is baiting, this petty thing going on with this. I would have never started an interview off because that's like feeding and fueling. I would have never fed him in that way. And so it almost feeds him into discussing it and then getting controversial. So I don't like the way that this interview was conducted, and I will say it myself. Hey, Zion, how are you there?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. I'm good. I've heard a lot about this conversation. I haven't really watched the video, what he said to Tariq. So I'm a follow, you know what I'm saying? I have my own position on this topic as well, but you know what I'm saying?
Right. And we have a lot of FBA people here that are here to support Tariq. And listen, I'm not here to be against, Tariq. I'm just saying is that we don't have to disrespect our elders, even though whatever's going on. I think that a lot of times people will bait our elders and then they respond, and then you get this response, So I think there's a certain level of baiting going on, like even the way he asked the question. And let's get into it. Let me just bring it back a little bit. Because he was already talking, he said that, that listen, they're brothers at one point, and then this happened. Let's go.
Listen, you guys are trying to cause division between me and Tariq.
Boy, you don't sit your stupid ass down. Who the you think you is?
Nothing is wrong with us. We are brothers in arms. This, that, and the third. And then again, Tariq Nasheed, having respect for Professor James Small, never took any shots at him. And then recently, there was this interview.
You've probably seen this petty beef, between Africans and African Americans.
But we don't know how much American State Department or Justice Department is involved in Foundation of Black America. Who's getting paid the money to say what they're saying? So what you're seeing ain't quite what you see, and there's only a piece of what you see.
So this last interview is what people are really up in arms about, because you see James Small talking about FBA, and he's insinuating that the person that
Meet Squibbler, the AI book writer that transforms your ideas into fully developed chapters.
Let's go.
With has the most to gain from it, which is Tariq, is also an agent. Now, this is interesting because we've heard him just right here, insinuate that him and Tariq Nasheed are buddies. I mean, he's been in several Hidden Colors. I've already named at least 4 times he's been inside of those things. Then he also said that for those people who were trying to cause division between him and Tariq, you're the problem. But now we're hearing Professor James Small himself call Tariq an agent. Now, this is interesting because Tariq Nasheed would respond to this.
But yeah, the thing with James Small, I know a lot of people are talking about that. James Small, Professor James Small. A lot of people have been on his bumper because he was very, very disrespectful to the lineage, very disrespectful to me. And yeah, he said some little disrespectful stuff before, and I kind of let it slide. I didn't, I'm like, okay. He's in the new movie that we're working on, Hidden Colors 6. And basically what it looks like, because James Small, he was one of the main people talking delineation language.
Tariq mentioned something that's important, delineation language. Now, I did not know this, but shout out to Brother George Macon over at Street Media TV. He also came from the Sonetter TV camp, and he actually had receipts of this delineation language from Professor James Small.
Allow people to have us deny our identity as African Americans, while other Africans come from other places and try to assume that identity for economic reasons and political reasons, and yet do not ally themselves with the African American in most instances. That those immigrant African community tend to ally themselves with the European American, not understanding what the historical relationship between the African American and the European American is, or the war, the cultural war and the spiritual war and the economic war and the political war that still exists between those two communities. So when you're an African from another place and you come and say, well, I can't get caught up in that, I'm here to make money, then you ally yourself with someone I'm at war with and wonder why I treat you a certain way. So you need to understand what you have just done. Besides disrespecting me in my country, something I would never do to you in your country. I would not go to Senegal and choose the side of the French against you. I would not come to Jamaica and choose the side of the Brits against you. So why would you come to America and choose the side of the white American for whatever reason, economic, political, cultural, or whatever, against me and my interests, and then tell me I'm unwelcoming to you? I welcome my friends and my brothers and sisters. I do not welcome my enemies, whether they look like me or not.
So there we have Professor James Small saying something very similar to what Tariq Nasheed is saying.
Let's go from here. Let's talk from here. All right. What are your thoughts on what was just said?
I don't think I have enough information. Now I understand what James Small said there. And I agree, you know what I'm saying? With that specific, reality that, there are Africans and stuff who come here, or people from the Caribbean or whatever, who come here and seek to compete with us, but also ride the coattails of our civil rights movements and the achievements that we've done here for their own economic gain, and then still turn around and minimize African Americans, which is absolutely, preposterous. You know what I mean? Yeah, but there's more layers to this, because we're talking about a fight against global white supremacy. You know what I'm saying? We're talking about French and Brits don't necessarily like each other, but when it comes to white supremacy, they're in agreement. You know what I'm saying? Italians and such don't particularly care for each other. They might have things to talk about against each other, but when it comes to global white supremacy, they're in agreement. And so what we're missing the mark here is that, we're not, we're not in a vacuum. You know what I'm saying? This is not a vacuum isolation, a white supremacy. We're suffering a global, and so that requires a global response.
A global mindset. So if we only isolate ourselves into America, we say, listen, we ain't effing with nobody, no other black people across the world, and we only want to focus on America, and we're just FBA, and that's all we are.
We ain't got shit. And so what are we focusing on? You know what I'm saying? Because what you're not going to get is the reparations. I know a lot of people going to be upset about that, but that is not legal. You know what I'm saying? Unless you want to remove the entire 14th Amendment, and the 14th Amendment is what protects your ability to have any rights in this country. You know what I'm saying? As an African American or what have you. You know what I'm saying? So you can't destroy the very thing that has given you, you know what I'm saying, pretty much giving you some freedoms, you know what I'm saying, in order to try to gain some economic, you know what I'm saying, financial, for your deceased elders, or, you know what I'm saying, that is not even legal in itself. So, you can't just, I could decide, oh, somebody wronged my great grandfather, and then I want to go back and try to freaking daggone sue them for something. He's gone, and it didn't cause me no necessarily any harm, and I'm not no executor of his estate in order to freaking do so, and it gets tossed out of court. So I don't understand what it is we're holding on to. You know what I'm saying? Like, I understand that we do have our own identity. We are our own people. You know what I'm saying? And we have a myriad of genetic, you know what I'm saying, influences. You got African, we got Native American, we have, you know what I'm saying, European in our DNA. You know what I'm saying? We have our own culture, our own identity, our own history, you know what I'm saying? Our own ethnogenesis, so to speak. So I don't think that takes away from us to be in a global mindset against a global enemy. You know what I'm saying? I would say that, any Caribbean person or African person who comes over here, you know what I'm saying, trying to take sides with the white man against, African Americans are no less ops, you know what I'm saying, and working against their own interests themselves. So, it's a very interesting and complex discussion.
Now you being a Rastafarian with a religion that kind of stems from Africa, and stems from the Caribbean.
Well, actually, it started here first. See that? Here's the FBA part about it.
Oh, okay. Well, it started here first. Okay. So Rastafarian started here in America. Okay.
The Caribbeans got it from us. So we FBAs are reclaiming, the Rastafari movement, because the first so-called Rasta went to Jamaica was Leonard Howell, and he learned it in Chicago and New York. So
no, dude talking is not us. No, he is a FBA from North Carolina. His whole family could trace his family tree, North Carolina, and my lineage is South Carolina to Virginia. Virginia to South Carolina, or something like that, up into Ohio. So you can't tell me I'm not FBA. So might be a mulatto because I do have like some Caucasian in my blood. Mm-hmm. Because I do have like that, whatever the slave hooked up, what I'm saying? Yeah. I'm not 100% black, you know what I'm saying? But even black, and what is black? You know what I'm saying?
Enough to get
I don't necessarily agree with the black and American part of FBA. I think that ADOS was a better coinage because when you get into black in America, that's the part I'm like, black American. I'm like, America's a weird word and black.
What is the ADOS thing go? How is it?
America, something African diaspora, something. I don't know. I don't even know.
A lot of black folks are literally removing themselves from Africa altogether and trying to claim that, you know what I'm saying, that they're, that they are totally indigenous to the land. Which, if you do
a DNA test, you're gonna find out that
they don't want to do that neither. They're like
that's fake, right? But I know I did my DNA and it says Nigerian. Yeah. It says Congo.
I got 12% Native American, which is very high for most, you know what I'm saying? A lot of the African Americans, you know what I'm saying, who claim to be Abo actually probably are somewhere around the 2 to 3%, you know what I'm saying? But in rare cases, I wouldn't say that rare, but you know what I'm saying, in some cases you'll have people who have, somewhere between 20 and 12 to 20%. And those are people who are pretty much like, have direct descendants who are Native American. My grandparents, you know what I'm saying, my grandmother on my mother's side, my maternal side, you know what I'm saying, most of her siblings, live on the reservation itself, you know what I'm saying, in the Hamptons.
Hello. And so, all right. So anyone that's saying he's not one of us or whatever, stop it. So let's go. Let's hear the rest of this.
Now, Tariq Nasheed, who typically would come after somebody with more vigor, but because of who Professor James Small is, he also reveals this.
But let me say this for the record. I'm not rocking with Professor Smalls anymore. The disrespect, because I've shown that man nothing but respect. Family that he has a hotel over there in Africa. When that shit was failing, I gave money to help him out with that. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that type of the little disrespect, and he's been kind of doing that. He gets with these tethers and been taking shots at me, but then he just went real disrespectful to me, and there's a point of no return.
Hitting your goals has nothing to do with discipline. The real culprit is friction, and it slowly erodes your progress. Unlike what most
people... Sorry, guys.
Yeah, there's a point of no return with some of the stuff he was saying about me. That ain't so. For the record, I'm letting folks know. Yeah, all that respect the elders. I respect the elders if you are respectable, because you start kind of lying and saying shit ain't true. I have no respect for you at this point. I've lost all respect for Professor Smalls. I don't rock with him. We're taking him out of the movie Hidden Color 6. He's not going to be in it. It's going to be a minute. We're re-editing that. We're taking him out.
Now he is saying that,
wow,
I've helped him out in the past, but the district.
What do you think about that? That because I would say this,
It's his movie, you know what I'm saying? He can do what the hell he want with his movie.
but I'm gonna say this. I don't know. I feel like the guy, because he had an issue, and maybe he was catering to that guy in the interview. Because, like I said, I've been talking to Professor Smalls in the background, and I was trying to get him to discuss this, but not like I would have never framed the interview in the way. But I think that the way that it was like the question was framed let him kind of like feed off the energy, and so then he came off like on some like boom, I probably wouldn't have framed it that way. I would have said,
I don't like the tethered language. I don't care for the it sounds real fucking feminine. It sounds moist. You know what I'm saying? It really does, yo.
I don't like that whole tether thing either. I don't like calling our own black people tethered. Like if we go to the Caribbean, how many black people go to the Caribbean every year for vacation?
Oh, they love going to the Caribbean.
Are they the tethers now? Like I love Jamaican food. I eat that shit all the time. Am I a tether because I'm eating Jamaican food of the tether of the Jamaican? I think that what's happening is that I get to delineate, but we don't have to call names.
No,
we don't have to make fun of. We don't have to do all that.
We are basically adopting the ways of the heathen. We're becoming like the very subjugators that, you know what I'm saying, that brought us here, that we've had so many problems with. Now we're trying to become elitist, you know what I'm saying, in this idea, you know what I'm saying, minimizing other Africans who are dealing, other people of color who are dealing with the struggles of global white supremacy. We keep having to reinforce and hammer that nail. White supremacy is global, and it is a coalition of different white nations who agree that they are going to have supremacy over the world, over the peoples of other peoples of color, indigenous, autochthonous peoples of the planet. So we have at least one thing in common. We can disagree about all of the Jollof and all of that stuff all day. That don't got nothing to do with the price of a can of beans in Botswana, right? It ain't got nothing to do with the price of a can of beans. If you study anything about how Europeans conquer people, the main thing is to divide and then conquer.
Thank you. And here's the thing: is I feel like the word tether sounds just take the TEHR and sound like nigger.
It's rhetoric.
It's another version of nigger to me, and I don't like a word HERGGER.
With the hard R on
it. ER tether. Oh well, no, I said tether, not tether. I mean, we're getting close to that level of like disrespect. Like, do we really disrespect people like that? Just because they called us a cotta or a cotton picker, that's what a cotta means. A cotton picker.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like when somebody say the
Yankee, okay, you're from the north. But tether, that means Yankee means that you're from the north. A cotta, I think, means cotton picker. Okay. Tether is you are a user. You are, and it's almost like nigger means ignorant. Tether means you're a user coming in here trying to like usurp us, and it's a very negative. Like a cotta, it's like, okay, they call it a cotta. What does a cotta mean? Cotton picker. That's what it means. I mean, we did pick cotton. You know what I'm saying? Okay, whoop do you fucking do? That's almost like a person calling a white person a cracker. They don't give a fuck about that shit. Why are we? But bottom line, we know what we've done in these countries and how we've helped them out with their movements, including Asia and all these other countries. So why do we need to create our own racial slur for them and then begin to make fun of them? You're eating mud pies.
We've always poverty.
Like, Haiti's in poverty. You're going to make fun of them eating mud pie. I never agreed with that. The combination of that calling people a tether and then making that into a slur and then using that against people that are like their countries are in poverty.
Right. Well,
and you fled your country. Well, hell, I would flee my country too if I was in hell. I'm thinking about fleeing this goddamn country. What the fuck? Like, I'm like, dude, what? If the shit gets too tough, I'm not gonna stay here. What the hell do you mean? Anyone that's in going through it. So let's move.
Respect has gone too far. He was going to put him in Hidden Colors 6, and now he's taking him out. Okay. Now, I've listened to both sides of the argument. This is actually what I believe. Number one, Professor James Small is dealing with Tariq Nasheed's language. All right. And if you're a person that's built your identity as a hardcore Pan-Africanist like Professor James Small, and I'm not talking about somebody like me who is kind of moderate or kind of in the middle or have experienced things that make me see the world one way or the other. If you're Professor James Small, if you're a real hard body Pan-Africanist old school, he has to say something like this. The reason is because it's the wording that he's dealing with. All right. And I'm trying to see it from his angle. Professor James Small, since the 60s and 70s, has been doing this and living this lifestyle. And he expresses the same thing that Tariq Nasheed does. And in that, the message that James Small uses is the same, but the wording is different. Tariq Nasheed will roast Africans. You know, he will make, fun of certain things. He doesn't hate Africans. Obviously, in his real roasts are against those people who disrespect Black Americans. But if you're really key into his lives or into his Twitter spaces, he's always respectful to people that are respectful to him. Now, Tariq Nasheed does have an entertainment aspect of his commentary, which Professor James Small is more academic. So what James Small is dealing with is some nuances and how he's approaching the situation. But clearly, to me, he's not listening to all what Tariq is saying in some of these streams or some of these videos, right? But I get it. He has to be against what Tariq Nasheed is doing because he's a Pan-Africanist and a hardcore Pan-Africanist such as him, like hard body. There's no way he can fundamentally agree with delineation. That would not be true. Okay? Here's the big issue. Tariq Nasheed has not changed his position in about the last.
Hey, business owner.
Y'all gotta get some ad blockers, y'all.
years. This has been very consistent. So on one end, you don't like how he's saying it, but every opportunity that comes up for Hidden Colors, you're willing to go there and get paid. You don't mind, using Tariq Nasheed's platform to elevate yourself. And Tariq Nasheed even said that you have admitted that you have benefited from working with Tariq Nasheed. Now, you have also said publicly that Tariq Nasheed is your brother and that people should not be trying to drive division in between the two of you, because while you disagree with him, you appreciate the good that he has done. But as an elder, what you do is you go back on your word on to somebody else's show, and then you then call this man the FBI or the CIA, and they're paying him, but you are going to be in Hidden Colors. And this is why people are looking at Professor James Small with the side eye, because on one end, he's the CIA agent and all it is, but you sure don't mind getting no money from him. And when you needed help with your hotel that was failing in Ghana, you was able to take the money from him then. So what is it? Is it that if you're not going to deal with him, then why are you telling us that y'all ain't got no issues? But then come out there and then turn on the guy when you going every time you got a Hidden Colors, you there collecting a check.
Well, it's because he's one of the elders that knows the information on the Hidden Colors. And so so Tariq Nasheed had him on there prior to, I believe, a lot of the stuff with the whole FBA movement. It takes years to do a documentary, So I don't even understand where O'Shea is going with that. But I'm gonna say this. O'Shea is more well, you know what? Professor Small has land over there. He's doing work over there. So he's not more Pan-African. He comes back and forth. That's what Pan-African is about. It's not about going to Africa and staying. It's about going and making business and understanding. Listen, y'all need to do some research into what Pan-Africanism is. What do you think about this whole thing? So far, you've heard more.
Listen, I just got things. I don't understand what the sister's saying. Y'all bugging. I just said, we are our own people, and The problem is that we're dealing with global white supremacy. God damn it! Say it again: global white supremacy. It ain't just here. We ain't the only ones dealing with white supremacy, and white supremacy is not just in an American vacuum. And you're not going to destroy it, you know what I'm saying, in one place and have it exist all over the rest of the globe. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, at least in that one interest where we both have a common enemy. And that's freaking retarded. You know what I'm saying? No freaking daggone nation, no people, no empire in history has ever thought that way. Only us dumb Negroes, only us FBAs over here, you know what I'm saying? Sitting over here trying to freaking daggone, trying to be isolated in our own arrogance, you know what I'm saying? And act like we doing something on our own. No man is an island. You know what I'm saying? And that's not what we're gonna do. So that's the only issue that I have with the movement is calling, you know, other people tethers and what have you. You know what I'm saying? We're tethered together in the same struggle against global white supremacy. Period. Okay, I don't care what other differences we have. I don't care, you know what I'm saying, what problems we might, you know what I'm saying. White folks got their own problems too, but when it's time to freaking daggone control a population of indigenous people, they come together. What the hell is wrong with Negroes, man? You know what I'm saying? We over here tripping on the wrong enemies.
Right, we're instead of us fighting against the white supremacists, we're fighting each other in Caribbeans and the Haitians.
Because it's easier to fight the oppressed. It's easier to fight the oppressed than the oppressor. So what ends up happening is just like the Mexicans.
It's like bullying. It's almost like it feels like bullying. It feels like bullying.
That's what I'm saying. So it's just like the Mexicans. If Mexicans come over here, you know what I'm saying, they start freaking doing all of the jobs that black folks don't want to do, you know what I'm saying, and they're getting all of these little benefits and stuff like that, you know what I'm saying, and getting their businesses and funded and stuff by, you know what I'm saying, by what have you, you know what I'm saying, and South Americans come over here, make their businesses and stuff, turn around and start looking down on black people, start voting for the dude that's putting their asses out right now. That's the ignorance, you know what I'm saying? Because everybody is in such a competition to try to level up on the class Richter scale, on the class scale, you know what I'm saying? So they want to get, so it's like when a black person becomes rich, all of a sudden, you know what I'm saying, he becomes a rich football player, boom, 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 you know what I'm saying? Now he done left the hood, he too fly to hang out with his own people, he too fly to marry his own kind of women. That's FBA too, remember that.
Right, and listen, do you know how many FBAs go over to Africa and do not want more black people to go over to Africa? They want to be the only one over there. And the same thing is that, like, bottom line is that, like, as much as we want to sit up here and pretend like we're unified and this, that, the other, we're not. Okay. So people want to talk about like this in a way that, oh, the tethers are doing this, they're usurping us. They're usurping our thing that we have going on over here. Well, they can't usurp us without our permission. If we're not trying to get office, we're not trying to get in office, we're not trying to do this whole thing, we're not trying to be in the government, and their culture is doing that from Jamaica, from the Caribbean, why don't they have a Black American FBA so-called person competing against them in the governmental races? Now we want to get mad. Oh, okay, it's y'all tethers that are joining the. Well, why isn't there a black person that's their opposition, trying to make sure that no, it's not a so-called tether. So before this, I want to welcome to the panel, welcome Philly 9 and Al Morris. Welcome, guys. What do you have to say about the subject?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, yes, sir. Welcome.
Yeah, how you doing? How you doing?
Good.
Yeah, I think I agree with you guys on the point that the back and forth, I mean, can get a little crazy online and things like that. But I mean, just listening to you guys, I think you guys might have a bias towards Pan-Africanism that causes you guys to, you know, be a little naive to the reality of what's going on out here. Like, I mean, we're as much as Pan African tries to push this idea that we're the same, and I mean, when ethnic groups come over here, they have their people at the forefront of their mind. Like if I was to go for a job interview with a Nigerian, we both got the same qualifications, but that HR manager is Nigerian, I'm not getting that job. And that's the reality we live in. And Pan African seems to like try to ignore that reality. I feel that's what I feel. That's what's going on. But excuse me, at the same time, we have to practice a level of ethnic solidarity. We have to, because like I said, everybody has their people at the forefront of their mind, and we can't keep being this inclusive black and brown minority coalition people, allowing everybody in our spaces and our affairs, and then turn around. They're they have their people at the forefront. I mean, that's a mistake that we've made. That's what I feel, a mistake that Pan Africanism has made and has hindered our people.
Okay. Welcome to the stage, AI Al Morris. Welcome.
How you doing?
Welcome. How's it going?
Well, yeah, I wanted to say, in regards to the FBA movement, my issue with it is more with, Tariq and his, I guess you would say his so-called, he's not the leader, but it's just a lineage. And the thing about it is my thing with this was that Yvette Carnell and Antonio Moore, that was an actual serious, data-based, movement. There was about, doing their thing within the political arena and, going to get legislation within state and federal government, having actual representation. She wasn't, joking. She wasn't bringing transsexuals on the broadcast to, to clown and joke and crack jokes with. She wasn't doing a lot of the unserious minstrel roasting, joking and all the, and all the other foolishness, all the entertainment. And I think that,
Thank you. Amen, brother.
right. And my thing with that is like, okay, it went, the ADOS movement, the descendant of, Mr. Norris Shelton, his movement, that was supposed to be serious. That was supposed to be a serious thing about going and getting actual tangible, representation and reparations for a historical injustice, and but going about it in a organized, serious manner, within the bureaucratic system. And now you have somebody that has hijacked it, and now it's a whole bunch of foolishness now. And that's my thing about him with that, is that you've turned it into something that's just more about, and again, maybe it has more, I guess you would say, internet people with it, or more people have heard of it more, but it's like you've turned it into something that's not serious. And that's more so my issue.
And what do you say, like ADOS and being a actual movement, because this thing now is a lineage, not a movement, right? So, and I think that because this thing is a lineage, not a movement, there's no leader to it. It can take its own form. If you say it's a lineage, you can say, well, I'm a lineage, and lineages can take. Now you have sub movements, like just like you have like maybe the Muslim, right? You can have the Sunni Muslims, you can have this Muslim, you got the, when you don't actually take on a real formatic like understanding of what it is, and have a true doctrine of what that movement is, it could take on so many different forms. And that's the part that I don't agree with. I believe that ADOS, like you said, was way more organized. And just because it says African diaspora, okay, well, this is the lineage. Well, then why can't the lineage team up with ADOS and still do the same thing? Because you have a lineage combining with a movement, and now you have more power because you have organization. That's my only thing, is that at least the Pan African movement had a structure to it. It had like laws. It had a whole thing. Marcus Garvey had entire rollouts on how like this should be done. FBA, oh, it's just a lineage. That's I think where the contention is lying is that you take away the movement of it all and you just make a lineage with no defined action, no defined action plan, and you just say, okay, I want to identify myself as FBA. Cool. That means okay, once I say I'm FBA, that's it. There's no actual structure. That's the part that I feel when you take away the validity of an ADOS movement or a Pan African movement, and you say no, we're FBA, but there's no true like doctrine of the movement. There's nothing. No, you say it's not a movement. It's only a lineage. So now you have no marching orders on how to like proceed forward, and anyone can start a movement within that. And there's no, it could be anything at this point. Am I the only one that feels like this? Pan African, I know that you're here, but if someone wants to answer that question, that might be familiar with the FBA movement.
Well, I would say when we say it's a lineage, that's what it is. Like if I was to ask you what's the marching orders or the doctrine of the Yoruba, what could you answer that? Of the Yoruba people.
I'm sorry, you asked me a question at the end of the door. What'd you ask me?
If you're saying that FBA is just a lineage, and you're saying it doesn't have any marching orders or doctrine attached to it, well, I'm asking, what would you say the Yoruba people's doctrine is or marching orders are?
Well, Yoruba people have a way of life called Ifa. They have a actual spirituality.
But most of them are not Ifa. Most of them don't follow Ifa.
But that initially, before there was Christianity brought into their community, Ifa was the spirituality that was of that. But when you say a lineage, then you're taking away any. So they wanted to say bump ADOs, bump Pan Africanism, FBA. But what is the actual doctrine of FBA? So you don't have this. My thing is you don't have to down Pan Africanism and ADOS to be FBA. FBA is just lineage, right? So when you take away these other schools of thought and you say, okay, FBA only, and your FBA is only a lineage, then where is the organization behind FBA?
Brother, ask that question again, because I think she missed it.
No,
ask that
I
question
didn't.
again.
Yeah, all I'm saying is, you said that we're a lineage. When we look at other lineages, what's their marching orders? What's their agenda? Like, and you can Yoruba, Mexicans, Italians, what's their agenda? Like you're saying FBA doesn't have an agenda or marching orders. Can you give
I'll
an
answer that.
example of another people's marching orders or agenda for their lineage?
Well, I can answer that.
Go ahead.
Well, see, here's the thing about it. And like I said before, where okay, if you're the only thing that for the most part the FBA people are talking about is being separate. Only serious thing that I've heard is being separate on I guess you would say on I guess it was like a certain documentation, certain identification from Africans and Caribbeans. That's the only thing that for the most part that represents. See, when you talk about the Yoruba, the Yoruba have a 800-year culture and actual language and dialect and custom culture and traditions. So I'm saying, but when you talk about FBA, that's putting a new name on the same Black liberal ideology and leftist culture, but just saying we want to be separate from other Black immigrant groups, right?
Yes, let me get in because I was next. Oh, go ahead, brother. Finish your thought.
Oh, you interrupted him. He wasn't done.
No, he can go
That's
ahead.
why I said finish
I
your
don't want to
thought.
hog
Go
it.
ahead, brother.
No, I don't want to hog it. Go ahead. I want to hog it. You go.
Very briefly, what you just said, maybe you're not familiar with the California Reparations Task Force or the New York Reparations Task Force or even Boston Reparations Task Force. So you have members of the ADOS, FBA, Freedmen Movement that are advocating for lineage-specific legislation. This is very important. Additionally, because I won't be long-winded, I have to be honest, those that are detractors against ADOS FBA freedmen, particularly those of the lineage, you're on the wrong side of history. The masses are speaking out, no, we are not genetically the same or ethnically the same as Africans, Caribbeans, Latinos, Asians, any other ethnic group. So yes, not only will we advocate for policies that only benefit us, we will also delineate from all of the tethers that have eaten off of us. We are no longer fixed to plate ass niggas. Really, we're not.
It's just what you call them, house niggas.
Yeah, we're not
Now,
fixed to plate ass niggas no more.
okay, now can I ask this right here? Now, is
Yes.
those things that you're talking about in regards to serious legislation and certain things, is that more ADOS? Isn't that more ADOS, the seriousness and those things that they espouse that they want to see change? And can we say that FBA is more roasting, uh, uh, um,
No,
uh,
no, and I get your question.
banter, bullshit? Okay.
If you look at the California Reparations Task Force, it wasn't just ADOS participating. You had FBA, you had organization out there called CJAC, you had U.S. Freedmen. So no, it wasn't just people from any particular. I don't even want to call them groups, but no, you had many people from the same lineage participating.
So here's the question. If FBA is only a lineage and not an organization and not a movement, then they're just the lineage of that whole thing. So that there's FBA ADOS, there's FBA so and so, there's FBA blah, 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 whatever these organizations are. FBA is not the ones that are creating these things. They're just the lineage of it all. That's
Well,
the
just so I'm
part.
clear,
Hold on, I'm
these are
not done. I wasn't done. Because that is the part that it gets confusing. Is that you'll say in one sense it's a lineage, in the other sense you'll say you have ADOS, FBA, and something else. So that FBA is not a political organization, it's not a movement, it's not any of that. So therefore, why would they go against other organizations that come together? It should be my thing is that if FBA is a lineage, what is the movement?
Yes, and I can answer that. It'll be brief. And with all due respect, I think you're pretending not to understand because these are terms that members of our lineage self-identify as. So it is correct to say FBA is not an organization. Now, the reason that people that identify as FBA may oppose certain organizations, I'll give you an example. You have and Cobra and NARC. Now, in many of these reparations task force, you had members of NCOBRA and NARC that wanted to include Africans and Caribbeans in the justice claim and the reparations claim of descendants of U.S. chattel slaves. So, as a descendant of U.S. chattel slaves, or an FBA, or an ADOS, or a freedman, however you identify, it's natural for you to oppose NARC and NCOBRA because you're like, hold on, why should we allow other groups to eat off our plate when they did not go through what we went through, and they're not including us in their justice claim with CARICOM?
So
So
is NARC and COBRA the movement for FBA, the
no,
Foundation of Black Americans? What is
actually
the
no.
movement for the Foundational Black Americans?
Well,
If
I just named more than one.
no,
You
you
have
so
ADOS.
I asked you. So okay, so
Yes,
I
yes.
asked you was Cobra one is you said NARC
NARC
NORC
and NCOBRA are actually Pan-African
NARC and
movements that
Cobra.
include, yes, they include members that are Caribbean, members that
So
are
you saying
African.
NARC and Cobra out the window because they're including other people.
Clearly.
ADOS is also including other people. So I'm
No,
saying
hold on. Where did you hear that? Who else is ADOS
African
including?
diaspora something something whatever the rest
No,
of
it's
the
no. It's American descendants of slaves, and that's what I'm
oh
saying.
okay
You
oh
should
it's American okay
exactly.
maybe
You have
not
to educate yourself before you speak on these
American
topics.
descendants of slaves okay so
Exactly.
ADOS means American descendants of slaves so
Exactly.
is ADOS the organization the movement for FBA
No, you're not listening. The lineage has multiple organizations, Matter of fact, you can even say that, and I don't think that they represent us concisely or efficiently at all. But you can even say NAACP was a organization that claimed to represent descendants of U.S. chattel slaves. So no, there are multiple organizations that claim to represent a particular lineage.
Okay, so all right, so there's plenty of people. So here's the question: that all right? So if you have ADOS as one of the organizations, then why don't we hear more discussions on that versus having like roast battles between Africans? Why isn't the conversation that's being had on FBA panels more about the organization and like that? Like if you let me give you an example. You know, with the Jews, they have what's that thing they have
ADL.
the Anti Defamation League, right?
Yes.
So whenever there's an issue, honey, it don't even have to be a thing. Like they just jump right into play. What is the FBA equivalent to ADL?
I will argue there isn't one singular organization that's the equivalent to the ADL. But I will name some of the organizations that are lineage specific. Like I said earlier, you have ADOS. Also, you have United Sons and Daughters of Freedmen. There's another organization out west that it is killing me. Damn, what is the name of them? It's slipping my mind right now. But there's another one that was created out of California when they splintered off from ADOS. So I mean, the organizations that represent the lineage specifically, they definitely exist.
Okay, so here's what I'm saying. Now, at one point before FBA as a lineage existed, the Pan African movement kind of like I would say they held the torch for Black Americans and then Americans within or Africans within the diaspora. So that's the reason why I was asking that question. Is like, okay, so if something happens to a Black American, like say someone gets shot by police, where do they go? What organization do they go to? People are just so focused on the lineage, but then you had, like I said, ADOS and other organizations that were trying to do things in a political framework. And if one thing is overshadowing it, it's just a lineage, then shouldn't there be an organization that they combine with, just like the Jewish people did with the ADL, to then make it more of a sound thing versus it just a
Well, you
lineage
see, when we
without
tried to do
no
that,
institution.
COINTELPRO happened. That's why it's intentionally a decentralized movement. Really, intentionally decentralized. Because when we tried to have strict organizations with a particular hierarchy, you see what happened. We had COINTELPRO upon us. So, I mean, to me, it makes more sense to have a decentralized movement, no particular leader, because if we got a particular leader, like let's say the Nation of Islam had a particular leader, and when that particular leader was defamed, the enrollment of the Nation of Islam started to decrease. So, I mean, I understand why the ADOS, FBA, Freedmen movement is decentralized, really.
Zion, do you understand what I'm saying when it comes down to it? It's like I'm not against FBA as a lineage. I'm just saying is that I don't think that FBA should go against other movements and be against those other movements because if it's just a lineage, then why would you take away from the other movements that are trying to move within government and this, that, the other to create opportunities. So
Because all the other movements don't put our people first. They put everybody with our skin color first.
Okay.
That doesn't make sense.
Go ahead, Zion.
Yeah, no,
What he said made perfect sense, though.
yeah, whatever. So yeah, this is ridiculous.
No need to be sassy,
because
brother. Respectfully.
you were sassy to this sister for the last freaking 15 minutes.
I haven't, brother. Let's keep it
I'm gonna do
respectful,
what the
bro.
fuck I want to do. All right.
Keep it respectful,
when
King.
you show some respect, I'll show some respect back. I ain't
All right,
feel
let's
like
be
the last
respectful.
one was very respectful.
But Pam, stop it.
But let's
you
go.
don't have to do
You know,
that.
I've seen him on other platforms. He's whack. But either way, like I said, like when it comes to like the Pan African movement came from FBAs. You know what I'm saying? And the COINTELPRO saw that we had a large effect, not just here in the States and in the Americas, but we had a large front that became global. And that's one of the reasons COINTELPRO started exacting its psyops and destabilization and this their campaign to cause disunity, right? It's to divide and conquer, and that's what I see here, where we're going against our own elders, our own ancestors. How they figured certain things out. Certainly, we ought to take the meat and leave the bones, because in any movement, you're going to have, pros and cons, right? You're going to have successes and failures, and we learn from those things. But I don't think that we're learning, right? So this generation is to me, this generation has deviated from every, foundational structure that our FBA elders and ancestors have sought to create and to build, and has been destroyed or at least destabilized by the powers that be, because of its effectiveness, not because it wasn't effective. COINTELPRO would not have had any fear if we were doing something that was not going to be in our best benefit, whether locally, or globally. And I'm saying Pan-Africanism and a lot of the organizations that our FBA, elders and ancestors created, were effective. And so much so that it caused a fear, within the status quo. So
And to my brother Zion, are you able to list any African or Caribbean nations that have welcomed Black Americans into their nation to the point where we
absolutely.
outnumber them in any of
No,
their
why
cities?
would we have to outnumber anybody?
Because that's what we have done for them in the U.S. We
What
allow
does that have to
Caribbeans
do?
and Africans to outnumber us in New
The U.S.
York, Boston.
They don't
Brother, one
outnumber
mic,
us.
brother, please, brother.
That's not our freaking daggone plight.
This is our country, brother. That's
This
your
is
low
not.
self-esteem speaking.
No. It's the white man's
Oh,
country.
well, you take 20 seconds, I'll go next. You go
Let's get it
first.
together. You don't have shit. You don't have nothing. Nothing belongs to you in this country. Has not, and for a long time probably will not. Even the property that you think you own, you do not own, because they'll come and take that shit from you. Okay, so that's a farce. Also, this whole idea of reparations, folks are not legally freaking informed. You're not paying attention. It is that is wasted energy, because it is unconstitutional. Number one, you know what I'm saying, and number two, to try to do that with the time period, right? So you got statute of limitations and all kinds of legal ramifications that would either allow or disallow something of a class action lawsuit of such nature to even go. And it's already, Brother Reggie brought it out the other night on Sarnetta.
You're better off.
And well, I was trying to respond.
So
I was trying to respond.
Brother Reggie
Go
got
ahead, brother.
showing the Supreme Court cases that like literally shot out, the reparations movement.
Yes, and let me respond. It'll be brief.
I'm not done. I didn't land my
Oh,
point.
I thought we were taking 20 seconds back and forth, but go
No,
ahead.
you don't get to determine how long someone speaks.
I know, but he preaching now. I'm trying to have a.
No, you preach too, Sam. Stop it.
Arrogant, bro. And that's what causes contention. This is what I don't like about social media niggas, because they always want to try to create some kind of freaking daggone reality TV funk just to get some attention. But
and that's not what this is over here. We are having a dialogue. If you don't know how, because I love how Philly 9 and Al Morris came up here. They gave their points, but Pam, you be tripping sometimes.
Well, you rewind the tape. I was peaceful.
This ain't the flavor of love, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? So you could tone
Yes,
out.
but let's get back to the dialogue.
Listen, don't try to control my panel. You got this is strike one.
I'm not trying to control it.
Don't do it.
I'm not trying to control it.
Everybody else didn't cut nobody else off, but this dude got a hard on right now, so you need to slow down, my brother.
If you cut another person,
yeah, like I was saying before, I was so rudely interrupted. The reality is that that reparations, you know what I'm saying, is a lost cause if we're doing it. You have to literally dismantle the freaking 14th Amendment, and then there's all other freaking legal blocks, you know what I'm saying, and red tape that is just not going to happen that way. There's other ways that we have to try to to effectively benefit our communities. And one of the ways that most nations do it is by, unifying with other nations that have similar interests, whether in trade, commerce, or some form of political, agreement, in order to move forward together. And that's just how it's going to have to be done. To destroy or try to remove yourself from all other people of color who are suffering the same white supremacy is absurd.
Yes, and watch how respectful my response is to the brother Zion. I'm not accusing you of having low self-esteem, and I'm not being facetious when I say that, but your response indicates that you perceive yourself as being powerless.
Now, this is
Actually,
absolutely an
that's
ad hom.
well.
And
You
this
say
is
I didn't. You
bullshit.
say I didn't
Ad
interrupt you,
hom.
brother.
The ad hom, brother.
All right.
So what you're not going to do is
Allow
sit
me to
here and
get
just
20
say you're
seconds,
not
even though
being
you.
disrespectful
All right, go ahead,
while
brother.
you're making a personal attack.
All right.
That's a
But
manipulative
brother,
bitch move.
I wasn't
That's a
triggered by
All right,
you,
manipulative
brother.
okay,
bitch
so
move.
let him make his point, and then
Yes. And you see, I was not triggered by the brother Zion, but the
No,
point
I'm
is this.
triggered now because
Oh,
you're
go
being.
ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Sugar Love, oh my God, where you been all my life? Oh my God, my
Yes.
sister, I love you.
And the point is this. Undoubtedly, Black Americans have literally voted Democrat to bring in literally millions of immigrants, including Africans and Caribbeans, to the point that they have outnumbered us in many cities such as New York, Boston, Hartford, Connecticut, Miami,
Oh,
Dade County, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. My question is, and brother, I would like a genuine answer. Have any of these African nations or Caribbean nations welcomed Black Americans into their countries where they actually have the power and run the government? Have they let us outnumber them in
oh,
any of their cities, in their countries of origin?
well, what you just said was freaking goddamn a contradiction in itself. You said we voted Democrats,
Exactly. Exactly.
which been allowed for, but what we're denying is that Europeans have been allowing their own immigrants in here in
Exactly.
large numbers.
Exactly.
So that has nothing to do
Exactly.
with our
But
version.
did you hear the question though, brother?
I did.
Y'all don't
You
care?
was gonna let me answer it.
Nothing
Right?
more is nothing less. That's all it is. Stop
Let him answer
mingling
that. Go
your
ahead, Zion.
brain and thinking that I'm finna make everything simple and layman's term. I got a brick in my hand. I'm gonna.
But let the brother Zion answer that though. Because they actually, when I say they, I'm talking about the Africans and Caribbeans that control their governments. They have the power to welcome in Black Americans by the millions and allow us to become the majority in cities within their countries, but they have not done it. So why will we continue to advocate for and vote
African
for
Americans
more
going
immigrants to come
anywhere.
to our country and outnumber us in our cities?
When have we tried to do that? We have
Right.
never tried to do that. What are you talking about?
Well, actually, let me answer that. I'm glad you
Yeah,
said that we have
Liberia.
not tried to do that. My question is, have they welcomed us in to do that?
Well, all right. So
What are you talking
Yeah.
about?
there have
And
been
can anyone
not
answer that? It don't have to be Zion. Can anyone
not
answer that
necessarily.
question?
We have never tried to do
Answer,
that
try
because
to
it's
answer
never.
the question. God damn it!
So they have never welcomed us in, right?
Can
To
I,
that
ask,
extent.
Well,
can I
sir,
answer the
can I say
fucking
something?
question?
Damn.
He's
Let
asking
No,
me
let,
a
no.
let
question,
Zion
bro.
answer the question. Go ahead, Zion. Go ahead.
Oh, damn.
Go ahead.
So yeah, that is a freaking loaded question, loaded with shit. The fact of the matter is that Ethiopia had a land grant with freaking over 800 hectares of land for African Americans specifically. Started a whole entire organization,
Exactly.
Ethiopian World Federation. Wasn't just to try to bring more African Americans over there than they have on their land. That's absurd because we're not the ones letting people in. In fact, there's a whole bunch of bans on Haitians and certain people of color coming over here. So I don't understand like where you're making this facetious and
That's all right, brother. You don't have to
question.
answer the question. Let someone else
I'm not done.
answer.
I'm not done. You asked me for an answer. I'm gonna give it to you. So there have been countries. Ethiopia being specifically one of them in 1948, freaking created a whole land grant for African Americans to return home if they so chose, but also, began an organization that would help the African Americans unity with other African nations abroad to be able to trade and bring commerce back and forth. That was an economic one. right? And so there's more than just somebody asking, well, you can come over to our land and outnumber us. That sounds ridiculous. And
So the answer is no.
we didn't
Pastor
do that
Mike.
either.
Strike
We
two, Sam Armato. You got one more strike of doing that.
he's a freaking retard.
And then do it again, strike
this
three,
is
you're gonna be on timeout for like 5
he
minutes.
can't even bridle his tongue before a person is finished answering the question. So it's a very loaded question with a whole bunch of, you know what I'm saying? And it's not a simple freaking answer because it's layered, right? But and it's facetious at the same time because ain't nobody gonna do that. America has allowed people to come in, but primarily Europeans have been coming over here, you know what I'm saying, more so than any other migrants, right? And they have been, we're not for that. The immigration laws are set by the powers that be, not by us. You know what I'm saying? In what other country? Haiti? You want to go live in Haiti? Go ahead, man. I'm sure they would freaking welcome you with open arms. I'm sure they would love
DJ Genesis. If they cut me up, do they get strikes against them?
Don't move to Haiti, y'all.
Hold on,
Here,
Al Morris was next. Go ahead, Al.
I just want to know, do they get strikes against them if they cut me off? I just want to know.
If anyone cutting people off gets strikes.
All right, thank you.
Strikes. Okay, so you're on 2 because you are like the cutoff captain. All right, Al Morris, go ahead.
Well, no, I wanted to say, okay, and again, I'm not disagreeing, with all the, the points of the FBA, because certain historical leaders that stood on the side of the right, like Marcus Garvey, Marcus Garvey was into protecting one's own cultural integrity, excuse me. So it's nothing wrong with that. I don't disagree with certain things that the FBA say because it's not totally antagonistic to Pan-Africanism. If you look at certain leaders that were in that, you know what I'm saying. So people in that did practice cultural integrity. But my thing is that, okay, when people say the thing of inviting, it's like, bro, we have to be real, right? We're 12% of the population, and for the most part, the people that have opened up the the quotas on different countries of color, and that has nothing to do with us. For the most part, we've been voting Democrat based on a social political legacy of the Black civil leaders of the '60s. We're not in a corporate position to invite anybody over here to work for us, or we've brought these different type of people. So you can't refer to us saying we've invited these people into our country like we're some type of Black majority, or those questions. That's a red herring. When people try to say those things that somehow we're in control of who's being brought here in this country, who's able to come, and that's not a real reality. At the end of the day, we matter of fact, we will be better off maybe focusing on states' rights and trying to maybe dominate some type of state population and just focusing on a FBA General Assembly in a certain state than what they're talking about. Because a lot of that stuff of, at the end of the day, the government can choose to bring a million people from Nigeria if they wanted to tomorrow, and we couldn't do nothing about it. So those things are like, we have to have real arguments. That's what I'm saying with this FBA thing. Like the ADOS was much more serious. Instead of people that just want to have, roast sessions and talk about things that are not the reality or not how the government works.
Amen. Thank you. Philly, go ahead.
I want to answer that question too. To answer his question, the answer is, simply no. They would never do that. They don't even do that with their own people. When the population of Nigerians and Ghana got too much, they sent them back and had a campaign to get them out of Ghana. And then I think it was Nigeria that retaliated and kicked all the Ghanaians out their country when their population got too much. You look at South Africa right now, the South Africans are complaining about all the different Africans getting numbers in their country. So the answer to that question is no. And on a smaller level, let's look at what other countries allow their organizations, allow their politics, allow their associations, or allow other people to dictate for them or be in leadership positions over them. None of them do, but our people, for some reason, and I think it's because of this Pan-Africanism, we do that. Like, there's presidents of HBCUs here that are Africans and Caribbeans. You can't go to an African country and find a president that's a Black American, but they can't do that here because we allow that for some reason. You look at the Black Caucus filled with people that's not us. That's supposed to be something that's a representative of our politics here, for Black people here, but we're the minority in that organization, but we're the majority of Black people here. No other country on the planet, no other people on the planet move like that. And I feel like that's because of Pan-Africanism, this Pan-African mindset. We just open ourselves up to everybody.
Okay.
Great
Well,
point. Great point.
all right, listen, welcome to the panel, Sugar Love. What's your thoughts?
Hi, everybody. I don't have that much longer to be here. I'd like to say hello. This is the time. I'm so happy that my brothers and sisters, I'm sorry to say, are waking up. This is the first time in a long time we are putting ourselves first. We are starting now to come together where it was not done like that in like since beginning of slavery when we all were stuck together. We have opened ourselves up at all times to all people, and look how they issue on us. Look how the respect, they don't give us respect. They talk about us at every point in time. They talk about us, they disrespect us, they overprice us, and each group stays in their own spot. So now we want to stay in our own spot. It's a problem. Why is it a problem now? We want to find our own spot too. The China, you got the Chinatown, you got the parts where the Caribbeans be, you got the place where the Africans be, you got the places where the Irish be. Everybody got their own spot. But here we go, so generous. And know who has been generous to us. I'll wait. I will wait. Who has been generous to the Black Americans? We are the only people. People keep saying, oh, the immigrants built. We are the only people who built this country. Everybody say, oh, I came here with nothing. Guess what? We was here and we started with negative. We started with negative. At least I have money to get here. And then the things that they paid y'all to do so we can stay at the bottom. We the only people who ain't got a grocery store in the corner. We're only set of people that don't have a supermarket. We don't have nothing. So if it's a thing that we have to come together as FBAs to try to establish something for ourselves, I think it's the right thing to do. I done seen so many videos. Look how they pulled that girl hair out at that beauty salon. Look how we're being treated. It's like they went in on us when it wasn't even us. That was a girl from Bermuda when Jamaica had that big old storm. They made video after video because that's showing you how they really feel about us. It wasn't even us. That was some lady from Bermuda. They told, oh, get out of here. You ain't never got to come back here. Every which way you turn. None of they peoples here work for free like us. Ain't none of they people stayed up 18 hours a day picking cotton. Ain't none of them served master. Ain't none of them got hit with them whips. Our forefathers did. So we want to put them first. And then my last comment. Everybody who's talking about our reparations, who's speaking for us, is not even FBA people who's saying why we don't need it. And they're representing us. Who put them there to represent us? Oh, well, if they do get their reparations, it's going to come out of our money. But guess what? You hear out of our forefathers' blood. Literally blood on the floor. Blood in the streets. Their blood is all over this country. And you worrying about if they take something, and then you sit up there. You in all of these hospitals that got together and bought y'all daggone nursing degree. Y'all bought y'all CNAs, and y'all are around our parents. Y'all around us. Y'all disrespect us in them hospitals. You don't take good care of us. All y'all want is money to send home. This is our home. This is our home. So for the first time in our lives, that's our lives, not in us being Black Americans, We now want to come together, even if it's not a corporation, even if it's not where we're going to go. We don't know where we're going to go, but this is a start. This is, and we owe it to our grandparents who picked that cotton. We owe it to our grandparents who picked that tobacco. We owe it to our forefathers who been separated from their kids, who went from spot to spot. So far as what's his name? He sat up there too. What's the doctor's name? Who
Professor James Small.
Professor James Small. Let's not forget how far we go back with Sonetta. Remember in the beginning, he was saying the same thing. He just wasn't saying delineation. He was saying the same thing. How everybody comes here, and guess who they told to disrespect? The black people, the black Americans. And then I don't know about all of that. They took over New York. I don't know about all of that, but maybe in some areas, but it ain't like they took over New York where it's just them running around. That's not true. But they was offering.
Thank you.
They will offer houses where we couldn't get loans. They was open businesses where we couldn't get loans. So they really think they worked hard. No, things were set up for them that our people who spilled blood on these floors were not able to get. We were not able. That's why they got businesses. They got restaurants. These people really think they come from another country and they work really hard and accomplish stuff. It was set up like that by design. Why we couldn't get them loans? We've been cooking forever. Why we couldn't get a restaurant? Why we couldn't get a corner store? Why we couldn't get clean? The most we was able to get was them stores, that the hardware stores. That was the most we was able to get, is a hardware store. And they hurried up, and every little store we got, the moms and pops, they closed down. Walk in your streets today. I don't care where y'all go, y'all gonna see.
And Walmart did mess up a lot of that. That mom and pop, right. Walmart did.
We have to remember, even right now, every single thing that they have was designed for them to have. We were not. That's why they think in their mind we're lazy. They think in their mind they came here and they are so special. No, you're not. It was designed for when you go into that office and go buy a house. And then one last thing. Stop with when you look at all of us, we all look the same. Show me the statistics where other non-Black Americans have been beat up and arrested by cops. What they would throw on their accent so quick, make your head swing. They will cosplay so fast, make your head swing. They'll swing right back to wherever they come from. The cops go to pick them up. They throw that accent on really quick. Them officers know what they're doing. Yeah, we all may look black, but why everybody else ain't getting taken out by these cops but American blacks? Why everybody not getting beat up by these cops but American blacks? All of that because we look alike and they don't know who you are. Yeah, they know who you are. I don't see a bunch of other non-Black Americans running around saying they beat my son up. I don't see no other non-Black
But they did. They have killed a few Black and other people.
I'm talking about in
like a nationwide level of
nationwide. It's like maybe 1 or 2%. But if you really look at the news, how many times you hear people talking with an accent? I'll wait. It happened a couple of times, but how many times you hear people with an accent? Name Breonna Taylor, all these people. You don't see them. They all Black Americans. But
I think, man, listen, Sugar Love, hit me and tell me your number because I lost your phone number. Hit me in the back or my IG.
Was telling me, but I didn't want to bring that up right now. So that's why.
Yeah, send me your number. I've been trying to reach out to you and whatever. Thank you so much for giving your opinion because you're in New York where they're saying all this is happening at. So I'm thankful for your opinion. But I want to let Black Nike and
not ready to go. So I just wanted to dump that off.
Man, but you ended up. Everybody love what your commentary. Well, listen. This is not an echo chamber. I'm not only here to speak what I feel. I let everybody speak their opinion. This is not an echo chamber. So,
Hey, can I respond to that?
Hey, can I say something?
Can I
well, hold on. Black Nike and St. James. So Black Nike is next, and then St. James, and then we can go back. Go ahead, Black Knight.
No, I just wanted to say something right quick. First of all, FBA is a lineage. Period. There's no, well, what do they got to do or what's their end goal? That's just like asking me a Mexican what's their end goal, or asking a Jamaican or a Haitian what's their end goal. That's just stupid. FBA is just a lineage. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. So I don't understand what's the confusion to that. And another thing I heard you say, I want to unpack. You were saying, well, if a FBA get hurt or something like that, who do they call? They call the ambulance, duh, or the police. That's just like if something happened to you, you would get hurt or something like that. You're gonna call the police or the ambulance, right? 911.
No, I meant more like organization. If something is done unjust, like you have the Anti-Defamation League. The moment that you say Jew, like for instance, Kanye West, or even what's his name, the basketball player posted something. Next thing you know, he had to apologize to all the Jews. Where's our Anti-Defamation League? Where's our group of people like this? If FBA is just a lineage, where's our organization that then begins to enforce the lineage, just like they have for other cultures? You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying.
Well, I'm from Chicago. Like anything that happened, we handle our own. Like if an injustice happened, Asian beat up a sister for he think that she didn't pay for her nails or whatever, we handle at the community. So I don't know anything about no organization and like that. If anything happened in our community,
No, I'm talking about like if like for instance, what's his name? Kyle Irving, whatever his name is.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Where
he just posted a
of
video.
Right. Yeah.
He said, "Hey, check this video out." And next thing you know, he had to apologize. I mean, I think even Nick Cannon went through something similar, where he had then Kanye West had to apologize. I mean, so where is our pressure at? If we just have a lineage and we don't have an organization behind the lineage, we can't be dissing the people that are organizing and saying, no, bump them. We're just let's only FBA only, but then don't have an organization to back it up with. That's all I'm saying. St. James is next. Go ahead, St. James.
Hi, sister. Thanks for having me. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Yes, I'm a continental African living in America, and I do believe the conversation that you guys are having is very interesting. I just came across your feed, and I feel like I need to call on this show so we can set the record straight. So FBA being a lineage, I don't think it's a problem for Africans. I believe there is a lot of whining and a lot of, I'm sorry for my language, and a lot of bitching from some Black American men, especially because I'm a man, I'm going to attack the man. If you want to have your lineage be respected in the world stage, you guys really need to spend some time together and decide exactly what you want to be as a lineage. You definitely you have a lot of things to be proud of, and Africans ain't none of your problem. The Africans that come to America, you understand, we come on here, we get what we can get, and we are out of your way. So the idea that we are in your way trying to prevent you from getting reparation, to me, is some sort of delusions that you guys are having, some sort of nightmare and some sort of issues that you got within yourself that you don't know how to fix, right? And you need some law from Africans. And if you need the law from Africans, all you got to do is tell you need law from us, and we can help you. Reparation has nothing to do with Africans here in America. You want to get your reparation, go to Zari, go to your people, go to the whiteys, go to them. Africans have nothing to do with that. You understand? The idea that we come in here and we get free stuff from the same people. So on one instance, you said, we come on here, we get things, and we are in your ways. And on another breath, you say they know us, and they don't. We come on, tell me what do you want? If a police arrests a black man, I believe I live here in America. The first thing they will ask is his driver's license or ID. Once they get there, they will know exactly by just looking at the name. They know this guy is not Black American. He's from Africa. So they know how to differentiate that. You know, all these things, even though I know it's not true, this is America giving that to the citizen, to the people in America. You don't have to be a Black American to get good things from the American government. You don't have to. It's there for everybody to get. If it means free, if they want to allocate that to certain people, yes, America is going to go ahead and do it. You don't have to be Black American. If I come in here as an African and they said there is some housing assistance for the people in New York, and I live in New York, I'm going to get that.
Sir,
You know,
sir,
it's not. No. Let me finish. Let me finish. Allow me to.
You got like about 20 more seconds. You got 20 more seconds.
You see what I'm saying, right? You're gonna allow me to finish so we can have a decent conversation.
for you, sir.
Oh my goodness.
You're not getting it free. You getting it for free.
Statement. Come
We
on,
ain't
stop
getting
it.
nothing free.
Listen. Can you help this lady so we can have a no.
Thank you to our forefathers.
She's supposed to get a strike, yo.
No, stop, guys, stop. Strike, and then I want to say, finish you got 20 seconds to finish, and then Sugar Love, you can rebuttal, and then Zion is next. So go ahead.
A problem within themselves, we can't help that. So you're gonna have to fix that on your own before you even come to the African could be next. Seeing you going through this kind of mental illness is very sickening to us. Trust me, we don't want to be an hindrance to you. That's the least of our problem. Get your man, fix your problem so the world can respect you. Thank you.
6. All right. Go ahead.
Did this man say mental illness?
He did.
Who has, I would never, and Black Americans have never, we all have traveled, went someplace and been disrespectful to the people that live in that land as a group. I'm not saying he and she have no respect. I'm saying as a group. We have never been to another country and say, hey, let's live there or whatever, and been disrespectful to the people. We can never go anywhere and accomplish what people accomplish here because their countries didn't set up anything where we could just come and have, he say, get stuff for free. Ain't nothing for free. That's taxpayers' dollars. Our forefathers that was here, they paid with blood. They paid with blood. And then everybody come get to live off our grandmother, great-grandmother's blood. When other countries was going through stuff, wasn't we the first one? We are the world, we are the future. Where the money went? To Africa. Look how many times Black Americans have done stuff for other countries. And then they come here with level of disrespect and tell us to get ourselves fixed. No, get yourself fixed. Get yourself fixed. Everybody else came here and want. We the only ones that came here and worked for free. Well, we started out in the negative. We didn't get here and had opportunities. We built the opportunities. We fought for the opportunities. We fought to get into these schools. We even made our own schools. If anything, you should be learning from us. We don't have to learn from you because you're not worthy enough for us to go over there to learn from you. We so worthy, you had to come here and learn from us. We don't have mental illness, baby. We doing just fine on this side over here. Doing just fine. We may be struggling, but we ain't running. We ain't running to go to a place that's fixed up already so we can get free stuff, free housing, free that. The nerve of you. The nerve of you. Our grandparents, great grandparents, they paid that debt. They paid that debt. Paid the debt. And there's enough Black Americans working that they tax dollars going to stuff. Y'all money go back home. So y'all not even putting nothing in the country. Y'all sending it back home. The nerve, mental illness. Are any of y'all sick? Maybe he's talking to one of y'all. Maybe y'all need to go see a therapist or something. I don't know what he's talking about. But they're going to have to stop with that arrogance.
That was wild. That was crazy. Welcome to the. Okay, go ahead, Zion.
I'm getting ready to jet up out of here. Hopefully you do this. Hopefully you do this again.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you so much for coming, man. I've been missing you, girl. I've been missing you.
My grandson.
Hey, text me on my phone because I don't have your number no more. Welcome.
Yeah,
Listen,
I thought you said
give a hand clap for Sugar Love. Shouts out.
That's
Sugar
another
Love.
whole entire story, Spider-Man. But I'm out of here, sister. You know how I feel about you. So, in peace to the chat. Thank you all for being here. Please show my sister some love. If you did not hit that like, hit that like. Show my sister some love so we can move up in that algorithm. And if you are not subscribed to the channel and you would like to see more of these type of conversations, please hit that subscribe, like, comment, and subscribe. And out of here. Peace.
Thank you, Sugar Love. Thank you.
So is she running or is she staying?
No, she already said she had to go earlier.
No, you said that was a rebuttal, so I'm entitled to one, right? Or am I not?
No. I said
I'm trying to stay for a second. What you got to say, my brother?
Oh my goodness. Why are you so hot? Why are you like we having a nice conversation? So you no. I overheard this was a rebuttal. I'm just asking. It's a polite question. Don't worry about it. It's a polite question.
You got
it is the oh my goodness.
Say what you got to say.
Oh my goodness. Oh, it's not a
you got some mental issues you need to work out.
Oh my goodness. I just asked a question. That's just one question. That's it. One question.
What's your question? I got to see my
No, if you're leaving, that's fine. She said that was a rebuttal. I wasn't even addressing you. I just asked you if there was a rebuttal.
Say what you got to say. You say
bro.
If you want to respond, go ahead.
No. If you want, I want to be respectful. If you want me to go, I go.
Hurry up and respond because
okay. That's fine. Like I said again. No. I'm gonna respond. Like I said again. Africans and none of your problem, right? Like you said, we're not worthy of you learning from us. Accepted and agreed. If we are not worthy enough for you to respect us and learn from us, I will appreciate you agreeing that we are not none of your problem here in America. The fact that we wake up hearing from you, lying to your younger brothers and sisters, that Africans are preventing you from getting reparation, Africans are getting free stuff here in America, and Africans don't like you. It's not true.
Where's the lie?
That's not a lie. It's not a lie because of one man's actions doesn't define the many. You said, so when you were talking, I was quiet, right? That's called mannerism. Let me finish. You cut me off. I did not cut you off. That begins from that, right? That begins from that.
If it's a lie.
No. It's not a lie. I'm just telling you. Africans here, right? We make up like what? What's the percentage? Let's go by the percentage of Africans living in America, right? Africans that hold offices here in America. It's not a lot of them. We don't have a lot of them. Most of them are represented by your people, right? This is your people. It's not African. So, okay, those who deny reparations, they're not Africans, right? They're not. So we are not none of your problem. From the top to the bottom, right? Listen, from top to bottom, Africans are none of your problems. So you are creating an illusion that nobody's believing anymore in 2025. You're gonna have to wake up and go to the drawing board and come up with a better plan how you're gonna address your issues. That would be the startup for me. So you see what I'm saying? Like you coming up with bad ideas already about delineating coming from a pimp, right? A pimp created the FBA. A pimp created that. So you have to talk to that guy, right? He's the one who created FBA. If you are proud of that, right? I don't even know what to tell you. You see what I'm saying? So it's not even none of our business. But the idea that we're gonna have to wake up and listen to you every day, telling people, lying to the world that Africans are creating problems for you here to prevent you from getting reparation is not true. Agree with that. It's not true. The only problem preventing you from getting reparation is you. It's you. It's not us. It's you.
Constitution, sir.
And I never said
it's the Constitution, not you. It's the Constitution, sir.
Don't put me on public saying I
Right.
said I have problems with Africans. You ain't never heard me mention.
Now, hey, listen, I'm just responding to what this.
Hey, stop. Let her speak now.
Anything about Africans? Did anybody hear me say anything about Africans? No. So who's the you talking about? I haven't disrespected the African, and I ain't saying nothing about an African. I was talking about my people here. You inserted yourself and felt like you had something to say to me when I've never even mentioned the word Africans. I ain't disrespect the Africans, but you came up here and disrespected my people. And said
Actually, you did. Don't be. You're a liar. You're a liar. You did. Stop lying.
What did I say? What did I say?
Right too. He's gone. He's gone.
What did I say?
He's gone.
What I said about the Africans is when they sat there and pulled out the lady here. That is true. For that extra $50. That is true.
They did pull her hair out.
I didn't say anything about the Africans. I don't put the Africans. I would never.
You said the African hair braiders. That's what I already said.
I'm saying I have beef with all of them. I would never say that. But that don't take away that we are now finding a soft spot when we need to come in beyond. We are beyond. Because I don't disrespect people that's to come after me. Now I got to go see my grandson. Bye. See y'all later.
All right, love you, sugar. Hit me up on my phone so I can know how to reach you because I got a new phone. So hit me up.
And then tell these people who got all these who talk too much, bring some receipts with them. We tired of talking. Bring show and prove so we can be like, oh yeah, you're right. We don't want to hear all this other crapness.
I got some receipts right now.
You bring
Amen. Go ahead, Zion. All
right, so this is a real farce, right? It's the crazy thing. The total black population, you know what I'm saying, in 2020, it's 47 million people. Around 14% of the U.S. population is black, right? Black population, 2020, right? Black immigrants overall, 4.6 million, equaling 10% of the black population. That's Caribbean. 50% of black immigrants are 2.3 million. Largest groups: Jamaica is 682,000. Haiti is 586,000. Dominican Republic is 161,000. African origin is 36% of black. Africans are not even 50% of black immigrants. Okay, so the largest group are Nigeria, Ethiopia, and Ghana, right? African American, US born, 90% of they're not taking crap from us. Watch this here. South American and Hispanics, right? US Latino population overview. Total Latin, if you want to be mad at somebody for taking your jobs and whatever and your free stuff, I don't get that argument. That's crazy. 6.5 million. You know what I'm saying? 19% of the total US population, when Africans only make up 10% of the black US population. Hispanics immigrants are 19% of the total. That means that they're outnumbering us by 5%. So if you want to talk about somebody taking your blood, sweat, and tears of your ancestors, it ain't the Africans. Why are we so focused on hating our African brothers and sisters who, you know what I'm saying, who really, they don't have no interest. Just like the brother said, they don't have no interest in that stuff. Only 10%. We're making it seem like, you know what I'm saying, what the other brother said. He said, oh, we allow all of them to outnumber us. They're not outnumbering us. They're not outnumbering us. 10% of the black population are immigrants and are black immigrants, and the larger portion of that are actually immigrants from Caribbean countries, which are also a part of the Americas. Their parents sweat blood and the whole nine. We have intricately tied genes to them because of the simple fact that you know, Haiti and Jamaica, these are the slave ports that Africans were dispersed across the whole entire, you know what I'm saying, continent of the Americas, from South America all the way up to North America. So the absurdity is to try and pinpoint the smallest population of black folk instead of focusing on, you know, the real problem is not even the Latinos or the Africans, it's the white folk. It has always been. Why are we sitting over here, you know what I'm saying, rallying against, you know what I'm saying, a smaller population, you know what I'm saying, and crying about the blood, sweat, and tears and the, you know what I'm saying, blood and bone in the soil, you know what I'm saying, when they're not the ones who have benefited primarily from our toil, you know what I'm saying, from our ancestors' toil. It's white folks and Latinos. Right. And if you want to talk about the organization, our organizations have been usurped by other civil rights issues, such as the LGBTQ and other things. Nobody's banging on that. Nobody's banging on how our Black civil rights movement that was
taken over by the LGBT community. Where is the FBA talk about that?
Yeah, where's the discussion about that? You know what I'm saying? Y'all over here freaking popping fans and freaking daggone stomping and dancing, but y'all don't got, come on, man. This is the problem. Negroes are so caught up into this, you know what I'm saying? Like I think we've ingested the toxicity so much. We don't even realize that we toxic. We just think that this is just a part of being black, being sassafras and nasty and freaking daggone loudmouth and belligerent. You know what I'm saying? Is somehow, you know what I'm saying, the FBA, you know what I'm saying? Like, no, this is what, you know what I'm saying, new Negroes are doing, little niggas are doing, right? And we think that we're doing something. You're not doing nothing but pop wedding fans that here. Y'all ain't doing track, y'all ain't doing jack. You can't even save your own children from the streets. Right. They're going tap dancing and stuff, and then mad at 10% of the black population. How retarded. Man, I'm so disappointed. I'm so disappointed with my Negroes. You got to get it together. Got all your children out here banging on each other. Women out here fighting in the street in front of their children, ripping their weaves out and their boobs and stuff hanging out all day. And somehow, everybody else is the problem? I need to fix y'all faces, man. I'm done, man. 10% of y'all gonna go and attack the small nigga. You know what I'm saying? Y'all gonna attack the smallest target you can because you ain't doing nothing to them Latinos who are sending the cocaine into your neighborhoods. Y'all ain't doing nothing to them white folks that's over there smiling in your face. You know what I'm saying? While they police officers' sons done ran up and did dirt to your children. Mass incarceration. Who's filling the prisons? You know what I'm saying? And if there is any benefits that are being given to the 10% of African immigrants that come over here, it's only so that they can keep us divided, because you can't have, you know what I'm saying, another 10% of Africans coming over here suffering, you know what I'm saying? They might just empathize with us. That might, we can't have that. Our Negroes ain't paying attention, man.
So we have like new guests, but I know Pan Mulatto is the one to make a statement. Go ahead, Pan Mulatto. And then we have two more guests that we've invited to the stage, Thomas and Elle. Just let Pan Mulatto make his statement, and then we'll let you on. Go ahead.
Thank you. Very briefly, to the brother earlier that said we have no impact on the immigration laws. Respectfully, you're wrong. If you look at the 1965 Immigration Act, that's a direct result of the Martin Luther King uprisings. Additionally, the sister left now, but it's true when I say that immigrants have ethnically displaced Black Americans in New York City. Not only New York City, but especially New York City. There's not one majority Black American community in New York City anymore. As far as the African that just left the panel, I'm gonna be honest. I like when Africans disrespect Black American Pan Africans because slowly but surely it's waking you up to understand that we, as descendants of U.S. chattel slaves, we have no allies. Africans don't bother me because I call ICE on them. I literally Google African owned businesses and report them to ICE. I Google Caribbean owned businesses and report them to ICE. I call ICE on white immigrants, Hispanic immigrants, Asian immigrants, etc. All immigrants are an issue, not just one particular ethnic group. They all are complicit in eradicating Black American communities. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So welcome to the panel, Thomas. What did you have to say about the subject? Your mic is muted. Go ahead. Okay, your mic is still muted. Let's go to the next person. What's up, L? Wait, oh, I think I hear you. Go ahead.
Hello?
Say something.
Oh.
No, say something. Thomas, say hello. Yeah, I can't hear him. So, all right, L, let's go. You're next. Thomas, I couldn't hear him. Go ahead. Hey, L.
Hey, what's up? I think my major concern about this whole conversation is the fact that we're kind of hyperizing a lot of things, including like the whole talking points of the different groups. And I think like we should like look at it from a more nuanced perspective in order to get like the real truth of like what the issue is. We should like look at it from a more nuanced perspective in order to get like the real truth of like.
You might want to mute the sound in the background because it's
I think L, you just muted your mic while you were talking, and I can hear. I think Thomas's mic. So you hit the mute button again and continue. Okay.
Oh, I was finished. That's all I had to say. So I don't have a particular.
Turned up?
Oh,
Yeah, it is.
not turned up. How you turn it up?
Okay, I can hear you, Thomas. Is that you, Thomas? Okay, let's see. Thomas, go ahead. I can hear you. Go ahead and speak, Thomas. Go ahead. Please excuse, some people that just don't. They're still learning how to use their.
Okay, where's your...
Thomas, I can hear you guys talking. Just
Were
go
you
ahead.
in something?
Yeah, I was on the platform, but I can't hear anything.
Okay, can we get back to it?
He's gonna have to go out, come back in. He can't hear us. We can hear him now.
You're not getting back into where you were at.
We can hear you, but you can't hear us. Okay, you have to leave and come back, okay?
Go out and come back in.
All right. So I'm gonna just remove you, and you just have to I'm gonna leave you and then come back. Okay. So yeah, L said something. Who else wants to say something to that? What L just said?
And to specify, I just wanted to say like that the comments that the last guy made were kind of like wild, and that's the kind of propaganda that we need to stay away from, because a lot of these Twitter accounts are overseas accounts, and a lot of this anger and emotion that people are like projecting is coming from that. So like people should be mindful of that when they speak on like the different groups and try to speak with some type of respect.
I agree with the brother. It's more nuanced.
So do you think it's like what the African was saying or what other people were saying?
No, so from my perspective, like the whole African debate thing isn't a like recent phenomenon. Like my grandmother's generation from like the 40s or born in the 40s, 50s, 60s, Like those people, they've been talking about this. They've been talking about how different African cultures come over here and they disrespect us. It's not just an issue that we have. It's an issue that people, the Jamaican culture and Caribbean cultures have in England as well. So it is a problem that people have seen with the global African who tends to migrate away from his homeland. I'm not talking about the ones from the homeland. Specifically with those guys, I've heard nothing but good things from people. But the ones who are literally like going from country to country to country and aren't established anywhere, there's been a lot of issues with those. And I don't know anything from a poverty perspective in terms of taking jobs or anything like that. But from a working with them and networking with them, it's always been a one-sided relationship. It's always been about what they can get out of you. And then from a statistical perspective, even though they represent 10% of like the population of Black Americans, they're overrepresented when it comes to DEI programs. And the reason why I know that is because after I got accepted to a school and I wasn't able to afford it, they put me in an equal opportunity program. And I was the only Black American in the program. So, but that's a personal anecdotal experience. In terms of like people overseas, I think like it's not something that they should be concerned with. But in terms of Black Americans, the reason why it's an issue, the whole people of color community, and just kind of like putting everything under a broad umbrella is because it erases our political representation and it erases our ability to focus on the issues that we need to focus on in order to focus on the issues of other groups who aren't considering our issues when they're in the media and they're not talking about us in the media like they expect us to talk about them. So my thing is everyone needs to be treated the way that they're being treated. And what that means is like political allies need to back off. But at the same time, it's going to get more divisive because when someone gets a win, they're going to try to put it in the other group's face. And like, people just need to be mature about that and understand like that's a thing. So when we have these discussions, we don't need to get all emotional about it.
Great point. Great point, L. All right, so we had Don P and Al Morris coming up next. Welcome, Don P.
Yo, how's it going to the family? Am I loud and clear?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Peace.
All right, cool. Peace to the family. Hey, so I want to make a few points. Number one, you can't divide something that was never united in the first place. That's number one. Number two, I don't understand the whole instance of Pan-Africans who see what's going on, a la Professor Smalls, a la General SETI. Y'all see the blatant disrespect, but y'all turn the other cheek when we respond to the disrespect. That's just human nature. If you slap me in the face, we're going to slap you back. That's just how it goes. You see what I mean? That's just how it goes. And number two, as far as like this whole thing of, we need to find allyship in order for us to get we need to be right on our own. We need to be straight on our own. Every issues that we have as FBAs, we need to settle that in-house. We don't need to talk to other Africans or people from different islands to settle problems that we had amongst other FBA. That's off code. That's extremely off code. And that's all I got to say. I'm going to just keep it nice, simple, and sweet.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for your commentary. Listen, guys, I'm over here working hard. It's been 2 hours, and I appreciate all your input. The link is in the chat if you guys want to come up and give your opinion about FBA versus, the situation with Professor Small. This is an open panel, and I welcome people's opinions. I'm not over here speaking in a wind tunnel where I can only hear my voice. I allow other people to be able to speak their piece. And so this is not just a echo chamber of information. I allow FBA, I allow anyone to come up here that wants to really express themselves about what they feel. So it's not just about what I feel, it's about what everybody feels. And I feel that maybe at some point we may be able to reach an understanding or accord. So the next person that wanted to say something, I think this is hold on, did we lose?
Okay, hey, quick question.
AI Morris? Wait, no. Did AI Morris already come up? Did you already get to say? Or Al Morris
No,
say? Did you already say your speak?
no, I didn't. I just wanted to say this one last thing. You know, again, I understand, but I again, a lot of that stuff is, you know, unfair to lay at the feet of Pan Africanism. You know, at the end of the day, the situation that the Black community has now is based on the long term failures of Black liberal ideology and Black Marxism. That's at the end of the day. So anybody trying to lay the bad outcomes that we're getting socially, politically, culturally, and morally on somebody else or on Pan Africanism or on people that try to lead the Black community in a different direction is false and it's not historically accurate. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? If we want a better reality, right? We had to look where we went wrong. All this thing that okay, you have Black foreigners in positions of power based on that's not true. It was Black liberal ideology. You fought for it, a thing that was based on social integration and a better or a bigger inclusion in mainstream American society, and all those things came with it. Black liberal ideology. So to
So
me, as
can't
far
black
as and
liberal
again,
ideology exist in its own culture though? Like it doesn't have to exist in a broader concept.
what do
Are
you
we
mean by that?
cutting each other up?
What?
Okay, let's do this.
No. What
Uh,
do he? No, I want to cause anything. What did he mean by that? Because I want to just answer. What do he mean? What did he mean by that?
So when you say black liberal ideology, I'm looking at crime statistics and I'm thinking these people don't know what liberal ideology is. So from my perspective, what are we like in terms of the integration part? I do agree with you on that part. Integration was bad, but then what I'm saying is why wouldn't that work in a system where it would be only black people? Not saying that we need to be extremely liberal or anything, but my understanding of liberal and conservative is that those terms are relative based off of culture, and we should define our culture based off of good morals. And
Well,
you know, and that can change. It's something that
no.
we're
Let me
changing
tell
right
you.
now. We're making history
I,
doing
I,
it.
I I agree with that. I agree with what you're saying, but it's just okay. When my thing with me saying that is that okay, we're laying the failures of what we have today in community, in culture, in moral capital on Pan Africanism, on the Black foreigners, on this, on that, saying these people we can't get loans and all these different type of things. And I'm saying that those things aren't historically true. So when I simply refer to Black liberal ideology, I'm talking about okay, where we stood 100 years after physical freedom. Most of the things that were built under the legacy of Black conservatism. It's a historical fact. The Booker T. Washingtons, the Isaiah Thomas Montgomerys, the Richard Wrights, those were the things, the S.B. Fullers, those were the things that built what people talk about. That was the mindset that made the Black American culture go on a slow upward incline for 100 years. I'm saying where we went as far as now was based on the policies and legislation and the ideology that took us into the Black liberal ideologies, the far left, the Marxism, the socialism, and all in the government program, the welfare state. So when I'm saying that if you're not going to fix those things, or if you have a movement that's going to continue to stand on a foundation that doesn't work, it's no purpose. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like all that stuff is the enemy. If it's based on the same old things, if it's based on Black civic leadership of the 60s and what they brought about, if it's built on the things that have created a 70% single motherhood rate, if it's built on things that have led us only to the prison house and definitely different type of things, it's an enemy. So that's my thing. That's why I brought that up. So no land of failures on other people, lay the failures on what it is, and that's where the Black culture has been to post 1960s and Black liberal ideology and all the different elements of it. So that's all I wanted to say. I thank you for taking my my call.
Hold on, brother. I got a question for
Hold on 1 second.
I got a question.
You spoken, Don P, because St. James was next, and then you, Don P. Go ahead, St. James.
Oh, now that's my turn.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I mean, I wasn't able to listen much, but I just came back to let everybody else know that Pan-Africanism it's something great. Is here to stay, and the people who really want to connect with other blacks across the globe, are welcome. And I believe we can create something much bigger and better, if we stick together. And the ones that really feel like it's their priority to build in America, such as the FBAs, the ADOS, they want to strengthen their lineage. I believe it's a good thing too. Both can coexist, right? You don't have to hate somebody else because you don't agree with them. You know,
I think he fell out or he muted.
I think you might have muted. Okay, I can't hear you no more, St. James. Are you done? Are you done? What you were saying? Okay, so I think we can't hear you no more, St. James. So you might need to like leave and come back because I can't hear you no more. So leave and come back because if you're talking, we can't hear you.
Right, his face might have hit the daggone mute. Sometimes that happens.
Yeah, it won't even let me mute his mic. So it's something like a freeze going on. All right, Don P, go ahead.
Yeah, my question to the brother who said don't leave everything on Pan African's foot. My question to that is if we were still as a collective, because this is a fact and it cannot be disputed. The only people in large groups practicing Pan Africanism, as far as the majority, would be Black Americans. Am I wrong about that? So if we was just think, don't even answer the question. Think about it. If we were still practicing Pan Africanism as a whole, will we then have confirmation that the NAA, what is it, the NAACP is gatekeeping our reparations? Will we still have the wherewithal to expose the Congressional Black Caucus that's paying attention to other ethnic groups' interests instead of ours because we believe in flat black?
Well, I have a question too with this. Is that
Compound question.
go ahead, Zion. Go ahead.
No, that was a question. That's all.
Go ahead. You can answer.
I don't know which part to answer.
No,
that's what
okay.
I'm saying. It's
Right.
a compound question.
So my thing is, well, let me rephrase it so it's more simple. I know it was kind of loaded and convoluted. My thing is, the last thing you said was along the lines of the movement wouldn't work if we still have. I'm paraphrasing what you said. The movement wouldn't work if we still have these systems in place or these liberal systems in place, right? You said something along those lines. What I'm saying is,
that wasn't me, but yeah, I heard that. I heard them say that.
okay, I ain't know who said it. I was just replying to the dude who did say that.
I think that was L. L said that.
Yeah.
Okay. So
What did I
then
say? I wasn't paying attention.
Liberalism over. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm paraphrasing what you said. So if I got anything wrong, please correct me. You said something along the lines, and this is the last thing you said. You said the movement. If we have a movement in place that's not replacing some liberal, what is it? Some liberal system. What is it? Leader. What you said? What was the last part you said? You said something about the movement.
No, I said that if it's based on the same social political legacy and cultural inheritance that Black civic leaders of the 1960s, Mr. Martin Luther King, Bayard Rustin, James Farmer, Whitney Young Jr., and the rest of them, first, second tier, third tier leaders left, then it's going to fail because we're living in the long term outcomes of that ideology. So that's what I said.
Well, all right, so I agree.
Yeah.
Are you talking about this movement, the delineation movement and the reparation? Are you talking about that movement? Like the current movement now?
No, I don't.
No, I know you're talking about the
Personally,
past movement. I know
well,
you're
no,
talking about the past.
I would say I personally don't have any problem with delineation, or if you want to keep your cultural integrity, I have no problem with that. But I'm saying that what are we going to delineate into?
So
And I have a question. Here's my question. What about the African countries that are opening up their borders and allowing Americans in and say, come over to Africa and whatever? Go ahead, Zion. Were you saying something? Go ahead,
It's
Zion.
not
Go
that
ahead.
many Americans.
Go ahead, Zion.
I'm sorry, I was on the phone, but I did want to say something about that. You know, something about the brother had brought up. I think L has said something concerning the political parties, the you know what I'm saying, from you know, like the early political parties that were primarily conservative, you know, back in the day with Booker T. Washington and stuff like that. There was a shift in and I just wanted to say this quickly. There was a shift in the politics between the two parties. A lot of people like to use we was conservatives before, and when we shifted over to being liberals, that was, you know, but it wasn't us that shifted. It was the parties shift, right? So, you know, prior to, Republican parties were more liberal in the sense that they were seeking African Americans to come out of the agricultural field to go into the industrial fields, right? So there was an industrial age, and so they wanted more workers in that, and that was their position. And once that happened, they kind of dropped, you know, their whole position. 1968, when black folks were trying to fight for civil rights, the Republican movement decided that they had done enough for African Americans since that, you know, earlier time period during the Reconstruction era, and so they decided they weren't good. So there was a huge shift. Y'all can look this up. The shift in the political powers. Right. At one point, the Democrats were anti, you know, black civil rights. And then all of a sudden later on, the Republicans became anti-black civil rights. And the Democrats took on that mantle to get more votes. I don't think it was for us or for our benefit at all. You know what I'm saying? On either side, you know what I'm saying? It was for their own benefit. But that's all I wanted to say about that. There was a shift in political polls. The polls had shifted, and that's why black people went over to the Democratic movement.
Sir, I'm talking
But
about
I have a question about. I wanted to go back to my question. Like, what about the African countries that are allowing Africans, Americans into their country? Like, why? So, do you think that that's not a form of Pan-Africanism, like to say, come to our country?
No,
and
because the numbers are relatively small. It's a very small gesture. Like
Right.
it's nothing that
So is
you
it
should
like
take
is it
into.
a small gesture because small amounts of people are going over there, or did they only say
Yeah, I
only
mean, it doesn't really mean
10,000?
anything. There's
Hold on,
no
listen.
incentive. There's no real incentive.
Did they say? Hold on, did they say only 20,000 people can come over to Africa, or is it that there's not as many people taking advantage of the
No,
opportunity?
but you got countries who they'll give you money to come to them, like America.
My thing
So
is,
The country is struggling to like give you money to come to it, so that's weird.
I don't think we have
so
to
no, I'm just
move
saying. But
ourselves.
they're giving China stuff. They're giving them bridges. They're giving them fields for 40 to 50 years, 100 years, giving them their oil. So it's just like, you know, if you really wanted people of like intelligence to come over and build and innovate, and you want to bring that talent over, you're going to have to do something way more than just saying, hey, you guys can come over here now. Because if you're a nuclear physicist in America and you're black and you go over there and you don't have a job, it's like, you know what I mean? How are you going to make the country better if the
But what
government
about
isn't incentivizing your
doctors
son?
that come over from Africa to America and their doctor's degree is not worth anything over in America? They have to retrain. Welcome,
Yeah,
black.
they got to be retrained, but it's going to be a lot easier for them to
But
be retrained than it is.
imagine you have a doctorate, so you shouldn't have to read. So it's a thing where people like think that only when we go over there is it a thing, but there's a thing that when
So
they come over here too. But hold
yeah,
on,
so the thing is, the reason why they have to retrain is because their standards are different from American standards, and African countries need to come to America and to create a standard with America in order for Americans to take their
they
credentials
don't have to do that
seriously.
for the European. They have the
We
different.
did do that with the
So
Europeans.
is European more superior? Their education system more superior than America? And if Africa
No,
is a
but if you
European
look at
colony,
India, we did it with
if
India, we did it
Africa
with
is a
China.
European colony, then why would a white European be able to come over here and take their same degree and not have to retrain, but an African would when they're trained in a European way?
It really depends on the country that you come from. It's not all black white. It's not based on your race. Like if you get credentials from Romania, those credentials aren't going to be worth anything in America. You're going to have to get
Right.
retrained. It just depends on the
I'm
country and our
confused.
Hold on,
agreement with those countries.
real quick. I have a person that just came on. Welcome, Black Cleaner. What do you have to say, real quick?
Let me get off of mute.
Unmute your phone.
Hey,
Go
hello.
ahead. Well, we lost him. Okay, guys. I try to give everybody a chance to speak, but if they don't have their Wi-Fi set up right or hit the wrong button, it is what it is. Okay. So
I have a question to you, ma'am. When you asked about Africans allowing us to come back, so are they offering citizenship? And is there limitations to whether we can own land on there or not, or whether we could buy land out there or not?
well, they have like certain countries might say it's a 90 or a 99-year thing, like in like Tanzania, it's a 99-year lease.
So that's not something you could pass down to your kids or something, right?
Well, really, to be quite honest, like, do we really want to get into that? Because even in America, do you really own it? You know, Black Cleaner. Let's hear what you're gonna say.
No, I was just saying. I mean, I'm considering to myself to be an FBA, but I'm also a person who has traveled overseas. And what I notice is when I do travel overseas to these countries, that most of the times us as Black expats, all we are is we still have the consumerist mindsets. So what we do is we bring our money, retirement checks, disability checks. If we're a digital nomad, we just continue the same consumerist mindsets over in these countries, and that's what they see and that's what they want. They just want us to go over there, and as the retirees, they're not there to build a legacy. They're over there to look for a comfortable place to die. So they just find, because the cost of living is so affordable, they, instead of being in the United States where, okay, they're going to be in some senior housing or some government program, they're going to go over there and going to take their retirement check and live in a luxurious high rise, which was built by the same people who built America. The same companies, the Marriotts, the Hiltons, all of the people who done built and developed in the countries in Africa and around the world. And they just sit there and they live comfortably. So in terms of, building a legacy and the whole Pan-Africanism going on, you got to change the mindset. It starts with, delineation is good, but you still got to go back to the basics of coming together and building our own legacy.
Right.
And I land my plane there.
Yeah. I just piggyback off of what he said. I absolutely agree with the brother. I don't think that we have to move to Africa to be a Pan-Africanist. And I don't think that it challenges our identity as FBA to be anti global white supremacy and support global, Black and indigenous success and economic successes. I think it's a necessity that we support, the successes of others worldwide when we're dealing with global white supremacy. This is a big thing that is not just, like I said, in a vacuum or in some time of kind of a chamber of America. Right. But here's the deal. While Africa is beginning to nationalize its own resources, our and a lot of African countries do actually acknowledge the contributions that African Americans have made to the changes in the social political world internationally that has helped Africa even get to where they are. We supported Nelson Mandela and the fight against apartheid. We supported, so many of our African leaders in African countries. And there are those who, Traore had addressed African Americans and Afro-Caribbeans and their resolve to support Pan-Africanism and such. So while Africa is beginning to maximize and nationalize its own resources, we as African Americans should be wise enough to build some form of trade agreements with our African brothers. If we're so consumer based, we should also be business minded in the sense that need to be able to be in those meetings and those boardrooms concerning the iron ore. You know what I'm saying? You think that, you know, the iron ore in your chassis of your car comes from Africa. Natural resources that we use every day in America come from our African and African brothers and sisters on the continent. So what we don't want to do is try to isolate. See, one of the things in history, America tried to isolate itself during World War, I think it was World War II, tried to isolate. There was a couple of times where America tried to isolate themselves and not deal with other nations. And that is when a lot of economic problems had happened in the country. You know what I'm saying? Depressions and all of that stuff began to happen when America sought to isolate themselves from the international playing field. We as African Americans, because we're only 14% of the population, do have a need to unify with other people who are going through the same struggle. I mean, it's just basic daggone business and war strategy. It's not rocket surgery.
And Don P said they don't control the resource. Let's call it spade a spade.
You gotta move to Africa. Yeah. Look at all of the stuff that is so interesting. The shift in mind state from, you know, before we were proud to be Black and proud of our native indigenous roots. You know what I'm saying? Our brothers over in the Philippines, and our brothers over in the Hawaiian Islands, and our brothers over in Africa, and our brothers over in Australia fighting the good fight against global white supremacy. We saw and empathized with their movements. They were focused on their countries, and we still had a similar interest in mind. And so this doesn't mean, because I side with the brothers of West Pow Pow in their fight, you know what I'm saying, that I have to go move to West Pow Pow. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Exactly. Just we can still do business with them, but if we only like saying we're delineating, we don't want to fool with them, blah, blah, blah. We calling them tethers. Well, who's gonna do business with a person calling you a tether?
Yeah, Pan-Africanism isn't, you know what I'm saying, we all go back to Africa. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's called Zionism, right? We had Black Zionism, you know what I'm saying, back in the days as well, 1920s. But you know what I'm saying, overall, Pan-Africanism was about us, you know what I'm saying, uniting with other nations and being able to help support each other in this global struggle against global white supremacy. And that's it.
I want to play this real quick, guys, because I wanted to, there's a few videos I wanted to, kind of show what other people in the, the verse, the YouTube.
I'll be right back, y'all. Yeah, go ahead.
So let's go into what Sarah said about this whole thing, about this.
You see, it's a waste of my motherfucking time, but I see a lot of people is in their feelings because, FBA been brought up and, said some, to be affiliated with the FBI and CIA and shit and this, that, and the third. And y'all don't know half the motherfuckers out here on the motherfucking internet. You see what I'm saying? That goes for any motherfucking group. You niggas up out here and the motherfuckers that's wolfing and shit, you might be. Y'all motherfuckers, man, we got to be real about this shit out here, man. You see, y'all niggas, it's real niggas, and then, you understand, it's the other niggas. You feel what I'm saying? And real niggas know that, no type of, I remember back in the day, niggas didn't really say, nigga had cold words for the phone, still got it. Niggas didn't take photos or nothing. That's what real niggas do. That shit, nigga, go get your phone, nigga, you got niggas face all in your phone and shit. You understand? That bad business. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, you say Pan-African, you love that. The fact that you keep nigga coming here typing, nigga, let me know, nigga, you shaking, nigga. You understand what I'm saying? The fact that you got to keep coming in here with Pan-Africanism, nigga, as if ain't no other motherfucking threat. You see what I'm saying? Far greater than Pan-Africanism. That's how I know y'all some suckers. Nigga, you can't play me. You can't play me. I know a sucker, nigga. I don't give a fuck what you talking about, nigga. You can be whatever the fuck you want to be, nigga. You just a sucker. You see what I'm saying? You understand what them y'all like FBA ain't got no sucker niggas and you understand claiming to be FBA. You got sucker niggas. You see what I'm saying? And the fact that when you hear a motherfucker always talking about Pan-African, and the white man got his foot, nigga, 12 feet up in your ass and you don't call that cracker. You see what I'm saying? You ain't got no smoke for that Neanderthal, because that Neanderthal, you understand what I'm saying, to have y'all niggas in you understand what I'm saying, behind them cold motherfucking bars some motherfucking well. So y'all motherfuckers don't fuck with him. You see? It's a whole lot of motherfuckers in far more, got more of a threat to, you know, to black people on a far more greater escalated level than some Pan-Africanism. And
let's go into that. So we want to focus on Pan-Africanism. I see that there's a big push to dead Pan-Africanism, but why are we not also focused on everything else? Why is Pan-Africanism the thing that needs to die?
Can I speak to my sister?
Yeah, go ahead. Who is
Right.
that?
So here's the thing. As FBA is a lineage, you know what I mean? It's a lineage, it's an ethnicity, right? So it's not a group. When I say that, I mean you could be FBA and practice Pan-Africanism. That's okay. You could be FBA and have a Muslim religion. That's cool. You could be FBA and do whatever you want. That's cool. You either born it or you're not. The problem specifically with Pan-Africanism is not the ideology itself. Like you can practice whatever you want to practice. The problem is the active undermining. That's the problem. So it's one thing for you to say, I believe in this. That's cool. You do you. It's a whole nother thing when you step and actively say that, okay, we're an organization, we're a group, we're this and we're that. Why? Because it's messing up. It's messing up with Pan-Africanism is being in the United States. Between Black Americans, because I said it the first time, the only people really practicing Pan-Africanism is foundational Black Americans in large numbers.
I don't think that that's true. I think that there's also like governmental people. I mean, I think there's actually people in Africa that are Pan-Africanists. I don't think that I think that you have the wrong idea, because there are people in Africa that are Pan-Africanism. You know, and they're high up in government and they're executing it, like trying to make it so that people can come over there and do this and do that. So I don't think it's just only a matter of just once we came over there, then you had those movements kind of spark up. But here's the thing: if we isolate ourselves into America and say, you know what, freak Africa, freak the Caribbean, freak all this stuff, like FUCK, F all those people. What are we really doing? Like, what is the standard that we're creating? Is it like
I think we're creating a higher standard. That's the whole point. It's F
that's
you
a
until
high
you can
standard,
take
like this, like
accountability for your
completely
actions.
like put each other like, okay? So even though we don't own a country, we don't own a continent, we don't own anything but like the probably house that we're living in America. But then we want to just say bump the place that there's countries at and say we want to separate ourselves. We have a ethnogenesis over here, but we don't
Yep.
really
We're the
own
only
it.
people who can't
Hold on,
leave
we
this
don't
country.
own or control anything over here. However, we have a better chance of going over there and trying to own and control something. Why would we be over here and just say bump that over there? I think that and especially when it's kind of like a thing where people are kind of inviting us to come and do stuff. I think that's where you get like this thing like that where people are saying there's something up with that.
Well,
You know
let
what
me
I'm saying?
say this. The reason that people say, bump that over there, we have it over here, is because America cannot, we're the only people that America cannot deport. We can go all the way over to Africa and any other place in the world and build something. And as soon as we finish building it, they can do what we're doing to the foreigners in America, call immigration and ship us out of there. So it's better for us to be able to come together, fix ourselves, and do something to where we can grow. I mean, I am for going into other places where it's more affordable and more easier for us to be able to buy real estate and build a legacy, and then using that in order to catapult us to be able to build something great in America. But first, we have to be able to come together and fix ourselves initially before we can do anything. But also, too, I wanted to give you just a little bit of pushback on the whole tether situation. A tether is a foreign coon. Anybody who is trying to undermine anything that we got going on with us as foundational Black Americans growing. Anybody who's saying anything negative about us, because we don't say anything negative about anything that they got going on. As you said, we always supporting all of the Caribbeans and all of the Africans. But then and as soon as we try to do something to uplift ourselves, it's always them coming in our business like, man, they ain't gonna do that, or you shouldn't be doing that, or you're being divisive. And that's what we don't want. We do not want they used to always say the little story about the man, the woodsman who will come in the woods with the hatchet, and the trees would look at the hatchet and say, hey, it's one of ours, because all they see is the wooden handle. And that's
Black
really what's
people,
going on.
Are you an FBA? Would you consider yourself an FBA based on
Yeah,
lineage?
both my family is rural Georgia and North Carolina. So yes, I'm
Okay, so
my family.
here is the question. Like, okay, so you want to call someone a tether because you say that tether means that you are tethering off of whatever, but that is not, because this FBA movement does not have an actual organization and a structure. People can call me a tether, even though, just like, are you a tether? Just if you don't agree with Tariq Nasheed, that's the problem. It becomes
If I don't agree, no. What I'm saying is a tether is just another name for a foreign coon.
That's what it is. It's a foreign coon.
That's what people will say. But I swear to goodness, if you actually look at the other like content creators, that's why I was saying is that because the FBA movement does not have a movement, they say it's a lineage, even though it is a movement. But okay, it's a lineage, right? But they don't have a movement set behind
It
it,
is a
like an
lineage.
actual
Black
organization.
Americans do have a
So
lineage.
man,
Stop. I'm not done. I'm not done talking.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Do your thing.
So Mexican is a lineage of people or a race. So they're trying to make FBA into a race, just like African American was made by what's his name, Jesse Jackson, as a race, right? So back in the 80s, they had African American. African American is the same thing as FBA. Replace FBA with African American. If you have a group of people that get labeled a race, right? So say they take off African American from the census and put FBA, that means that this is what this group of people identify as. What is the organization, the actual movement behind it, and what are their marching orders? Because what happens is that you have a lineage of people, and that does not really mean anything other than like that. It's just that's what Black people are called right now. Just like back in the day, we were African Americans because Jesse Jackson pushed so hard for us to be African. It's on the census, and now we're African Americans. However, when you don't have a actual organization behind that movement, just like you have the ADL behind the Jews, you have the Chinese or the Asian, whatever the hell it is, behind the Chinese. You have the Hispanic League behind the Hispanic. Where is ours? The NAACP have proven us to be they ain't doing shit. That was made by somebody and they ain't doing. So what is the FBA version of any of those organizations that can like say that this is how we move in this situation? We like Tether is the thing with Tether, because everybody can say, you can say Tether is this, somebody else can say Tether is that, another person say Tether is this, because guess what? FBA is just a lineage of people. It's not an actual movement. So Tether can mean one thing to one Black person or FBA person. It can mean something else to somebody else. And I can tell you that it's plenty of times where just because you don't agree, you're a tether. Just because you might be a whole Black American person, and they'll say, well, you're a tether. And I've seen it in the chat today. I've seen people call me a tether, and I know damn well my family come from America. Just because I don't agree on certain points. So
if you don't agree on certain points and you're an American, then we would call you just a straight coon or a sellout.
No, that's not what they said. They called me a tether. That's what they said in the chat, honey.
Sister, I agree with you on. I agree
Does
with
it
you on
offend
this.
you to
And
be
I
called a
do think
tether?
this is.
Hell yeah, because I know my family comes from America.
I agree with you on that. And you know what? Afro Lee, he has
See, so
addressed
my
the
thing
fact
is,
that people.
like, if someone called me a tether, it wouldn't offend me.
Hold on. I agree with the sister on one fact. I think people within the lineage is using the word tether loosely. The brother is right. Tether is nothing but a foreign coon. So that doesn't mean that if you're an immigrant and you come to this country, whether you're a rider or not, whatever the case may be, as long as you're not undermining us and as long as you're not saying things that can hurt the collective, okay, you're not a tether. But if you're doing those things, you are considered a tether. So, sister, by your logic, what you saying anybody could be a tether, that's just like me saying anybody could be a coon. It's an action. It's definitely an action. Now, does some brothers
So
and
thank you
sisters?
for clarifying that tether is not just a thing that's only for people that are in from other countries. It's things that this thing has expanded in a description.
So what's
And, and why? Because from the beginning there was no organization to clarify it.
no,
Because
that's not true.
because
What's
FBA
happening?
is only a lineage and it is not
They're
an
never
organization.
really any organized.
Hold on. I want to make this clear. FBA again is a lineage. There is a movement that people who identify as FBA participating, which is the delineation movement, right? Then you have new people who come up into the mix. Yeah, they hear certain things and think it sounds cool like tether, so they loosely use it around. So what you're seeing
Honey,
is
it's entire social media accounts that I swear to goodness. I mean, there's a guy. I'm not gonna say his name, but
And
I
they're from
mean,
India.
he will call someone a tether. No, it's the black guy. He will call someone a tether in a heartbeat. That's probably not that will say, no, I'm a black person. And
you
because
know what?
here's the thing. I'm gonna tell you what the whole line of questioning. Where are you from? And then to me, this is cult like when you have a set of questions you ask a person. So where are you from? And then they say, well, I'm from America.
Wait a
No,
minute.
you know, that's crazy to me. That's so. St. James came up again. Welcome to the panel. What's your comment? Go ahead. You're from this is So Mandika asked, is there any from the Africa that's on the panel? So St. James came back up. What's up?
All right, thanks for having me again. Yeah, I was dropping in and out, and I just wanted to piggyback on what this brother just said, the one that spoke before me. You see, my sister, when every time you get these guys, right? Some of them, right? They mean well. They mean well. I'm not gonna take that away from them. But every time some of them come on here and they said, we always supported Africa, we always support the Caribbean, but Africans don't support us. They always undermine us. That's the problem. Those are the sentences we need to really analyze to understand what's going on in the mind of certain people. You cannot be a group and always tell everybody else you supported them, but somehow, some way, you have that in your head that they're undermining you. That's the part that don't sit well with certain people. And we have to get to the root of these problems. And to me, I'm here to add to the
What do you think we
conversation.
mean by support?
No, we support it. Malcolm X is not from,
No, but
his
what do you
mama is
think we
not
mean
from
when we
here.
say we
Wait,
support?
let him
No.
finish.
Hold on.
Interrupt each other. Let him finish. And
No,
then
we can go back to the struggle in Harlem. You can see the Africans come on here adding to your struggle. You can see the Caribbean adding to your struggle. Bro, if that don't mean anything, I don't know what else is. I mean, can we do better? Yes, I agree. But always referring to the fact that we haven't contributed, it's not true. But at the same time, right? How do we further the conversation if one side always says we support everybody, but no one else does? How can we further the conversation? Why don't you try to see? You have a lot of Black American going to Ghana as we speak, buying a home, opening businesses, being able to get citizenship, but and still Africa is doing nothing. Brothers going to Sierra Leone right now, getting citizenship, buying homes, opening business. Somehow, some way, Africa is still doing nothing. Guys, come on now. We gotta wake up. We gotta
But
wake up. It's not even Pan Africanism, right? Pan-Africanism doesn't say everybody should leave America and go to Africa. It's going to be reserved for a selective few. So the one that can bridge the gap can go to Africa and make those connections. And for the ones that want to remain here can reap the benefit. So that's how it is supposed to be. But at the end of the day, if my brothers are coming on here saying Africa is doing nothing, I'm here to correct that. Whether you like it or not, Africa is doing something. The conversation should be, how can we do better as a people? Instead of throwing little shots, trying to make your side a little bigger than the other. I'm not here to do that. So if you want to feel good about this conversation, go ahead and do it. I'm not here to do that. Thank you.
Brother, that's not fair. You can't sit there and make disingenuous remarks and then go on as if it's the truth, bro. This is why the friction happens in the first place. Y'all come on the mic.
Attack my point. Attack my point, not my personality, bro.
Y'all come on the mic. Y'all come on the mic and y'all make disingenuous comments, and then y'all want to move on from it like it's not disingenuous. Are you saying that it's disingenuous to say that Black Americans as a whole has a culture of globally helping everybody? That's disingenuous to say? Is that disingenuous?
Everybody's culture is uplifting everyone, not your only culture, brother. If you have left America, you would know African culture has contributed to a lot of things too. You can't sit here and tell me only your culture. I'm not here to debate cultures, bro. That's what I'm saying. Again. You haven't listened to me. If you want to boost your people on top of others, go ahead and do that. I'm not here for that. I'm here to learn from you, and if you can't learn from me, that's fine. That's fine, my brother. Don't sit here and tell your global culture has benefited everybody, and other people's culture hasn't benefited you. That's wrong, bro. It's wrong.
I'm here to speak, bro. I could go into detail of what we've done.
Please do. No, please do. Let the weaks and the people who want to learn nothing listen from you. Go ahead.
Before I do that,
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead. Talk about how your culture has empowered the entire world, and we're still where we at now. Go ahead and do it, please. I would like to hear it.
I have a question. Before I do that, you said something along the lines that, now I'm asking you again, are you saying that it's disingenuous to say that Black Americans don't have a culture of helping other people globally? We wasn't on that.
Did I say we don't have a culture? You want to put words in my mouth?
No,
Again, if you always have to be in a position of attacking other people's opinions, and that's the only way that other people can listen to you, because you have nothing to stand on. But always you want to attack other people's opinions. I never said.
You want specifics? You want specifics? We didn't help out with We didn't help out with South Africa and the apartheid. We didn't help out with
every other African country. You were not by yourself. You were not by yourself. Like I said again. When you were fighting, listen. When you were fighting in America, right? African people were fighting also to help South Africa. We were all together. Understood?
Let me say this, because I'm the one who made the comment that we have supported you, but you all haven't supported us. I'm not anti-African, okay? Because I mean, there's many Nigerians and people that I align myself with, but what I've known from experience, when I talk to a lot of the Africans that do come to America, they do tell me, the reason that we do not associate ourselves with foundational Black American people is because when we come here, the number one thing that they do when they brief us, when we're trying to get our green card, is to stay away from them people over there, because if you do associate yourselves with them foundational Black American neighborhoods and start getting aligned with what they're trying to do, that will risk yourselves being deported. So
these are anecdotals. You see, I'm not here to debate.
It's not an anecdotal. That's the truth. Because that's what you see. You see the Somali. Let me finish, and then I'll let you go because you talked. You do see the Somalians, you do see the Ghanaians, you do see the Nigerians. They all usually will hang to themselves. When we come in, we smile, we try to support them, but they will not let us in.
Let you in where?
Even though we have
Let
fought
you
to
in
allow
where?
them to come here.
Let you in
Where
where?
are you talking about? They don't let us in. What do you
Let
mean?
you in where?
And,
In the
and
restaurant, in the barber shop, where? They don't let you in where? The law doesn't allow that here in America. So I'm somebody who's from Somali.
In Ghana, they are actually giving out like now maybe Traore stopped that because they did not have the infrastructure to let a lot of people in. And then the people that did pay, when that lady, I forget her name is, she did, and then those people that paid for that early, they got their citizenship. However, Ghana and I think another country are still allowing people to come up in there, especially even Kenya. People are going over to Africa all the time, so I don't understand why we think that they're just
You
closed
see,
off and not allowing black people into their country and whatever we do.
these are grown men.
Hey,
These are grown
can I
men,
say
and I have
something?
to take these are
Can I say
grown men.
something?
These are grown men, right, ma'am? And I have to take. I'm busy right now, but I'm trying to help the people who are under me, not these folks. Some of these folks on your panel. I'm sorry. I don't have
Can I
much
answer
time
a
for them
question?
because the mindset, right? The mindset they already have coming to this debate are even not genuine. They don't want to unite. They don't want to connect. They want to have the status quo. And I understand that through their conversation, I can hear it, ma'am. But but that's fine. I'm doing this right for the people under me, not these guys, because if a Somali get here
which
in
you're,
America,
and,
right?
and,
No,
you're,
no,
and
no,
that's
no, no, hold
and
on.
you're
You
proving
say
my
you're gonna
point
let me speak.
exactly.
You say you're
No, I
gonna let
just
me
wanted to
speak.
say
You say you're
because
gonna let me
what
speak.
you just said. No, I just wanted to say this, and you're
And
proving
you
my
cutting me
point.
off. You cutting me
No,
off. It's
no,
not
I
the
just
time.
wanted to say you're proving my
Hold on,
point
hold on.
exactly. And
If Africans or Caribbean come on here, open a restaurant,
Mhm.
prevent you black American to come inside their restaurant. Actually, there are laws for that. You can't do that. So you're gonna sit here and lie to the people that they open their place, they don't want black American there. It's not
I
true,
didn't say.
bro.
See, no. What I
Okay,
said was allowing people to come in, meaning okay, just like what you just said. Yeah, you'll take our money, but if I said, hey, let me collab with you. Let's branch out. Let's open up a business together. That's when you start seeing the people
bro.
say, no, I don't want to do that.
America,
This is a
America,
family business.
America is too big. There is enough space. If a Somali who is not a business minded guy and doesn't value your business, doesn't value your money and time, bro, you were born here. Your people are born here. You don't need that Somali to branch out. You can open your own and be about your business and stop worrying about what a Somali can do for you. Ask yourself if you can do that for yourself.
And that's
That's the
the
whole
difference
point.
Me,
between
We're
black
not worried
folks
I'm
about
not
what
from
you
East
guys
and
are
Africa,
doing.
right?
Africans, because
The
an
Hold
African
businesses
on.
will
person will
fall
say,
without
hey,
them.
yeah, let's collab together.
Hold on,
Let's,
guys.
hold
No,
on.
Okay.
Let me
listen,
show you my secrets.
listen,
I'll
guys.
Okay.
hand you the plug
Listen.
freely.
Oh my
I'll hand
God.
you the plug
Hold
freely
on,
and let you
guys.
do what
Hold
you
on.
want to do.
But
Go
hold
ahead.
on. I believe that mindset is a purely African mindset. That when you go over to Africa, people have their own businesses all over the place. See, they're not like in America where you have jobs and this, that, the other. People in Africa, if you don't get it out the mud, you gotta everybody got their own little businesses around, whatever. If you don't do that, you might get like a few jobs here and there, but for the most part, everybody is a business owner. That's why when they come over
You're
here,
just feeding into the model minority myth, man.
I'm not feeding it. It's
Statistically,
people
you're
I know.
wrong.
Hold on. It's
Go to
people I know.
Nigeria, half the people are
It's
living in
people,
poverty. Like,
but
you're
no, but
wrong.
they have, but
That's
listen,
not the
they
culture.
are when listen, they don't have jobs, they have their own business. That whatever they're gonna do, they have to do it out their own. There's no jobs and all this other stuff. Maybe when the Chinese man come over there,
That's
if
every
he has
country.
some opportunity, they might can go and work in whatever the field or whatever. But for the most part, it's people selling fruit or doing stuff like this. And the reason why I know this is because I know people that live over there. You can't go over to Africa and get a job. That's not even set up like that. So
So
That's
let
because
me
their economy is not developed enough. They don't have the
But
demand for those type of
okay.
jobs.
So people say, well, why can't Africa do the same thing that we do for us as we do
It's
here?
because
Well,
their economies are not developed.
that's what I just said.
you expect them to do something that they're not even set up to do and they're coming over here to get something more than what their own country offers. It sounds to me that's where Pan-Africanism comes into play, is because we say, listen, we need to work together, because what's going to happen
Work
is
together to
that
do
every
what?
other Every other country is going over to Africa, developing it. Where we
Yeah, and you think
have
40 million Black Americans is going to be able to compete with China, India, Indonesia, other African countries? Like, what are we talking
listen,
about?
Black
The
Americans
only
have
power
the,
we have
the
is
network
political
of
power.
the entire country. The Black American dollar has some of the largest network in the whole
Right, it does, but at the same time,
So why
we're 40 million people.
On
We
top
can
of
make
that,
a
and
lot
on
more money
top of
doing
that,
a lot of
we
things.
on
can't go
top of that, instead of leading the Somali, you want the Somali to lead you.
No, I
So
don't care what the Somali do. The
how
Somali can do
embarrassing
whatever
is
he
that,
wants.
though? The
Do
way
I
the
need
sisters speak,
my brother
right?
to
The
advocate
way
for
the
his
sisters speak,
political
right?
whatever in this country?
No,
No, I
oh
don't.
no. The way the sisters speak, right? I'm under the impression she knows about exactly how Africans, how Africans
Yeah,
work
and
on
I
the
studied
continent, right?
economics,
No,
and
no,
I
no.
know how African
Hold on.
economies
Listen,
work.
listen. If you were in my country or you were in somebody else's country, I mean, the idea of the locals coming to you to branch out, to read, to connect. I don't think it's going to be minimal on the continent, right?
How
They're
are
going
you
to look at
branching
you
out
like
in
a newcomer.
connection when the investment came
That,
from Europe and the majority of people who come to America were people that Europeans invested in, like the Rothschilds, the Hiltons, the people he
That's
was talking
fine.
about
That's
earlier?
fine. That's
They
fine.
all
I
created
can
those
sit here.
classes, those business
Right.
classes that you have,
I can sit here and tell you
right?
I know a
So
lot of
there are business
businesses,
classes
right?
created by the white man with a white man's
Right, I get
ideology,
it.
and you
I
come
know a
over
lot
here
of
with that.
business that Africans have created here, and they have a lot of collaboration with the
I'm
native
talking
of these
about
lands.
industry. I'm not talking
Right.
about
Oh,
selling
that's fine.
vegetables, bro.
No, I'm talking about the other guy that was crying.
Listen, hold
That
on. Let me just say this, okay? Let me reset the room because this is getting ridiculous. Why are we pretending that Africa is equal to America? Why are we pretending that the people in Africa have the equal amount of spending power money that Americans have? And then we want to say to them, well, why, when we go over to Africa, why can't you guys do the same thing as America does for us when we go over to Africa? Because, have you been to go to Africa first and then tell me why? And I have plenty of people that are in Africa that can tell you exactly why. Because they're not in a predicament to do the same thing. The structure of the country, there's so many things going on in their countries that they're not capable of being able to offer us the same amount of grace and
Ma'am,
things.
Ma'am, can I say something?
Hold on. No, I'm not done.
All right, after you're done, can I respond to your
Okay, you
speech?
listen, you don't have to say that, because once I get done, I do it in order. So if you I saw that you hit your mute button. I know that you want to talk next. I know that there a new person came up, a warden. I think that black cleaner wants to. I can see when people hit their mute button, I know they want to speak. So I don't need you to do that. I know that you want to speak. So you're next. So I would just say this is that we cannot expect a country, a third world country, right? We don't even ask the same thing of Mexico. We don't say, we don't go down to Mexico and say, why am I not getting treated like it's in America? Why we don't ask Mexico right next to our border, where we can just go over that bitch, go to Tijuana and all that stuff. We don't even ask them to do the same thing as we do to Africa. We don't go to Jamaica and expect them to do the same thing as we're expecting Africans to do. Africans still colonialized in certain areas. They're just not getting freedom and trying to suss everything out. They don't have the infrastructure we have here. There's some places in Africa that don't even have electricity 100% of the time. So for us to go over to Africa and expect the same treatment and the same opportunities as America is ridiculous. We would have to go over there and be offering something to help them out, because they're not in any predicament. They need help. We would be coming over there and offering something to their culture, and not culture, but their economic situation versus them coming over here as a broke person, probably with maybe $10,000 or maybe even less.
That's
When they
not
come
even
over,
not how most of them come over here.
honey, honey, there's people
They're
come over here
economic
with less.
migrants. Most of them come over here with way more money in the bank than
Honey,
you think.
I live in Dallas, Texas. I don't know where you're at, But here, when I meet a lot of Africans, they're coming over here bare bones and they're living with their family
It
and
depends on the ethnic group.
they're struggling. So no, I'm talking about
You got
like
to
the
go on the Bureau of Labor
Nigerians.
Statistics website.
I'm talking about the Nigerians that come over here. They might be a nurse, but they have to like work their way into sometimes even getting lesser pay before they get to the point where they can like. Now, there's some people that come from the university over as a nurse and they get to like go and get their degree and whatever, or take whatever classes or whatever, and then be able to nurse immediately. But for the most part, I know for a fact that people are coming over here at a deficit. They're not coming over here rich as F. Like I would say, there's more Asians that are coming over here that are more well off than Africans. So I don't know why we're over here pretending like Africa is just like loaded and they're just coming over here with all this money.
No,
You have
I'm not
we have
pretending.
Arab
There's not
people
that many
coming over
Africans
here,
coming.
and listen, I'm gonna tell you who does come over here does that. The Arabs open up a whole gas station and pass that shit down in the family. I saw a gas station just change hands in the family. Sorry guys, I'm sick. So what they'll do is that right when the tax season comes, they will change the actual name of the owner, change ownership, so they don't have to pay taxes. So we're over here talking about Africans over here, so-called tethering, but then we buying gas from all the Arab gas stations. We're going to the Arab liquor stores that are just passing it down, hiring crackheads, drugs and stuff in our community. But I don't see any Africans opening up liquor stores in the black community the way the Arabs do and all these other cultures do. But you want to get mad. Now they might like be braiding hair and beating people up or whatever. That's another thing. We need to like deal with that. That's bullshit. But when it comes down to selling alcohol and drugs in our community, that's not the Africans doing that bull stuff. So the real people we need to be having an issue with is not even the so-called African tethers, the Caribbean tethers, because the Caribbeans I know have Jamaican restaurants and they're actually serving good food that actually is healthy. I see Africans, they have Nigerian restaurants. I see them as nurses. I don't see them opening up liquor stores in our community. But we want to like talk about the tether. That's the tether, the one that comes in our community and opens up a fucking liquor store. That's the tether you need to be worried about because they're tethering more than anybody. So I'm just saying is that we want to like be mad about Africans, but what about all these Arabs? And I'm done. That's all I had to say. All right, so we have some more people up in here that just came. I just had to like make that statement because I think that people are over here tripping and only on Africans.
Can I
And
respond to it?
that bullshit. That's bullshit, bro. Go ahead. Go ahead and respond.
All right. So my main problem with your statement is that it's not logical. Like you're talking in absolutes as if Africans and us are the only people that we're working with. And like, for example, you brought up the whole Arab thing as if Black Americans have never got online and said, like, we don't need to patron these businesses. And then
that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying is that they're the ones that have the stores in our community. Why are
and
we
we
even
do get
able to
online
open up
and
their stores? Because
yeah,
it's
and
been
we get
there for
online and we
years.
complain
They
about it. And there are Black Americans who do
getting
not
online.
go to those stores.
Man, but listen, you're talking about getting online and talking, but y'all people have more smoke for an African person than
No, we
the
don't have
Arab.
more smoke. It's just that that's where the media is showing. Like as Elon
Not the
showed earlier
media.
this week.
Man,
Like
are
if
you
I could finish my statement.
I'm sorry. Let me just be
No,
quiet.
no, I didn't, and I don't want to be disrespectful. I'm just saying, like, from the way you're talking, it's coming off as like not logical. You feel me? Because you're saying we need to be doing this, we need to be doing that with Africa, but we could be doing that with anybody. And those people, everybody should be competing. We shouldn't have no religious liberation, ideology, freedom, this specific place. That should be in our own people, just like it should be placed in their people. And then when we see that they are doing what they need to be doing, and they have markets that are stable enough for us to invest in, that are industry-based investments, not like going over there and buying land and creating like a
Can you
middle
buy land
market.
in Iraq? Can you buy land in Dubai? But
No, you can, but why do you need like
here.
buy land
No,
over
I'm
here? Buy
saying it
land
now.
in America.
No,
Bury your people on the
this is
land
the problem.
here so that you can
This is
keep
the
it in
problem, is
generations.
that these people can set up shop in black neighborhoods, sell alcohol to our people, allow drug
Yes,
dealers
they can.
to be in front of their gas station, selling drugs, smoking
think
weed.
some of our
You
people
can't
are
even go to
obsessed.
the damn store without smelling weed and drugs and all this stuff. All these pass-ons going on, and they're for it. They're down with it.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
right. So how do we fix that? How do we
However,
fix
we want
that?
to like get mad about the Africans that are coming over
No,
here.
no. This
And
is
you're saying
good.
that I'm wrong. There's something wrong with what I'm saying.
No. I'm saying it's deflected, but we can fix that problem too. We just cause a better business world and allow jobs to continue to come out of our neighborhoods, just like the whites do.
Wrong place.
I got a quick question.
Okay.
Why do you know all that, right? And these guys, right? They seems not to know about it. Why you see
I
that?
don't
That's
know
what I'm
about
trying
what.
to.
Nigga, I just said I knew.
What she's saying, right? What she's saying, and what you
I
guys are
lived in the
trying.
hood before. I lived in Detroit. Okay.
Right.
And let me tell you something. Detroit is right
Okay,
next to
my people
Dearborn.
from Detroit
And
too.
all them goddamn gas station, liquor stores, everything, every fucking block right next to a church. Right
They
across
over here in
from the
Ohio.
church is a damn liquor store. And so to me, I'm like, they way more worse than the African. At least the Africans come into here and be nurses, and they might whatever they do, Uber
Okay, so
drivers or cab
why is
drivers.
talking
But
about African
you
unity
can't
more
tell
important
me
than talking about
that
that?
you
So
what?
Why is talking about going over to Africa more important than talking about that? What you're talking about right now?
Because
Why is
whites,
talking about
Arabs,
going over to
Asians, and everybody
Africa
will
more
not help you.
important than talking about what's happening in the black community with other cultures? Because
Yeah, with
we
all
got
cultures, not just
listen.
Africans, but
When
all
I
cultures.
hear the FBA
That should be the
argument,
convo.
I don't hear y'all talking about that. I
yeah,
hear you
but
going against Caribbeans,
I,
Africans, and everything else. I don't hear
But
you
the
guys
reason why you hear that is because
Okay,
that's what's
can
making
I?
the numbers on social media.
I want to respond to that. I want to
I
respond to
don't
that.
hear. Hold on one second. I don't hear y'all come out the people that are tethering out the community, making the money in the community. Hell, these Chinese restaurants that've been around for 20 and 40 years selling
Yeah,
MS,
people talk about that too.
the black youth came after the Asians too, man.
dogs and cat, whatever the hell is in that shit. High blood pressure on 10 to our communities and call it moo sauce and this, that, the other. And we up there eating that stuff all day long and they don't even eat it. What about them? I don't see any African
So here's the problem.
Man,
Here's the problem. You
are
saying
you
you
saying
don't
that
see
the
that,
black
and the only thing that
youth
can
never
affect
addressed the
or
Asians?
do to these people, it's
I'm
political.
not done with my rant, you guys. I don't see any African restaurants in the black community selling monosodium glutamate filled food, high blood pressure. I don't see any black African people opening up liquor stores. I don't see any black African opening up weed dispensaries. I see them nurses doing regular stuff, but we want to call them tethers, but we don't want to address all the other BS in our community that's way more worse. And then we want to talk about Pan-Africanism. Oh, that's dead. But what about the fact that there is African countries saying, come back over here and we can give you land and this, that, the other. I am not with the division because there's way more worse people in our community doing worse things to us than the African. And we need to cut that bullshit out. And that's all I'm gonna say. And I'm gonna let everybody else go ahead and talk.
Okay. Number
Hey,
one,
I
the
never completely
delineation
agree.
movement is only less than 5 years old. And it started when we started going for tangibles. And
It
then
never
once
should
we
have
started
happened.
going for tangibles, that's when you had all of these other, as we said, tethers or coons coming in the conversation saying, are you all trying to go for tangibles? And we was trying to figure out, hey, who the heck is against trying to get tangibles for black people? And
Who
then
said
that's when we
that?
started noticing, okay, the people who are
our skin folk are not our kinfolk. They're not like us. And that's when we say, okay, well, we need to close ranks first, initially, and then fix what's going on amongst ourselves first. It's not that we're against Africans, that we're against Caribbeans or against anybody, but it's just going back to what Malcolm X was talking about when in the Nation of Islam. We got to be able to help each other first before we can help anybody else. But in order for us to be able to do that, we need to clean house and get all of the detractors out. And then once we're able to get all of the detractors out, then we can say, all right, let's start doing business and dealing with people. That's it. I mean, and I mean, I'm not against anybody. I deal with Africans in business all the time.
That makes perfect sense.
Any sense?
That's perfect.
When you say we, right? When you say we, sometimes it is kind of difficult for those who are not from your lineage, right, to understand what the we mean. So sometimes when you say we, so who are you referring to? Are you referring to Tariq Nasheed as the grifter? Who are you really referring to? Because you say it's 5 years in the making, right? 5 years in the making, and this movement seems to me as it is dead as it was like yesterday, right? So you haven't gotten anything for 5 years, right? What I'm showing is the group getting bigger, just on YouTube, throwing tantrum at Africans, being mad at anything they say, and the lack of focus within that group is what worries me. I agree. Whatever that you guys say that you want to delineate from, I guarantee you wouldn't have that conversation with Africans or Caribbean, and they would say you can't delineate. We would welcome that if that's what you want. But at the same time, you sit on here telling us that when you try to get tangible, Africans get mad. And I'm asking you, what kind of tangible Africans are preventing you, especially tangible, from achieving, from getting? And then the power, right? And we talk power. You say you're 45 or 40 to 45 millions, right? Last time I checked, the numbers of Africans here in America was like around 3 million. 3 millions to 45 millions. My brother, you're not going to sit here and tell me our group is strong.
You're overrepresented.
No. You're not going to sit here and tell me the 3 millions. Yeah, the 3 millions.
Real quick.
They are not overrepresented in anything, sir.
So you're not going to sit here and tell me that the Africans here, right? 3 millions of us are able to prevent the 45 mil. It's mind-boggling to me, bro. It is.
What the brother said, man.
Are you there, Zion? Zion?
It ain't just 3 million. It's y'all. It's the Caribbeans. It's the whites. It's the Latinos.
Still
It's
not
everybody.
keeping nobody
Stop
down.
making it
Y'all
about
can
you.
still do it tomorrow.
What the brother said? What the brother said about closing ranks is absolutely correct. Which is why in 2020 election, the grassroots, got Kamala Harris out the paint. It wasn't.
Hey, listen, I need someone to moderate this because I just gotta step away for a second. Who gonna take the moderation thing? I was trying to see if Zion would do it because I gotta just step away for a second.
It was the grassroots that got Kamala Harris out the paint. It wasn't nobody else. It was the grassroots. What the brother said was absolutely correct. We once believed in the fact that everybody, if you black, we all brothers, we all sisters, whatever. But when we started voting for people, not considering that their lineage doesn't come from our lineage, and they started sabotaging us within politics, okay, we had to take a second look. Like,
Give me two names. But
the thing is, y'all could have ran.
No,
and then
just give me two names. Just give me two names, bro.
The brother
Make it
asked a question.
specific. Make it specific.
The dude
Obama,
asked a question.
Kamala.
The dude asked a question. Kamala Harris, Barack
They never
Obama.
said anything about giving you
Kamala
anything.
Harris, Barack Obama.
Okay.
Barack Obama, Barack Obama was the first, right? Black president, right? At least whether he delivered the goodies or not, right?
Okay.
So what did you have before him? Who was able to make it before Obama?
No, see, we can't do this.
No, we can't.
He was the president, but they didn't fight for nothing. You
Absolutely.
voted and you didn't fight for jack.
Absolutely.
So who benefited? Are you going to sit here and tell me the Caribbean benefited from Obama being president or the African benefited? So if we did not benefit, that means no one benefited, right?
They got to be able to immigrate over here. The vast majority of
Can I
African
go?
immigration
Go to
happened
Jamaica?
from
Can I go to
2000 to
Jamaica?
now.
Because
Can I
Africans
go
were
to
able to
Jamaica?
come
Obama
over
was
here is
born
why
here.
they're upset.
Obama was born here. Obama is more American. Listen, Obama is more American than African, right? You know that, right?
He's from Kenya.
Are you
And he's born
so are you
from a
listening,
white
right? Obama is more American than African. If you
Obama is
look
not
at it,
foundational black
Obama's an American, man.
Period.
he's an American. He was born here.
Being
doesn't
born here
matter.
is different
He's
from
okay.
being from a
His
black
mother
American
is
lineage.
white American.
You could be
His
Chinese
father is
and be born
African,
here. Does that mean
but
you're for
never
black
met him. He
Americans?
lived
Come
here.
on.
He was born here and lived here.
He's not a
Obama
foundational
doesn't
black
represent Africa. He represents America.
His name,
Exactly. He
he's not
represents
us.
his American
His name
identity,
is
which
not
is
us.
white.
He's not me either. Is Obama me?
Right. Obama is not me though. He did not represent Africans. He represented America. Whether you benefited from
He's
him
not
or
me
you did
either,
not
and that's the
benefit from
problem.
him,
Y'all come
so
over
you
here
don't
and say
don't throw Obama on us, man.
Black Americans didn't fight.
Don't throw Obamas on Africans.
Obama's father is
Your
from Kenya. What does
representation isn't us.
what does
Obama
Burkina
was
Faso
brought on by the
Kenya
white
have?
Democratic Party.
Obama didn't promise you anything. So he didn't have to give you anything unless you fought for it.
So are you tying Obama to St. James? St. James is from Burkina
Stop
Faso.
bringing up his name
Obama is from
because he
Kenya.
didn't give you anything.
Hold on. Let me push back on that. Because what you said was a flat out lie. Dr. Claude Anderson directly contacted Obama talking about our reparations. Who did he give
Dr.
reparations
Claude
to
Anderson
on his second
millions
term?
of black people?
Who did he give reparations to on his second term?
What our business?
Not you, because you ain't fighting.
All right, that's
What
what
the
I'm
hell are
talking
you
about.
talking about, man?
Right.
This is
So
what I'm
now
talking
we
about.
are
Y'all just want
fighting
to
it,
pull
and
stuff
you're
out
saying
y'all
that we shouldn't
behind.
do
So
anything.
he didn't give none to the Jewish people? He didn't give
They
none to the
already
Jewish
got
people on the
something
second
from
term?
the Germans. What are you talking about?
Oh, you don't know your history, do you? You don't even
know your history.
Why is you on this panel, bro? Y'all could Google it. He gave payments to
Did
Jews
he
on his
give it
second
or did he
term.
distribute it?
What you mean did he distribute it? It doesn't matter.
Did he
He had
give it or
something to
did
do
he
with it. What are
distribute
you
it? I'm about to
talking
see how
about? Tomato,
smart you
tomato.
truly
It
are.
don't matter.
So what's the point you guys are
What does
making?
that
What's the
have to
point?
do with
What's the
us?
point?
Because he just
The
want to
point is
bring
we
up
can't
stuff.
believe in
What does that have to do with
African
us?
activism in America, so we're not going to
Okay.
support it. That's the
So,
only
but,
So
point.
what's the
Everything
so
y'all
then the
talking about
Africans
is
can't
about
agree to do
emotion,
that?
and the only consequences of it is our lack of political advocacy.
Okay, I
So
got a
we're
question. Is
not
that
doing
really
anything to y'all. Y'all not doing nothing to us. We're going to worry about ourselves, and we're not going to advocate for bullshit that ain't got shit to do with us.
okay?
And that's
That's
basically the
beautiful.
point.
So why the
So
question I
you
have
can't be
is why
mad
you
for us to
lumping?
say like
Hold
we're
on,
not
calm
going to
down. No
support
one
you.
is mad at you. I don't see. Do you guys? I think you're looking for attention. If anybody
No,
want
it ain't got nothing to do with
okay,
attention.
okay, hold
We're
on.
the
Let me
ones
say this. Let me
crying
say this.
because
But
we
let me
don't
say
care
this.
about what's going on with you.
You allow me to talk though.
To the
You
African dude.
you said the Africans.
Hey, I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna get off the panel. Can anybody come to your country and talk to the natives how you talking to us? Can anybody do that?
What do you mean?
Is that considered respectful? Telling the natives
Talking
what
to
their
you how?
language is and what they need to do? Is that considered respectful?
Talking to you what you need to do. We have a
If I
conversation. I'm
go
not telling
to
you what
your
I'm
country,
not telling
if
you
I
what you need
go
to
to
do.
your
No, you
country,
You the
telling
one
us
telling me
who
what you
you
want
are.
to
You
do.
trying
you
to
know what I'm
define our
asking? If
character.
I
You
go
don't know
to your
nothing about
country,
our character.
if I go to your country and
Mm-hmm.
talk about y'all political social status and telling you guys what y'all need to do, would that be considered disrespectful?
Do you know we are American citizens? Do you know that?
If first of
We
all,
are taxpayers in America.
Y'all like to deflect. Y'all
No,
like
no,
to
no. I'm
deflect.
asking you. You know we are taxpayer here in America.
Answer my
Yeah, and you can
question.
also get deported this
Answer
way.
my question.
That's fine. That's fine.
Answer
Doesn't
my
matter.
do
But
you want
do
me to
you
answer
know
your
that?
question?
Answer my
Do you,
question.
do you want me to answer your question? You can
Answer
go
my
anywhere in the
question.
world and express yourself.
Okay, but does
You can listen. You can go to. I'm from
All right,
Nigeria. You
we
can go
got
to.
it. I
Hold
got
on.
it.
Listen. Let
I
me
got
answer
it.
your question.
I
If you
got
go to Nigeria and you see Boko Haram killing people, and you say, "Hey, you Boko Haram need to stop killing people," I'm not going to find it disrespectful. You're saying something right.
okay? Well, can we talk
I'm not
about how
going to tell you why you
Nigerian
coming over here
immigration
talking,
into
telling us what
England,
we need to do.
how they don't like you guys coming over there? Like,
If you say
I mean,
something
you're acting
right,
like we're
why
the
would
only
I
ones
get mad
calling
at
shit
you?
out.
Yo, and this is why the friction happens. People want to act like FBAs be bullying everybody. No, these these people, these tethers, and I mean that shit. These tethers, they come over here with smoke. They come over here acting disingenuous. They throw little shots here and there, and when we
So
respond,
you
they
got
want to
mad at
play
their own
different.
shops.
They want to play
You're mad at
different.
somebody
And
own
that's
shops.
what it is. Y'all Pan
So you're
African,
jealous.
y'all
You're
be
jealous of
protecting
somebody that
them,
owns
y'all be
shops. Is that what
fighting
it
them.
is?
We ain't
Y'all be
jealous of
protecting
nobody
and
Yeah,
owning
that's
fighting them.
shop.
And y'all
what else
act
would
like
it
you
be
don't
if
know
you're
why
mad at somebody owning a
like some
shop?
of us used to be Pan
No,
African.
we're
Like, you
not.
Is
guys
there a
know.
crime to own a business?
That's the thing. You can't
How can you
define
be
who should be
upset at
mad at.
somebody
You
own a
got to ask
business?
us
That's
who we mad at.
jealousy.
If you're just
The
gonna
only
be
reason you can
ignorant,
be
then just
upset
be
that
ignorant,
somebody own a business
and
when
we're
you're
gonna
jealous
call it
of that
out.
person. How can you
I
say
think all
somebody
this
come here to
thing is
own
Black
shops? What are they
America's
supposed to
causing
do? Not own
jealousy.
shops? It's,
I'm tired
it's
of
Nobody
it.
ain't worried about your shops. Y'all don't have that
Why
many
is he
shops.
talking about it then?
I'm over it.
Y'all brought the shops up.
He's the one that brought it up, not me. You say, oh, y'all
No,
coming over
so
here
this
owning
is the
shops. Why
conversation.
should
You
they
want to
not
know
own
the root
shops?
problem?
Do
The
they
root
have right
problem
to be
is
here?
we don't want to support y'all politically no more
Okay, fine. Don't
unless
do
we
it. Why
get
do you have to
something.
come cry about it?
No, we're not crying about it. We're just
That's
letting
what
you
you're
know what it
doing.
is. So when you
Listen, if
guys
you don't
come
want
up
to support
with
me,
these
don't do
videos,
it. You
why
don't need
don't
to
you
go tell
help
me
us? Why
about it.
don't you be out in the street for us? That expect the same. You know what I mean,
Yeah.
expect what we doing. Nothing. We ain't gonna do nothing.
I just want to
And
say
y'all can
this.
stay mad
I
at
think you
it.
guys just
Y'all
like to
can have
cry,
y'all
man.
little
That's what.
bot farms over in
Vince, I'll
Accra,
say
Ghana.
this. Between the
Yeah.
FBA and
Like,
the
what are we
Pan
talking
African
about?
side,
Like, are you not
I've
gonna
seen
acknowledge the
You
wars.
fact
say you
that
want to
the
deal with me,
government
then
is
let me
stupid?
finish.
Like a bunch of y'all over there
Fuck us,
making
the
these
Cowboys.
anti-FBA accounts.
I'm about to hit the mute on people. Listen, if you hear someone else talking, let them talk, and then let's not like talk over each other. Okay? I think we're all adults here. So who was talking and who's next?
That was me. I just
Okay.
wanted to say,
I'm kind of like I
Warden.
step off and I tried to get someone to like control things, but nobody would take the reins.
Nope. Eric,
Go ahead.
all right. One thing I wanted to show was between the FBA and the Pan Africanist side. I know that Pan Africanists just got done building a dam in Ethiopia that we all put money to get built. FBA, I know, like, because I'm Black American, literally, and I'm just tired of all the nonsense, really. Like, stop talking about it and do something. If you're going to do something, you want to build something, just build it. Stop complaining, because Tariq has been building stuff and he's been telling y'all that he has no plans to fight for reparations or anything. And it's literally documented and it's recorded. So at this point, y'all can fight for yourselves because it seems like nobody else is fighting. So I want to understand what the FBA people really have going on in their heads.
So the understanding is we're not going to be politically active for groups that don't give us any tangibles. That's ultimately what the thing is. Everyone else is making it into an emotional political campaign thing, but ultimately what it is we're just advocating for ourselves. If we were to say that
individually,
no, we're advocating for ourselves as a group. So that means we're not participating in a political system that's not going to support any type of agenda that enriches or enlightens the Black community. Because when they do agendas that are just like diversity based, Black Americans do not benefit. When it came to affirmative action, the numbers came out, I think, like 6 months ago. It showed like of the affirmative action candidates, 2% of them were Black American. They had another group that had a higher percentage than the Black Americans. So like we have all these programs that are symbolically supposed to be helping the descendants of slaves that never go to the descendants of slaves because we're not actually advocating for ourselves. We're advocating for everyone else. So at the end of the day,
that
Black
sounds like
American support everyone.
I've never heard of that before. I've never heard of us
Do you know
advocating
how
for
much
somebody else and we
property
never
Black
got something
Americans
before.
own and have owned in America since like the
Okay,
18th?
what does property what is your point? The property that they
Like,
own, what
we're
about?
saying we're not advocating for ourselves. We like own. We have ownership in this land. So why would we like
So
we
if
are?
you buy a house, you're saying that's an avocation?
No, what I'm saying is that if we actually have ownership in the actual land,
Which
I mean,
we
we're
do,
paying
yes.
taxes on the land, aren't we?
Right.
So isn't that our money that's going into the government programs? So is that
Yes,
like
our money, our
like,
money does go into the government program.
doesn't
So
our
for
money go into the school system and all this
it
stuff?
does.
Don't we
It
pay
does.
taxes? So is
We
not
do.
those things
So we
like
need tangibles.
tangibles as far as what? What do you mean?
They want, you
Like
want
the
somebody to
economic
come hold his
incentive
hand and
programs,
build
the
everything for
same
him.
programs that they set up for immigrants so that they can come over here, be rent free for like 2 years, not have to
Yeah,
pay
rent
any
free.
taxes for 5, like same type of programs. Like we're
Really?
we're in
Where are you getting
poverty.
all this information
The
from?
only group like this whole like they're moving up shit is not true.
For 2
The
years.
people who move up are the people who've always been successful.
You know what I think your problem is. You have this.
Now the only thing I would say that the ones that are getting rent free for like years is not the Africans, it's the
Yeah,
Arabs
you're right.
and the Asians. So that's what I'm
Mhm.
saying. We're back to square one when I first started telling you that these
Right,
people
but the
coming to
Africans,
America. No,
right?
stop it. The ones coming over from Africa are usually either students or they had to like build up their
Or
money
family
and
brother.
mud. They're not coming over here with a whole shitload of dollars. Now, recently they had that money that they sent to other countries, but look at the countries they were going through
Yeah,
hell.
and that's understandable. I understand that, and I expect them to do that
But
because
don't we have a welfare system that is actually helping out people that they had to cut off the whole food stamp program and the whole
yeah.
Section 8? Are we pretending like Section 8 and welfare is not existing?
I mean, no, we're not. But at the same time, there's a
People
lot
like
of
they're on
people who
welfare
need
for like
to
tens of
shape
millions.
up. They need to
This is what
adapt.
I'll say, man. My friend, man. I think your problem is you just have to change the way you think, man. Your mentality
About
is what
what?
you need to change. The way you think, you believe that
About
success is.
what? Be
Let me explain
specific.
it. Hold on, I'm explaining it. You believe
No,
that
no explaining. Be
success.
specific about what.
Okay, I'm being specific.
Why are we pretending like
You
we don't
believe
have a program for
you believe that success is something someone have to hand to somebody.
No, I don't.
You
That's
think
why I'm
these
saying
other
we
people
shouldn't
that are
advocate for
doing well, you
programs
think
to bring other
somebody
people
gave it to
over.
them.
Let me just
Success
say
is
this.
something you have to work for.
Right?
Every African that came here have to work for their success.
Okay, they can continue
The sister
working.
just
Just
mentioned
don't
to you,
expect us
somebody
to
became a
advocate for you to
nurse.
come over here.
Somebody
I don't
became a
understand
nurse.
why that's
Do
an
you think
issue.
they handed their nurse certificate to that person? The person had to go to school to acquire, he had to work hard to acquire that
Yes,
nursing
everyone
degree.
does.
And then you
Everyone
can
does.
see and say, oh, he's a nurse, they gave it to him. Come
Not
Everyone
on,
does.
everybody.
what are
Bro,
you
and like
talking? You
all
say it's
y'all ain't
tangible.
only like what do
No,
you do?
Or
What do
they
you
give
do? What
them
do you do for a
tangible.
living? What do you
Stop.
do?
Who just every fucking 5 seconds you have to like say something? I don't like that. I'm saying is that why do we pretend like okay, if we are FBA, that means we're foundational Black Americans. Americans being the key word, that means that all of the like programs that are set up for Americans are also set up for Black Americans. That means Section 8. That means government housing. That means all the little programs and everything they got. Now they when the government shut down, food stamps got shut down. But are we pretending like we are not benefiting off of the programs that, especially people that are less fortunate, are
But
benefiting off like the shelters and all the different like
but you
government
also got to keep in mind there's a priority system as well.
What about the food banks? Okay, there's
So they're
food banks.
prioritizing the Africans, right?
Every state has a food bank. That means that on top of if you own a church, you can like apply as a nonprofit, become a food bank, and get food from the food bank, and then disperse it in your community. Why are we pretending like this does not exist in our country?
We're not pretending, and that's a
How
good
dumb.
program for us. But
Right,
like,
right, but
okay, so
And
but
who's the
advocating
gatekeepers
for
of the
other groups
program?
isn't. So
what?
I
What
mean,
exactly
I
is the
said,
issue
who's
you
the
guys have with the
gatekeepers of these
Africans?
nonprofit organizations? I mean, they have gatekeepers in these areas for a reason to be able to select who they want to let through and who they don't want to let through.
Also, they're
I mean,
denying you welfare. Is that what you're saying?
I think FBA died when it
no,
was created.
they're denying us welfare
Really?
by saying, okay, this immigrant is more important than
Or
you
they're giving the immigrants welfare, they're
he
denying
came
you
from a
welfare.
country
No,
that has nothing.
that's
So
not what
we're going to give him
Where you
first
get this
treatment.
information from? Are you just pulling information out of your?
I don't
No,
think
No.
that's what's happening. I
This is
think
from
what's happening
experience.
is immigrants have more educational
Experience.
Well, I
resources.
can't relate to all this
if you
welfare crap
go
because I'd
there
rather
and
work, man.
you
I work for
are
my shit.
struggling and you can show that you're not making any money and you can show what your situation is, they will give you food stamps. Now you might, and based on if you have children in the household, what are we talking about? Why are we pretending like these programs don't exist?
Okay,
There are food
so I
stamp
don't
programs,
understand your
there's
point.
housing programs, there's all kind of programs. There is an actual homeless program that if you stay at the shelter for like 4 months, then they'll put you in a house for a year. I know a domestic violence program, and the reason why I know that is because plenty of people have come to me trying to escape their person that was abusing them, and they came to my house for like a week, and then found the program. They had to go to the police department, and then the police come and take them to a domestic violence shelter and then they stay there for like about 6 months. And after the 6 months, they get a house for like a year. Then after that, they help them to get like a car, food, put their kids in school. They can like come from another state and come to Texas and be fleeing like what are we talking? There is programs. Why are we pretending like
We understand that there's programs,
But
but
I
we're
think your
talking
point
about
is
who
a
takes
deflection.
precedent in
Of
these
course, we know there's
programs.
There's no
programs, but
precedent.
you guys
And
talking
Black
about not
Americans
advocating
are
for
on the
immigrants.
bottom rung of
That's the whole point
the
of FBA.
precedent.
That's not true.
That's not true. You guys are on the tight front line, man. Come on.
There's no
I don't know. I
You
don't know
know who takes
Nigerians that are going for programs, man. Nigerians come here and they go to work. They work for their
if you
stuff,
have
man.
more than a certain amount of kids.
Nigerians are definitely on programs. Go to
Nigerians don't get
ChatGPT.
on
There's a
programs. You
list of
know,
them.
in the Nigerian community, we're gonna laugh at you if you get on some dumb program, man. Nigerians,
The
they don't.
Nigerian middle class was built off of programs
We
created by
don't get on some. We don't go to another country with getting on programs.
You don't. Those programs.
I live in Atlanta. The Nigerians are on a program. They have them in the apartments in the sanctuary cities. They have them
Nah.
bust out to the Purdue factories to go to work. But in order for them to get housing and all of these other stuff, they are on programs.
Let me can
Here
I
in
respond to
Atlanta.
that?
Yeah, that's a lie. That's a bloody
Respond to
lie.
it? Can I respectfully respond to it? The Africans that you might see on these kind of program, these are the asylum seekers. They are
Maybe from
entitled.
Sudan or something. Maybe it's taking
Sudan,
Sudanese to
That's
those,
not
Nigeria.
yeah,
You
true.
know
That's
the
not
those
difference.
who,
true. The vast
let me
majority of our
finish.
immigration is in
They
Those,
call
asylum.
everybody
let me finish.
Nigerian.
Let me finish. Those who came here and apply for asylum,
Like you're better than them.
right? Those who apply for the asylum, that are America, they are entitled to a home to stay, and they are even entitled to get help from the government to find jobs so they can provide for themselves. You know why most Africans are not on this program? Because our immigration status, in order for us to get a legal status here in America, America prevent us from getting assistance. America want any immigrant to prove to them they are able to take care of themselves.
Exactly.
So for you to get the green card, they're gonna check to see, is this guy's getting food stamp? Is he getting assistance? Any sort of assistance? If he is getting one, he will be denied.
They
You
think a
understand?
white man would bring Africans there to go and get
Right.
it first time.
That's why we know you guys are lying. We know you guys are
We know they're
lying, and we
lying now,
laugh
exactly.
at you
Wait,
every day.
we're not
Hold on. You
lying.
just proved
Like I
our
literally
point.
just said, you guys don't come.
Hold on.
I
Hold on.
said,
You just proved our point for us. You just said asylum seekers. Okay, so
no,
if
not
I
all
go to
Africans are here for asylum. That's what I'm trying to tell you. If even in you,
Listen. I'm telling you, and I'm a person that actually have received government benefits, and I've been at the office. I have not seen near one African. Now I've seen plenty of Asians. I've seen plenty of Arab. I've seen plenty of Mexican. I ain't seen one African up in there trying to get government assistance. So when whoever's making that lie up is lying. That is not.
No one
hold
ever
on.
said that.
You just proved my point for me. So if I go into a program office to get food stamps or whatever, guess what? Everything that you just said is true. They're going to allow the Asian to go up in there first. They're going to allow the poor white person to go up in there. They're going to allow the Mexican to go up in there, and then they're going to allow the African who's seeking asylum to take precedence over me. And that's all I'm saying. I'm just saying that
But you
those
guys are
people
obsessed
that
with
you
victim
said
roles.
why did
have
you even come up
precedence
with the?
over me because of their circumstances.
Why
So
did you
this is
come
why
up with
this
the
is why
ranking though?
this is why your FBA is created to attack Africans, right? Because of this.
Yeah, for food stamp, Mike. For food
For
stamp.
food stamp. So this is what FBA war is about food stamp, right? It's a battle over food stamp.
That's ridiculous, man.
These
But
guys
my
are funny,
sister,
man.
next time bring
Well, that's a little bit disingenuous.
bring
We
some
just be
better.
picking fight with the Africans over food stamp. God
Food
damn.
stamp?
I ain't seen near African on no damn getting no food stamp at the food
No,
stamp.
Africans for the most part come over here as economic migrants, like I said earlier in the conversation. The ones who do come over as asylum seekers stay in the bottom classes. If you look at the Somali immigrants that are in Chicago who've been here since the 60s, they're still poor. So it's the
Then take the
asylum
issue with the
and the
Somalians.
African
You
that
don't
comes
take
over
issue
here
with.
as
just said
Listen, you
economic
have to understand
1.5
migrants
something.
are
billion to
completely different
Somalia.
groups of
The
people.
Somalian community is
We need
different
to
from the
separate
Kenyan
that out.
community, different from the Ethiopian
Somalia ain't that
community,
poor.
different from the Nigerian community. So if you have issue with the Somalian community, specifically address the Somalians.
So
Don't address
I
all
don't have an issue
Africans.
with Somalians. It's an
No,
anecdotal
if the
fact.
Somalians are doing
It's
certain
not the
things
fact that they're
that
Somalian. It's the fact
irritate
that
you,
they
hold
are
on,
refugees.
calm down. That's the deal. If the Somalians are doing certain things that irritate you, then address the Somalians. You don't address all Africans and Caribbean, join us all together and
No,
call
no
us all.
one's saying
I
all
mean,
Africans. I
that's what you
literally
guys
said
do.
just Somalis.
That's what FBA does.
You're saying
You
that
go after.
you're saying that the government
No, but you got to
is
listen to what I'm saying.
No,
I am a
stop.
member of FBA
Who's
as an
talking?
ethnic.
No, stop. You're saying that the government is prioritizing Hispanic, Asian, and all I said was that the only people I see in those offices are Asian, Arab, and Hispanic and Black women. You know, I'm not seeing no African women with their child doing that. I ain't seen, listen, in all my years, and I have been because I'm a contract worker, so I go up and down. Sometimes I'll be good. I can make 120,000 a year one moment. The next I can be down, like making nothing, and have to take food stamps.
Do you know what they do to the African? Any African that come here,
Let her finish.
they can't take care of themselves. They deport them.
Let her
That's what.
finish.
I'm talking, Mike, chill, okay? I'm telling you that me being a person that has worked and been on welfare had to go up and down in finances, that when I go there, I have never I am almost 50 years old. I've never seen one African woman, and I've been on welfare in Detroit. I've been on welfare in Dallas, DC. I have never seen one African woman in that Health and Human Service office, but I've seen Mexican, Hispanic, I've seen everything but African. So let's get that clear. So I don't know
Okay,
whether
that's your
it's
one
already,
observation.
whether they already got like some money. I don't know what's going on, but I've never seen that. So we can't say that there's some special government program that's making them be above Black people. Because if they are, I would see more of them in the office. I didn't see one. Welcome to the panel, Witch Doctor. Welcome.
What's up, Genesis? Shouts out to everybody in the building. I just want to say one quick thing, right? I'm actually an immigrant. I'm definitely not FBA. I know people. I don't know. I might be considered a tether. I don't give a fuck, right? What I want to say is, the people that y'all talking about that receive benefits, nobody's not getting no loans for like no business. That's like literally people who's destitute. They can't. You can't take the refugees or the people who seeking asylum can't take that money and open no business and shit. Like a lot of people try to discredit immigrants who come up here and work hard and say that it's some sort of handout. That shit is not no handout. If you go to where I'm from to open a business, you might see less hurdles than I see because you got American dollars. That shit just happens across the world. It's not nobody getting no. That shit is crazy. A lot of people come up here and their family work hard and struggle, and then people just want to say, oh, you just got some handout from the government. Like, what the fuck did people get from the government? Like, y'all just be listening to shit. Y'all don't even. I literally just did a quick research just before I come up here so I don't put my foot in my mouth. Just do some light research before you start singing crazy on the internet.
What did your research tell you?
I looked it up just now. I asked if immigrants receive welfare, right? And it says some might, but majority don't. The ones that receive welfare is like immigrants who become citizens. You know what I'm saying? But you still got to
Welfare
be.
is a most immigrants are H-1B1 visas. They come
Why
over
are
here
you
as economic
interrupting?
migrants.
He was
Yo,
not
why are
done
you talking
talking.
while people like, God damn, I know you
Who
got
just
some
did that?
sort of home
Now,
training, bro.
listen, if someone else interrupt while someone else is talking again, you're gonna get kicked out. Stop doing that. We're old enough to like let each other talk. Go ahead. What you saying, Witch Doctor?
Just so I don't be too long-winded, US citizens, let's say an immigrant become a citizen and you gotta work and pay taxes and stuff, you might be entitled to like welfare and unemployment, and because a lot of these stuff is stuff that most people that get unemployment and stuff like that, they had to work. Some of the unemployment they receive, they actually paid for it. So U.S. citizens, green card holders, right? And the thing I was talking about, the refugees will get like like short-term assistance. It's never no long-term assistance. Refugees get short-term assistance so they could get on their feet, but it's never no sort of bread to open up no business. Like that should be crazy when I hear people talking that shit. Like show me the money so I could go and get that shit and open up a business right now, because I'm saving my money to open my businesses and shit like that.
And you are from the Caribbean, correct?
Yeah, I'm from Georgetown, Guyana. Where I'm from is super pro-black because it's black people versus Indian. So when you come up here and people trying to like alienate you, like that's the weirdest thing. I never thought I would have seen black people doing no shit like that until I move here. Like where I'm from, we super pro-black because we wanted the main demographic, and it's always us versus the East Indians in politics and everything. So we always look at other black people as black people till like that should just be weird. It just be some weirdo
Isn't this
old
superior
ass
to you?
niggas that don't be studying shit.
Another country. That's that problem. They're superior to you. Once you come from another, you have an accent, they look down on you. And then when you start to do good, instead of them to approach you, they want you to come approach them because they're too good to approach you. They see the African guy that's doing business, doing successful, and they want the African to come approach them to come show them how to do it. Who's supposed to humble themselves to go approach who?
Can I say something? Just
If you want to learn from the
information-
African, go
this
approach the
information
African.
is crazy.
You can be sitting at this and be talking down, looking down on the African, and then think the African will walk up to you. What do you have to offer?
And I ain't gonna hold you. I ain't even African. I'm from South America / the Caribbean. But a lot of things, like a lot of the ways people paint like African people, a lot of people kind of be shamed to be African because of the stereotype. You know what I'm saying? No disrespect. It's like, there's the feed a kid for $1 type commercials. That's the shit. I'm telling you, black people globally don't control our image, and our image is being promoted to each other. And then it either causes us to be embarrassed to identify with each other or superior. It's just we don't control our image. Most of the shit that people is on is based on European people pushing black images. Even African people don't control their own image in Africa. Even Caribbean, a lot of people think in the Caribbean you could just have dreadlocks and smoke weed. Like if you got dreadlocks, it's hard for you to get a fucking job. Y'all just see shit on TV. Y'all don't know what the fuck be going on, bro. Y'all lost, bro. Real shit.
All right. I got a question to those people. You see, when okay, somebody just used the word projecting, right? Why, when you say African was successful here in America, like an immigrant in general, right? Why do you guys always say you got help? I just would like to know.
Because they don't think
You want me
Africans
to
are
tell you
smart
how?
enough.
I can tell you.
Right. Why? I mean, you guys say African projects, right?
The white man has been
But you
with
guys,
them.
right?
No, I'm saying he's
You guys are
projecting all these
the
negative
king. You guys
stereotypes.
are the
He gave a
king.
whole
Listen,
negative
let me
stereotype.
finish. You guys are the kings at it. I would like to check myself, not to project on others, right? But you got Africans here on this very platform telling you we got nothing.
Can I answer your
From
question?
let me finish. Don't rush. We got
Okay.
nothing from the U.S. government, right? Everything we got, we bust our behind for it. But you guys still here, not trying to take our own experience in. You guys always want to project onto us.
Hell
Like,
no. Let me
why?
get in here.
I don't
answer
see
your question?
I don't see a black American, right? I would like to hear your story, your success story. How did you get in there? I would like to hear it. I'm not going to
Yeah, let me
project.
get this one. Let me get
Right.
this one.
I'm not going to
They think
project.
we sleep on trees. We live on trees and we
Well,
feed
well, bro, but
brain.
you see
Let me get
when I
in here,
first
man.
when I sister, you remember when I first got on here, right? I said
There's a
there is one group,
straight
right?
language
There is
barrier.
one group that fought for everybody, and the other group just lied down. That's the takeaway that we get from this conversation. One group fought for everybody, and one group didn't even know what we fucking doing.
Yeah, he
That's
think
the
he cooking. He
conversation
smoke. He high as hell.
get.
Thinking he cooking.
Yeah, he
Yeah, let
said
me
he
get
was
in here.
cooking, but he ain't said nothing yet.
All
Yeah, let
right,
me get in
now
here.
I'm gonna get on you if you don't act right.
Who
You
is?
ain't gonna
I
get
would
on
like
shit,
to
boy.
answer your question.
let me get in here.
Okay, who wants to get in there?
Don't get it twisted, my boy.
No, it's L. I wanted to
Wait a
answer
minute.
the question about how Africans get help.
I think the host trying to say something. Yeah, go ahead, Genesis.
We need to reset the room. Thank you, Witch Doctor, because it's too much disrespect going on. We need to cut this up. I did not start this whole thing for each other to like start going in on each other. The whole reason why I started this is to really actually have a discord, right? So now I think Wayne Witt said, let me say something about this. Now, with all due respect, say what you got to say, but we're gonna have to like turn this into a respectful conversation. Because I'm not here to have a discussion where we're hurting and being rude and mean to. This is not other people's panel where we do this. I'm here to have a discord to discuss the situation and try to understand each other. And if we're just only going to be here to diss each other and talk bad about each other, then I'm gonna end the stream. So Wayne Wick, go ahead.
All right. Can y'all hear me?
Go ahead.
All right. So there's a couple of things. I'm going to take it back and I'm going to agree with you on the level of respect. It needs to come from both sides. This argument has been going on for years and it hasn't gained shit. Let's take this back, okay? Because there seems to be some disconnect with what success actually is in the eyes of an American and in the eyes of an African, okay? When we come to this, while we're here on this land, okay, we have experiences that date all the way back since before slavery, okay, right? Can we all acknowledge that?
Yeah.
Okay. The things that we experienced and we went through helped shape who we are in this land. The things that Africans went through helped shape who they are in their land. There are certain understandings that they have amongst their people that we won't ever get as Americans. There are things that we understand as Americans that you won't ever get as an African, and it's okay. We're different people, okay? But to sit here and try to compare one-to-one ratios on success, we're going backwards as a people, both of us, okay? We need to look at what we can accomplish together. If you guys want to go this whole, oh, you know, FBA shouldn't be separating from African, then propose a point. Why shouldn't we? Okay? Because it seems that you guys don't quite understand what we're saying. There seems to be a language barrier in how we're understanding our points. Instead of arguing, let's just take it back and try to understand each other instead of trying to put each other down. Yeah, you immigrants come here, you go to college, and then you gain some college level education, you get some success. But what else after that is that's not success. Success is bringing people along with you. Success is raising your children and teaching them how to be successful, bringing up them people who are your friends and who took care of you when you were down. That's success, not what I accomplished for other people and help other people accomplish. That is success. Come on now.
To be honest with you, most
contradicting yourself.
most people that come here from another place, they usually do stuff for their family. You know what I'm saying?
Hold on. Who was that just cussed at me? Let me holler at you, dog.
Man, are you trying to zero in on somebody being childish? Don't be childish with them. Whoever just did that shit, they are idiot, bro. You don't gotta bro.
No. Let me tell you something. I'm from Cali, boy.
Listen, let me tell you. Okay, go ahead.
Look, I'm not the one that cuss you, and I don't give a fuck where you from, bro. There's pussy and there's tough niggas everywhere. Like I didn't cuss you, but I don't know. I'm trying to move forward. Like if you're trying to deal with a dude that cuss you, y'all got it. Because like, come on, bro. Like
No, you good. Let's move forward.
That is not what we're not doing that. Like this is not I got the biggest dick panel. This is like the
No, let's move forward. I'm just saying, like somebody felt like they wanted to holler something, so I just wanted to talk to that person real quick.
It's like who cares?
You're right. Let's move forward. You're right. Let's move forward. That's not the.
All right, let's go. All right, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to say that a lot of people, like, all right, when I was living in New York, like I know one of my partner them from South Carolina came up to New York to work to get money, but he didn't move to New York. You know what I'm saying? He was staying with my auntie, them neighbor, that's his family too. I think it was his something. I can't remember the family member he was staying with, but he was rocking there and he was sending his bread to his baby mamas and them in South Carolina because it's cheaper to. I live in the South. I used to live in New York. It's cheaper to live down south, and that's the same thing an immigrant usually does. They're gonna work in America while sending the money to their family back home, or even they might bring their family. The thing about a lot of black people in America, you already from America, you already here, so you don't. It's like let's say you got a mango tree growing in your backyard, right? You is a mango tree, ain't nothing special. Is a you've been had it in your yard forever. But let's say I ain't got a mango tree in my yard and I see a mango tree. I'm about to start picking mangoes and figure out how I'm gonna sell it because it's not something that I'm used to. Maybe if I've been by the mango tree for a couple of years, I won't pick so much mangoes. I would just chill because the mangoes coming. And that's what I noticed from the immigrant mindset versus our American brothers and sisters. Like you already here, so you don't see a urgency into just the stereotypical shit is immigrants have 10 jobs. Like if the immigrant was from up here, they wouldn't have 10 jobs because they don't see it as, yo, let me get this, let me get it, let me catch the rainwater whilst the rain is falling because the rain might stop falling tomorrow. But if you live in by the lake, you're not gonna think about catching the rainwater, and it's just be a slight mindset change. Like they don't means like, oh, immigrants grind harder than you or better than you. It's just a different mindset. It's just a different perspective, bro. Like I don't know, bro. This should be just.
No, you're right. It is a different. Can I answer him?
Hold on, no, stop. I live
Can I
in
answer him?
Hold on, I could after I get done. Like for me, right? I lived in Washington D.C., right? And I saw things a certain way. But then when I moved to Detroit, I was like, man, look at Detroit. It's fucked up, right? And I said, it's so much opportunity for growth to do stuff. But people in Detroit are so used to being fucked up that they don't see they're just used to living in this way. I'm looking at it like, man, I can do this, I can do that, I can do this because I'm coming from DC where it's all this stuff going on there. So this same thing happens even in America. I can come from a big city like New York and come down to a place like Atlanta and see nothing but a gold mine.
Right.
But a
Facts.
person from like that's living there in Atlanta be like they're so used to living there, they don't see nothing. They're like, oh, there's no opportunity here. Atlanta sucks, right? And that's pretty much what it is. Why don't we understand that a person coming from a place that has less would go into a place that has more and see the opportunity, seize the opportunity, and then it's like then we want to say, oh, you're tethering or you're using. No, it's like, bro, like they could just see it a little bit better than we can. Now, the part that I don't think is cool is that when they're able to get to a certain point, once they have seized the opportunity and maybe gotten to a certain level, they might look down like, why haven't you guys seized the opportunity? But I think that people could probably go from Detroit to another country, another city, or go to New York from New York where the rent is like $3,000 a month, and go into Detroit where it's $400 a month, and be like, I don't see what's wrong with y'all Detroiters. It's the same thing, but we're so busy being divisive that we don't even see that we do the same thing in our own country.
Can I come in real quick?
Go ahead.
No, man. Let me go. I got the floor on this.
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right.
Can I go?
I wanted to answer his original thing about the whole mango tree and all of that. And to kind of get to your point about for example, the Atlanta versus DC comparison. I get that. And I think it's actually a good thing for immigrants to come over here and help us out. It's just the issue of the racism, the comparisons amongst each other. It's why come over here, get to a level of success, and then just look down on people instead of looking around to help people out. Okay, even if it's your own people. Like the comparison bullshit is what I'm talking about. The disrespect, the you have no culture, that's kind of what I was just talking about. Like there's no reason for that.
But bro, a lot of people is self-appointed leaders.
Hold
Oh,
on,
my
hold
bad, my
on.
bad. Go ahead, go ahead.
Let when he asked the question, let which doctor answer, and then you can, whoever that was, can come in.
I was gonna say
That's
a
all I
lot of
just.
people. My bad, Genesis. A lot of people online talking this thing are self-appointed leaders. Just because an African person tell you that you don't got no culture, you fuck Africans. Like, dude, like that is so fucking childish, bro. There's coons and sellouts everywhere. There's people where I'm from that would kiss white people ass. There's coons and sellouts everywhere. So there's like if somebody come in and tell me something, and it's like if DJ Genesis say she come and tell me some crazy shit, and I'd be like, yeah, fuck y'all Detroit people. And then there's other people in Detroit that ain't even share DJ Genesis point of view or even think the same. It's just goofy, childish shit, bro. I be wanting to know how old y'all be when I be listening to y'all on the internet, bro.
I mean, my daughter went to elementary school, and she had some light up shoes. Okay, and I thought that them light up shoes were so cute. But honey, they said, what are those? Light up shoes. Made a song about it. You know what I'm saying? She was like 7, and they were, what are those twinkle toes? Made up a whole song. Twinkle toes. What are those? Now, to me, those were the best shoes ever. I was like, that's so cute, right? So the thing is that we in one instance, you might see it like one way, another person might see it another way. No, everybody is not over here making fun of African Americans because of they're a cotton picker. Everybody in Africa is not calling them cotton. What's the cotton? Whatever the guy El Kata. Everybody in Jamaica is not calling us Yankees. You know, and let me ask you this, Witch Doctor, because you are from the Caribbean. How much do you hear? Maybe I'm wrong. Is Yankee? Do you call American Black people Yankee and names when you're in your country? Is it like Yankee?
I ain't gonna hold you. Back home, people do say Yankee. Or if you move to America for mad long, people say you Yankee. Or let's say like
There it
right now.
is.
Yankees, New
Wait a
York.
minute. Oh
Well,
my God. Bro.
hold on,
If you
hold
shut the fuck
on.
up, bro. Yankee's not even a derogatory term, you idiot. Yankees are New Yorker, bro. Like y'all just so
Exactly.
fucking y'all are some fucking kids, bro. The fuck is wrong with y'all, bro?
But he just said
Nobody
that
cares that
even
you
if
Just
call
you're
on
a
the
people
edge,
Yankees.
waiting
Caribbean,
to jump off the cliff at anything, bro. Like,
This is
aim your
too emotional.
hostility to the fucking
he
white
just
man,
said
bro.
if you're a
What is wrong
Caribbean
with
and
these dudes,
stayed
bro?
up in New York for a certain amount of time, they gonna
Yeah,
call you
like
what?
Most Caribbean. Let me jump in real
let me
quick.
just finish what I'm saying. Genesis. So people say
No
you
FBA
Yankee,
brought this up.
or let's say I've been like how I've been in America for a reasonable amount of time to where my accent don't sound as strong as I first came. A lot of people say you Yankeeing, like you sound like you got an American accent, but Yankee is not a bad fucking. We don't know it as a bad word. Like what the fuck? What is the explanation for a Yankee? Like what the fuck, bro? Does it mean cotton picker? Does it
I
mean
have no
slave?
idea.
We
I'm from
were slaves
Cali.
too.
Can't answer that one.
We had
You
even
gotta ask the
brutal
host. She's the
slavery.
one
Like
who
what
brought
the
it up.
fuck,
No
bro?
one cries
Actually,
about that.
actually, Yankees.
Why can't y'all be quiet and let him say something? God damn. Finish. Finish, Witch Doctor. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I'm
I
just
muted you.
oh no, you're probably muted by accident. It's all good. But I'm saying Yankee is not, what does the word Yankee even mean? All people know Yankee to mean is a New Yorker. Like what does it mean to be a fucking Yankee? Like what the fuck?
From up north.
Right, but back in Guyana before I moved to America, I used to talk. Not before I moved to America, before I got older. Because before I moved, I know that Washington was the capital was Washington D.C. But I always thought the capital of America is New York. Hence why people call Americans fucking Yankee. Like these dudes just be on the edge waiting to fucking jump off. Like fucking idiot. And in real whole life, y'all not going around pressing nobody, bro. Like calm the fuck down.
I wanted to make that clear. So because they'll people will take that with the FBA, they call us Yankees, they call us Catan or whatever. Who knows what Akata means? Who is African and knows what Akata means? What is
I didn't know about
Akata?
Akata until I moved to America, though. I
What
never.
does Akata mean? Does anybody from Africa knows what Kata means? St. James, you're from Nigeria. Have you heard Kata? Or wherever you're from?
Oh no, I'm not from Nigeria, but Nigerians are my people, man.
I know what it means.
Do you know what Akata mean? What does Akata mean?
No, I heard about the word when I got to America. I'm being honest with
So you
you.
never even heard it. You're from you live in
Nah. I heard it from when I got here.
I know what it means. I can actually tell you that.
Go ahead, go ahead, because I want to know what it means.
In many sense, it means lost black cat. That's basically the meaning of the word.
Oh,
where are you from?
Because back in the Black Panther days, they used it as actually like a cool term, and then over time they made it bad.
Okay,
So,
okay.
yeah.
Are you from Nigeria?
I'm from America, African American.
I'm from Nigeria, though. You know that, right?
Yeah, I thought to some of the Nigerians. I've been there.
It means a stray cat.
In Nigeria, that's what it means.
Wild cat or stray cat.
Yeah, like a wild lost cat, straight cat, something like that.
Okay.
But it's resembling a cat.
A stray cat.
You know what? I thought it was something worse. I thought it was crazy, like I thought it was cotton picker or something. Like you know what I mean?
You know what's even funny? The people that Nigerians refer to Akata as their own children that grew up abroad. It's their own. It's a Nigerian kid, maybe born in America and raised, and then when they come home,
Same thing like Yankee. That's what we call
exactly.
Yankee.
So the Black American took it as something they're saying to them. They never
exactly.
No African ever walked up to them to call them that stuff, but they just heard it on internet. Somebody said, "Oh, they call us this," and they started spreading.
That is crazy.
And
I'm not from
they call us
Africa,
that. They
no
call us that.
disrespect. No
They're just
disrespect
looking to be
African.
victim. That's what it is. They're looking to be everybody's victim. That's what it is.
And no
That's what it's
disrespect
all
to Africa. Well, I don't know if you looking to be anybody victim. I think Black Americans should be victims if you want to get some shit, like just like the small hats. Because when you be a victim, you get some shit.
Well, you
Weaponized
can't
being
be
a
victim to the Africans. Africans have
not to
nothing
the
to
Africans, but I would
You see how you guys are talking right now?
get some shit. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not
Can I now make my
She
statement?
just letting it go.
I think one
Mm-hmm.
mistake a lot of these FBAs are doing is thinking by threatening Africans and the Caribbean with delineation. That's going to make the Africans and the Caribbean run to them and start kissing their feet, or
Can I answer
some
this,
type
please?
of
I respect people case by case. I don't
Respectfully.
respect
the thing is, you have to understand, like, one thing people respect is power, right? So if you really, the only thing they can make maybe Africans run up to you and be pandering to you is maybe if you're offering them jobs, or you creating, maybe when they get here, you're the one running companies,
We
or
don't
you're
want
the
you
one
guys to do that.
providing some kind of maybe you're the one they have to come to for to rent something from, maybe an apartment, but you really don't have that to offer them. So I don't know why you're not expecting them to be running to you, to be pandering to you, or be kissing your feet, or be I don't
We
know.
don't
It's like
expect you
that's
guys to
just
do anything. We're just saying like we're politically going to do for ourselves. That's
yeah,
it.
do for yourself.
Exactly.
But why
That's
do you have
it.
to
Period.
threaten me with delineation?
I do
As if your
agree with
delineation is going to cost me something. He
No, but
doesn't.
I do
But
agree.
delineation
But wait a
doesn't
minute,
hurt your
though.
people.
Exactly.
I
So
do
why do
agree
you
that they should.
telling the
I do
Africans?
agree that they should delineate so they could get reparation, because that is a political shit. But a lot of y'all that's talking, y'all are regular civilians trying to have political conversations with other civilians. Like asking other people what they doing in the dude. You didn't give nobody permission to come in the country. Ask the fucking government. Like
The
people
thing
be literally self-appointing themselves to have political conversations with other civilians. That's why this should be so weird and it don't go nowhere.
It's not about whether we give you guys political anything. It's about not deflecting from tangibles. So if like the media is promoting helping
Bro, are
other
you
groups of
talking about
people and we're
tangibles?
doing it
Who's
out of
gonna
our
give?
moral
Who are you
goodness
supposed to
instead
get
of
these
looking
tangibles
out for
from?
ourselves, then that's a problem for our group.
So you want
we
tangible?
Bro, how is that a
political?
look, bro? Nobody ain't got no issues with you getting reparations. Go ahead and
No,
get
it's not about
reparations.
issues with getting reparations. It's
What
about
are you
like
talking about tangibles? How is an immigrant gonna give you
politics. We're
tangibles?
talking about politics. It's about
Can I
politics.
really land my point? I was making a point for you guys coming. I just want to put one thing out. I think she asked a question earlier. She was asking the Caribbean brother that in the Caribbean and in Africa, do people call Black Americans something? To be honest with you, in those countries, if people don't know Black Americans, or they don't even talk about, like, it's not in their consciousness. Like people in Africa don't pay attention to America like that. The only time maybe something America can come into their mind is maybe they turn on TV and they see some entertainment or something. But people in their daily life don't know anything about Black Americans or think about Black America or have a name for it. They don't. It's when we get here. Even me, I'll be honest, I came here when I was like 16, and that was my first time ever seeing Black Americans or even hearing Black Americans in life, in prayer, or even came to my consciousness. And not only Black Americans, even other Black people. Like that was my first time meeting Caribbean people and other Africans. Because when I was up in Nigeria, I didn't really see other Africans or other group of people, other Black people. So the first time I saw Black Americans, same way the way I saw them is the same way I saw people from Burkina Faso. Can I learn, please? I'm just trying to educate point here. Someone needs to mute. So the first time I came to America, that was my first time in life ever meeting Jamaicans, Kenyans, Black American, all Black people. That was my first time. So I choose to try to get close and learn about everybody at the same time. It wasn't like I knew anything about other Africans or understood them. And what I found that every one of them have unique cultures. Can you calm down? I'm saying something different. Every one of the people I met all have unique culture and unique mentality. The mentality of a Kenyan is completely different from the mentality of a Ghanaian. The mentality of a Ghanaian is completely different from the mentality of even Caribbeans. Jamaicans' mentality is even different from people from Haiti.
Yeah, that is true.
Yes. I literally made friends with everybody just to learn their cultures.
Like we got similar cultures like music and stuff, but it don't be the same mindset because
and
like
even the Black Americans, they have different mentality. Like when I lived in New York,
right.
And then when I came to the South, the New Yorkers are completely different from the people from Louisiana. So like people are different. So then when everybody started doing this conversation about those terrors, they just combine all these Africans. See, they all just want people that think the same way. And I'm like, these guys are ridiculous. It's like it's just sweeping thing that they do is just like, okay, these guys are just ridiculous, man. They're Africans. I'm like, dude, these Africans don't even know shit about each other. See, today I'm still learning about.
I have a question. So you have St. James and Michael. Y'all are both from Africa, right? Or you're from the continent, right? Do you guys consider yourself to be African, or do you consider yourself to be from a tribe?
By definition, Africa is a continent. A continent is not a single people. Just like in Europe, it's like having a Europeans. Are you from Europe? Do you consider yourself a French or European? It's going to tell you I'm French. Europe is just a joke. It's just a mere geographical expression. A piece of land. I'm asking.
Where are you from?
Do you? I'm from Nigeria. Do you know that?
St. James. Hold on, cut. Yeah. St. James, where are you from?
Burkina Faso.
You're from Burkina Faso and Nigeria. Do you consider yourself to be from Africa or Burkina Faso and Nigeria?
Okay, Mike was answering the question.
Would you say Africa?
Okay, Mike was answering. I don't know if he's done.
Let me finish answering. I don't know why she cut me off. I'm giving you an honest answer.
Because she's the host. She's just trying to host a channel. That's how we do it sometime. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I don't know. Let me just learn. Okay. A country in Africa, there's several countries in Africa called, like, you have a country called Libya, Tunisia. Those people are Arabs. I don't even look like them. So they're Africans too. If you go to South Africa, you see some white South African, they're there too. So Africa is just a continent. Yeah, I'm from Africa. That's my continent. But I'm not the same person as other people from other part of Africa because they have their own culture.
See what he's saying.
You get what I'm saying? So
it's like if you group in an American person with a Canadian, like bro,
exactly. It's like saying I'm a North American.
Here's a question.
Exactly. Even white American and white Canadian would say we're from North America, but we're not.
I'm going to ask the same question of Witch Doctor.
But let me just explain my
real quick because I'm trying to get control of this. You are considered Caribbean, right? From a Guyana.
Yeah, but we don't call ourselves Caribbean in the Caribbean.
That's what I'm trying to understand, right? So when we start talking about like this delineation, right?
Can I say this one thing though, Genesis? The reason why we don't do that is because in the Caribbean is black people, is people from the Middle East, is Chinese people back in the plant when after slavery finished and our ancestors wasn't with that shit, they imported labor from India and China. So it even got them in the Caribbean. So we just say we Caribbean. That don't say nothing about who we really are as like a black Guyanese, or you know what I'm saying, or there's Indo Guyanese, there's China, there is nationality and ethnicity is not a race. It's like, oh, the Caribbean race. It's like they should just be something weird.
Right. So when we say FBA, think about this. So America's a continent, right? You have New Yorkers, you have Detroiters, you have, I mean, it's interesting that because a person might be from North Carolina, South Carolina, and each of these different places in the United States have different culture, different way they talk, all these different things. But somehow we want to lump FBA into one group and say that we're all foundational Black Americans. But then you might have, because America is a continent, the North America is a continent, by the way. You have Canadians in North America. You have just North America itself with different states. And all these different states have different cultures, language, everything, how they talk, everything. Like you hear a witch doctor speaking in a Guyanese Caribbean accent, but his patois might be different from a Jamaican. So do we lump all the Caribbean people into one category? Even though they also say that the Caribbean is part of North America, by the way, guys.
Mhm.
Excellent point.
So where does foundational Black America start and end? Because you have from what I understand, Caribbean is a part of North America.
It starts with the people that started on this
Canadian
landmass.
North Americans. What landmass? Are Alaskans North Americans, right?
The North American land.
We
It's
also
not
have
hard. You guys are making this hard. It's
Talking
not
about the
really
United
hard.
Can I
Descendant
add
of slaves
something?
really makes sense. It
Can
makes
I
sense.
add something real
It really
quick?
makes sense. It's just their attacks on people that doesn't make sense.
It
The
makes
FBA
perfect
idea makes
sense if
sense
you
to
would
me.
open your ears and listen instead of just trying to talk, man. So
I,
the people that came over here, and there were some that were here before the transatlantic slave trade, got put together as slaves, had children after that. We are the descendants of them. It's that simple.
there was also slavery in Canada.
Okay, but we're talking
There was
about the
also
U.S.
slaves that came from Jamaica because there were slaves that were going back and forth from
Yep.
the Caribbean into America. So how
Yep.
do you know that your ancestors are not Caribbean or part of that part of North America? Because the Caribbean is a part of North America, by the way.
Because you can trace back.
And how trace back
Our
based?
family trees, a lot of our grandparents passed down. We all kind of know who our great grandmothers or great great grandmothers or great 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 grandfathers and things like that.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna tell you what. If you look further back, especially if you're from South Carolina and Virginia, a lot of those slaves came from Jamaica.
Yeah, that's where
So as
they
much
broke the slaves in the Caribbean before they brought them to America. A lot of the plantation where they broke the slaves, like domesticate the slaves, was in the Caribbean. This is why the Caribbean had harsher slavery. Not to be like, I'm not in the struggle banging on who had the struggle most, because with I could even say on the other hand, after slavery, white people left us and went about their way to somewhere else. But after slavery, white people stayed here with black Americans and further oppressed them, like Jim Crow and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not trying to I don't compare
I think
like the thing about it off the internet. Me and people that I know, other black people from other places, we cool as fuck. It's just online people be hiding behind these screens talking about tether and being extra. But in real whole life, people adjust themselves accordingly, like dead ass.
Yo, I just want to put a clarification on like your statement about slavery. When it came to slavery and slaves coming from the Caribbean, mind you, only 300K slaves came to America, 300 between like 500 and 300,000. It wasn't a continuous slave trade. It was more like we were bred in America.
Yeah, this is what
So
I'm
like
saying.
we're
also
They
have to
break
genetically
add
the,
the
distinct
illegal,
I'm talking
from
the
about
the
they
illegal
break the
slave
Caribbeans
new,
and
trade
they
any
too.
other
break the
group.
new slaves and then they breed the slaves over here. Because
Yeah, but
if I'm
yeah,
breeding you and
but
you
it was
Yeah,
a
born a slave,
but you
continuous breeding. It
also
if
was a
got
I'm
to add
breeding
continuous
you
in
and
the
you
breeding.
born
illegal
a
slave
slave, I
trade.
don't gotta break you in. If I'm breeding you and you born a slave, I don't gotta break you in. That's what I'm
Yeah, but if
saying.
you look at the saliva and you look at the genetics, we have a distinct genetic connection to this country, and
But
that
we
gives us our
that number is a
ethnicity.
little bit higher because there were illegal slave trades to America,
Right.
well, to the North America. So there's and we have the boats and the evidence to prove it because they literally tried to hide it after they abolished it.
Mm.
So there's still
Facts.
yeah.
Right,
So
but
there's
I
still
mean,
some
there's 80
issues going
million
on.
black Brazilians and there's 40 million black Americans and less than 300 like slaves, or we could say like 700, like a million slaves came to America. We could say that estimation. So like, I don't know, from a population perspective and a math perspective, that part doesn't make sense to me. But ultimately, what I'm saying is our stories are completely different. A black Guyanese person, like you said you were, uh, I guess you could say like the culture can be a little bit different in different parts of Guyana as well. So the whole point is that we have a shared history in this country. A lot of us, if you trace our ancestry, it goes back to Mississippi, it goes back to Virginia, it goes back to North Carolina. And we're genetically distinct to this country. If we did a DNA test, it's going to tell us that we're from this country. I know because that's what it told me. It told me I'm from this country. The African percentages are constantly changing, but the part where it talks about America, it stays
So
consistent throughout.
what are you? Of course, your DNA is gonna be in this country because
Right.
you
So when we're
like
talking
what?
about ethnicities, ethnicity isn't about just culture. It's about a genetic connection.
But that's something everybody
Correct.
everybody knows.
Nobody.
Group
All right, see, it says approximately
Nobody's asking.
388,000 enslaved Africans were shipped directly to North America through
Right.
other estimates suggest that the total could be around 400 to 500, including those who arrived after being transshipped through the Caribbean. While
Right.
millions were brought to other parts of the Americas, the number that arrived, what is now U.S. is a small fraction of the total number of people transported during the slave trade, which is
Look
about
at this
12
for
million. That sounds crazy as hell. 12 million, really? I don't know if I believe
Yeah.
that.
And the
FBA Convo.
reason
FBA
why
No,
Convo
I
should
believe it.
hit the link. FBA Convo. FBA standalone. We got. Like, bro. Like
No, I just want to say this.
the most slow shit
Hold
is
on,
like,
I'll
bro.
get you.
Nobody's not like all my life. I knew that there's Black Americans. Sure, you might
okay.
change the name now and be FBA. You know what I'm saying? Shows out to Tariq Nasheed. You know what I'm saying? Get
Yeah,
your
I mean the
money.
name's been
You know what I
changing
mean?
for
But
years.
look at this. I always know that a Black American is not a
Exactly.
Black Jamaican. We are Black, but we got different nationalities.
Different
Right.
nationality.
So shouldn't
Like
it be
nobody's
okay
never
for a Black
argued.
American to
It's okay.
express their Black Americanness?
So
Yeah,
who's
it's okay.
against
No one
it?
is against that. Why would
Bro,
anybody be against
Right.
that? You've always expressed yourself. You
Right,
do.
right.
You have
So
hip
for the
hop. You have other
expression of
things.
our Black
So the
Americanness, we're just
idea,
saying we
so
want to focus on our own politics.
bro, you
I
could
spoke
bro,
about
you could
this.
say you a Black American. You could say you from Cali. You could even claim you're
Yeah,
set.
yeah,
You
yeah.
could be
And we
rolling
do. That's what
60s.
we
So
do.
As
so
long as you're not dissing.
why you are under the impression that a particular group in America should care less about what you got to say? We
No,
should not.
so I'm under the impression that we shouldn't worry about what you guys have to say, and that
And
we
that's
should just
fine.
focus on our political. We should
And
just
that's
focus.
fine.
And why don't you just do that?
Yeah.
Why
Okay,
don't you
we
just do
will. That's
that?
what we're doing. Like,
So
I
why
mean, you're not
But then why
saying
you picking
anything
fights with
important. Like,
people?
it's literally about politics.
every 5 minutes we gotta be reminded that you guys are delineating. Delineating.
Yes. So our government will
So
continue the
you don't have
delineation
to
process.
if you listen, a Nigerian guy, right? Whether it's Igbo, Hausa, Burkinabe, Mosi, Jula, whatever. When we come on here, we already know who we are. We expect you to know
Right.
who you
But our
are.
government
So no,
doesn't
let me
gather
finish.
any
We
statistics
expect
on
you.
an ethnic.
I never came across a Black American who was confused about who he is.
No
He
one
always the
is.
Black American that I met, they will tell me I'm Black American. So
They
the
will tell you I am
lineage,
African.
Right.
So now I'm kind
So
of
why
confused.
not let us just have our own identity? That way,
You
when
You need me.
you
You need
have
me.
the
Pablo.
latitude.
right.
You have
So
the
let's
You
let the
latitude.
don't have to
label
like
be a legal
down
label.
someone else to have your own identity. That's the problem. Is
You
because
don't.
The
in
problem
order
is
you
everything
have to
black people
say
do
So
in
where they won't
America
stop you from
is
having your
focused on
identity.
black America.
identity, what's happening is that it's like a delineation and a roast fest that happens that
Yeah,
puts
because we
down
roast.
other
When
folks.
people
That's
roast
all.
us, we roast
Nah,
them
but
back.
if you
You know
roast
what?
me,
You know
but
what?
if you
You know
roast,
what? Since
wait a
since
minute.
we're
This
family,
is what
right?
I'm.
Since
This
we're
is what I'm.
family,
They
This is
keep
what I'm
we
talking
roast
about,
talking
too.
man,
about.
this
We're
Pan
talking
African
about
nigga
it's a
commitment,
roast
Pan
session, but in real
Africanism,
whole life,
and
like I got
motherfuckers is
respect
talking
for
about
Black
people.
Americans. A lot of my friends, them right now, is Black American because I've been up here so long. So a lot of people I went to school with back home, I'm like we grew apart. You know what I'm saying? I'm still good with my family, and I respect Black American culture. But in real whole life, if you was to try to roast me in all of that, I'll punch you in your shit. Like I don't give a fuck where you from, type shit.
Okay, that's fine.
So
Right.
I
you
So
mean,
could
let's
everybody's
delineate.
a
People
tough
could
guy. I
let's
delineate.
go
mean,
Think
I
back
don't
to
about
the
it.
really
video.
matter.
Nobody. I
People
didn't
want to
Let's
roast
get back
you,
to
but
the
it's all roast.
let's get
delineate
back
and use
home.
it as an excuse to try to diss people and throw shots. And it's like, bro, you're gonna get that shit back. It ain't no like, bro, like what the fuck?
Exactly.
Like if I
My
punch
my
you in
my
your shit, that don't mean I'm
my
disrespecting
Caribbean friend,
FBA.
my
Wait a
Caribbean
minute.
friend.
Wait a minute.
Instead of
Listen,
punching
let's
back and doing
listen,
those things,
No, I'm
video.
just
great.
giving an example. I'm just saying, if
Listen
I
to the
punch you in
video.
your shit, my bad, DJ Jen. If I punch you in your shit, I'm not punching FBA. I'm punching you in your shit because you goofy and you think you could talk shit. It
I
don't
get
mean
you.
that I'm punching
You know, Pan
FBA because a
Africanism
lot
is
of
trying
y'all
to
is
get
stuff
people to move
appointing
back
y'all
home to
stuff as the
Africa.
leaders of some shit, bro. Like y'all on some Tariq Nasheed shit. Y'all ain't no
Okay, that's
self-appointed
So
fine.
you
leaders.
see
That's
the
Skylar
Video,
problem.
thing
guys.
to say.
Come
You
on
see,
now. Let's have some decorum. Let's go back
no,
on.
let's have some decorum, right? You
Yeah,
see,
I
we
mean,
go
he's
Can
to
I
been doing
get
it
Africa,
you
right?
since he was
Can I
figured.
can
move
I
home?
just
And it's been a lot of people that have moved to Africa and
yeah,
they okay with it. But
Two,
for the
3,000
majority
people.
of the people, you talking about 40, some people say 50 million African American, Black American, however you want. I ain't got no problem with either. You see what I'm saying? When you talk about motherfuckers in the Pan African community, which is a very small minority group within the greater group, and y'all motherfuckers blowing this shit up like Pan Africanism is such a big threat, but y'all don't say shit to the Arab. You understand what I'm saying? Y'all don't
Right.
niggas, y'all is weak, nigga. Y'all niggas is weak to me. You see? You know what I'm saying? You supposed to have that smoke for that rap, nigga. That own all your motherfucking economy. See, if you want to hit a motherfucker, see, the thing is, man, everybody and we're gonna get to what's going on because it really don't make no difference. Because like I said, it's between two niggas. You see, everybody is really emulating the white man guy. You see what I'm saying? Because he getting the bigger part of your bag, nigga. Anyway, he getting the greater part of your bag. That's why you begging him for whatever you begging him, motherfucker. Because if you was really about it, you would step to him about your shit. But you ain't about it, nigga. You gonna go through the ritual, nigga. You gonna cop a plea. You see what I'm saying? You gonna submit some papers, nigga. You see what I'm saying? That's what you gonna do. Real motherfuckers have they uprise and shit. You understand? Motherfucker take my shit. I'm just on an individual level. If a motherfucker took your shit, you would go in his mouth about your shit. You see what I'm saying? You wouldn't ask a motherfucker. You a motherfucker took your jacket or your shoes. You understand? Can I get my shoes back, dog? You see? Can I get my jacket back, dog? You see what I'm saying? Motherfucker been leaked on top of your head, nigga. You see what I'm saying? Put work in, nigga. Take your shit. You feel me? But see, but this is what we dealing with. So when it comes to that Neanderthal, y'all niggas come very humble. You see what I'm saying? Y'all ain't got, and that's where the bigger gain is. I look at the game. You know, who do we deal with to get the bigger gain? You deal with the Neanderthal, you usurp the Neanderthal, that's the bigger gain. You got the Rab. You see, Rab got goddamn liquor stores, gas stations throughout the motherfucking black community. He come over, he already got a formula. The same way he doing them niggas in Africa is the same way he come over in America and set up right here and own and sell liquor and crack vials and shit. You understand? They sell every fucking thing out the goddamn Arab, out the Arab stuff. That's what they do, okay? Motherfucker go in there and get they put paraphernalia, all of that shit, right out the Arab stuff. You see what I'm saying? So he's selling your liquor, blunt, all the paraphernalia for you to go in the streets, nigga, and sell dope. You see what I'm saying to your people? You ain't did shit, and half you niggas FBA, y'all. That's where y'all go. I know this. I know the deal. I know the deal. You can't play me, nigga. Where you go?
Exactly. So that's what I wanted to play. When you got a store that come into your black community and they got all the crack vial, the crack stems, pretend like it's a rose and you break it up and smoke your crack out of it. You got all the blunt rolls and the blunt wraps. And these Arabs they don't drink, they don't smoke weed, but they open up a store selling all that stuff. But we have so much vitriol for each other. And that is my problem. Y'all want to fight with each other. But
My
you have
sister,
the Arab
Maybe
that
the Pan Africans should fix it.
my sister, check me out, man. Again, Africans on here in America, we ain't came here to fight Black American. I'm just trying to repeat that for everybody to listen. We're not here to fight nobody. You know, if there is a misunderstanding, we can talk about it as grown ups. Instead,
Can I have to what you're saying?
right?
Remember, I
Yeah,
said earlier when we first came to America, like when you came from
right,
Burkina Faso, that was your first time meeting people like other African, like Nigerians and Caribbeans and
right,
Black American, right? That was your first time. If you
right,
know the same thing, the Caribbeans will say the same thing when they come here. That's the first time they meet many Africans. If you
right. Yeah,
notice that the Caribbeans, Africans, we are not fighting each other in America.
Yeah, I
Like,
never
you get
met
what
an
I'm saying?
African before I
We're
moved
fighting
to
each other in
America.
Britain.
Hold on, calm down. Well, we're talking about America. I don't know what's going on in Britain. I don't live there, so I don't
And
know.
please let
But
me get in next.
hold on,
Go
calm
ahead,
down.
brother.
Even if we fight or something like that, he doesn't. We know that it's just individual fighting or something. We find out who they. But we don't. He didn't get to a point where I think Jamaicans hate Nigerians. Nigerians hate Burkina. You know, those kind of stuff. Yeah, everybody do their own thing. But then, of course, Nigerians will open a restaurant. People can't eat there because they're familiar with the food. When Burkina people open their restaurants, usually everybody have your own kind of food. There's not kind of So we still know that you're doing your thing. But then if I want to do business with a Burkina guy, I just approach him like, hey, you're doing this, you're doing that. Hey, can we work together? Things like that. I do that. But I'm not gonna sit on my corner and be like, oh, the Burkina people hate me, or
No,
the
no, we hear
Jamaicans
you,
over there they
brother.
hate me
But
because they
Nobody's saying
hanging
it
over
is
there.
tough.
very briefly, and this will be
If I
brief.
wanna
Is
have business with
all
the
right.
Caribbeans, I'll go to them and like, hey, Caribbean, Jamaicans, hey, I want to do business with you guys. Hey, what's up? That's
Yeah,
it.
and please let me get in next. It'll be brief.
all right,
To the
let Mulatto say something now.
Thank you, and God bless you, DJ Genesis. Thank you for letting me get in. To the Nigerian brother, you omitted a big fact that right now in Nigeria, you got Nigerian Muslims committing genocide against Nigerian Christians. But it was a Caribbean that was speaking earlier. He said that, and full disclosure, I don't advocate for violence, but you had a Caribbean say that if an FBA roasted him in real life, he would punch the FBA. My question is, why aren't you in the Caribbean punching the Chinese and the Indians that are ethnically displacing you and usurping
Because
your
wait a minute, let
resources?
me answer that. Let me
Go
answer
ahead,
that.
brother.
If anybody, like I don't know about you, right? But I move differently. If anybody come in my solar system, that means in my radius and they
Exactly.
disrespecting me, I'll put hands on them.
And that's what the Indians and Chinese are doing. You have not put hands on them.
Nah,
I'm asking why not?
bro, wait a minute. The only time I ever met a Chinese person is in a Chinese
And
restaurant
Guyana
back
Indians
home.
outnumber you, brother.
Bro, could
Let
you
me answer
shut
your
the fuck
question.
up so I,
And you have
yo,
not punched none
Genesis,
of them.
could you let this dude shut the fuck up so I
Hey,
could
listen,
answer?
Pan African, you gotta like listen.
Don't get sensitive, brother.
This is not a back and forth. This is not a back and forth, sir. You ask a question. Let's make
They get it.
listen
They get to
because
speak forever.
So let me
Oh yeah, I see
as a
how it
matter of fact,
is.
you can't
DJ
ask a
Genesis,
question. You can't
just
ask
to
a question.
go
He
ahead,
answers a question. You and then you want to go back. We're not doing that. This is not the debate channel.
No, he actually cut me off respectfully.
Well, no,
But
you asked him a question.
You
Did
asked
he
a
cut you
question.
off, or
and he
did you ask
he
him a question?
responded.
I
You
ain't
might have
finished
missed that. He
responding.
He
responded.
was still
No, the
responding, and you were
response
cutting
wasn't
him.
finished.
He has not punched any Indians.
You didn't. You didn't let him finish his response.
As a matter of
Oh,
fact, I
yeah, get
went
to
to
that.
school. Wait a minute. I went to school with Indians, and I done punch Indians before
And
for
then you
coming
ran
out of
away.
pocket. Wait a yo, could you
You fled the
yo?
Caribbean.
Let's not talk at the same time. You're not my
You ran away,
girlfriend, bro.
brother.
Look, DJ Genesis, could you mute this nigga?
You can't
Like
Were
I
you
ran.
there when he
you can't
ran
handle the
away? Did you
pressure.
see him run away?
First of all, I
Pamela, if you
ran.
don't know how to control yourself, come on. Every time you get up on this panel, you do this bullshit. That's why I keep muting you. Say, oh, you're muting me out. No, because you want to like have a back and forth like a tennis match, and this is not the channel for that. Go on Sonetta with that. I don't do that over here.
Ma'am, with all due respect, you just let 3 of those African dudes, when that American man was speaking, you just jump all over him.
He asked a question.
I ain't even finished answering the
And then
question.
when he went to answer the question, it's like he's cutting him off halfway through the question. The Africans that were rambling or whatever about what they were saying, they didn't ask a question. They just was talking about what they felt or whatever. Now, if you ask a person a question directly, because he said the Caribbean guy,
Caribbean dude, right?
and then he asked the question, and then when he goes to answer the question, he wants to cut him up and say little quip, Joe, whatever. I'm not doing the quippity quip, whippity quip, quippity
And
quip.
Genesis, I want it.
I'm not doing that shit.
I want your audience to turn against you because the
I
people
don't
saying,
already turned
"Oh,
against
they
me.
make them."
They already hate me anyway because I was talking about like the FBA, so it's okay.
I just want to say this, right? Back home, Indian people, we call like the derogatory term for Indian people is coolie, and the derogatory term for black people is nigger. You know what I'm saying? So when if an Indian person back home wouldn't even dare call a black person, or they would get the ass whooped. So I don't know what the fuck this dude talking. Anybody in my face talking crazy, I would smack fire out of one of y'all, bro. The fuck?
I'll speak about it. Talk about that.
I think he's trying to make the point that over in those countries, you have foreigners taking over their land and nobody's doing anything about it. I think that was the point that he was trying to make.
No, it's here.
DJ Genesis, I said this before, right?
It's not no with liquor stores in the neighborhood.
DJ Genesis.
Hey, don't get mad at me. I'm just telling you what I feel like he meant. That's all.
You're trying to have
gentrification. It's gentrification of America and Africa.
These guys are pseudo political, right? You having a political conversation, right? With a civilian.
What are we supposed to do? Conversate about basketball?
Wait a minute.
Come on, man.
The Asian people out of whatever, or to get the Arab out of whatever, that's political. Unless you go into these people and burn their fucking store down, and none of y'all ain't built like that. Y'all having political, y'all appointing yourself.
So you just have a vitriol towards Black Americans, because that's all I hear from you, man.
When did I say I have a vitriol to? Yo, my girl is Black American. You fucking idiot! Like, bro.
See, just like that. Who you calling an idiot? Like, I didn't address you like that.
You got a hating ass filter, and you listen to everything you listen to or you see. You filter it through your filter of hater assness. That's what you a fucking hater, bro.
Yeah. Shut up. Go talk.
He never said that he hated Black people.
Dude,
he definitely perpetuated a lot of stereotypes.
Now, he said that if someone talked to him the way that, this, that, the other, then he would go inside their mouth.
No, it's the language he was using. He was saying you all. He's including, he's generalizing. Come on, let's keep it real here.
I'm telling you, this man listening with his filter. He got a hater ass filter on. Take your filters down, bro. Stop listening with your fifi.
Stay on topic. Stay on topic. Cut the insults, bro. Just stay on topic.
You cut the insults. You cut the insults. And the minimization.
Bro.
Right, who been up here too long? Who been up here? I'm about to drop someone.
I'm back. DJ Genesis.
Okay, we got Thomas in the back.
If they want to get funky, we can get funky.
I got Q Butter. I got like some other people. Mike,
I'll just say this. I'll just say this and I get off. I'll just say this and I get off. It's Warden. The thing I want to see is Black Pan-Africanism is seen as a threat to a lot of nations. And mostly that's white nations. Because if you see that Black people can unite on the international scale,
globally,
white people will literally have heart attacks.
Word.
Not the France will literally probably just off themselves because they can't handle it. And if we take all of our necessary resources that we can establish, if we can unite here in America and take it there, we can build cities, towns, whatever you need. And we can keep that there. And not only get citizenship from the countries that will give us that citizenship, but we can also start building our nation there. And then when we get our nation built, then we will take it back to America, and then we will start negotiating. Because as soon as we start building up new, let's say Black Wall Streets, I'm talking about Black Wall Streets on steroids.
Right.
They won't know what to do. They will have no choice but to do as we say. But you cannot do that when you are divided.
Amen.
Right.
Someone's
Can I
finally
say
like saying what I
please?
wanted to say.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because this division is what white people are counting on
Divide and
specifically.
conquer. Divide
The
and conquer.
French, they love that you are fighting.
Yes.
They literally have Pan-Africanism as a terrorist watch list. They have a report on this. I've read the report. They do not want any of us getting together.
Not at all.
And
It's a
this
threat
goes
to
for
global white
multiple
supremacy.
European countries. Because if they stay at the top, what y'all gonna do?
It's a threat to global white supremacy. And that is what has given them the power to reach the limits that they have in this time. It is
And
a
I'm
collective, right? I agree with you 100. It is a collective effort from different genealogical and backgrounds of Europeans who have decided that white is right and anything else is wrong. And so we at the global scale have to do that in order to even affect America, to acknowledge its wrongs towards us. We actually have to globally F them up. We have to beat them up with the resources, which is primarily African, right? Resources and our spending. Black folks, you can't get Negroes to daggone even boycott. These Negroes are talking about Africans this and Africans that, but when it's time to boycott a racist white freaking daggone company, y'all niggas be like, oh, it's Christmas time. I'm still gonna buy my gifts from Target.
And it does happen.
Ma'am, can I say
want to
something?
say this. I want to say this, and I'm gone. Let me say this, and I'm gone. Let me say this. Hold on. Look at that. Let me say this. And I'm gone. The dude that says Umar unalive Pan-African. Umar didn't unalive shit. Umar is somewhere in his mom's room making videos. He has done nothing. To say Pan-Africanism is no threat in 2023, you can go look at the dam that we literally just got done building.
Right.
Because we haven't built anything in America because we know if we built it, the white people would then come and try to take it or destroy it.
Turn it into a lake. They literally put a body of water.
This is not rocket science for anybody.
Come on.
Because we've been through it so many times. I know what's going to happen before it happens.
Right.
And
so
we've
now
seen
we have to
it.
attack Africans though, because
Does everybody remember in fact? How long did that last?
Yeah, we have to attack the
Was the not fucking around coalition? How long did that last?
Right.
It didn't last very long, now did
It didn't last long.
because white people said, "No, let me stop this real quick."
Can I say something, ma'am?
Down with that, yo.
But let me say, I'm about to say this last bit. I know that y'all want to delineate because y'all feel left out and all this stuff. And it's something that white people have ingrained in us since we got here.
You're the most.
You have to understand that if we literally became a part of a global force, and everybody stuck to the plan and didn't actually start creating branches, maybe we can actually get stuff done.
Thank you.
Because in the last all these decades that I've seen, it's just been creating more groups and more groups and more groups and more groups.
Divisive.
That's not going to do anything.
That's dividing.
Can I say something, ma'am?
But that's all I'm going to say.
All right,
Pan-Africanism is the best. Viva Africa.
Please put your information in the back chat so I can get in touch with you. I would love to hear about the dam more and everything you guys are doing. Please put your information in the back chat if you
Yeah, I
can.
appreciate what you just said. That supported everything I said.
Or send me the. I want to hear more about this dam that they're building in Africa.
Oh, it's already done. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna put the name in the chat now. You can pull it up.
Ma'am, can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I've been listening for like the last 3 to 4 hours, and it sounds like there's a lot of disagreement on terms. Terms are really not that important. What's important is the economy. At this point, black people only have like 1% of the economy of the United States. That's nothing compared to all these groups that are here, that are coming here. So what we have to focus on is the economics. I know people are talking about these Africans and these Caribbeans. That's fine. Those people are not here to support Black Americans, and that's basic because they're here to support themselves, which is normal. But when Black people say they died for these people to come here, that's literal. Black people protesting in
Thank you.
60. Can I finish, bro? You know, I know I've been seeing on this program. I'm 72 years old. I've seen this. I took Black studies in the 60s. I know about all that stuff. These people that come to this country, they are for themselves, not for Black Americans. When Black people say they want to separate, and that has nothing to do with FBA, it comes down to survival. Black people are not going to survive fighting for these other groups because they come here and they look out for themselves. And Black people fought in the 60s for these people to come here. White people had a zero tolerance for Black Africans to come to this country. Zero. Only when Black people started protesting and fighting for them to come here, they came here. And this guy on here, this African guy, he constantly comes on. Well, not constantly come on. I was listening to him when he was talking. He would always have a point to make. And when a Black person came on the program, he started cursing them out. And I'm trying to figure out, wait a minute, you are African coming to this country that Black people died and fought for, and you got the nerve to curse out a Black man that fought for you to be here. It's crazy. I mean, it's nonsensical. And if I can say one more thing. So some of you people are aware of California. In California, the majority of immigrants in California are Mexicans. The Mexicans have come to California and they pretty much dominate the state. They use affirmative action, DEI, all those programs to get ahead. And once they got ahead, they will not hire Black people. You have the main in the legal system in California. All these Black people are suing these Mexicans because they use programs to get ahead. And people say, "Well, that don't matter." It don't matter. They are trying to erase Black people in California. If you people stop this stuff about New York and Georgia and all this other stuff, include the whole country, see what's going on. Because they are trying to erase Black people because they are here and they want to take Black people's places. That's the only way they can survive, is to move us out.
Correct.
I would like to respond. I would like to respond, please, if you don't mind. I would like, please, guys, I would like to respond if you don't mind. My sister, if you remember me, I'm African here, right? I don't know if we have a lot of Africans here. If you remember when I
African in here, they just don't.
Okay, I got you. No problem. No. I said before, I am doing this for my younger brothers. At this time, I feel like some of the people on this platform, I don't think we're going to be able to unite in my lifetime. And I accepted it. I accepted it. Yeah, that's fine. Let me finish. It's my time. You see the guy that just spoke here? He's my elder. I'm not gonna attack.
You
can't. I could have brought. No. Let me finish. You see, when he said Africans don't add anything here, they're here for themselves. Those are the statement when our older brother makes that we feel like we can't unite here in America. This is pretty much what we were saying for the past 3 hours. You see Africans coming on here, going to HBCUs, adding to this institution already built by Black American. I give them that. But Africans go to those places.
Not any longer.
They're going. You see what I'm saying? And when they come back, right? Let me finish. You have
them off, please.
Right. They see people. That's what they do.
Sir.
You see Africans, right?
Don't cut him off. Stop talking.
My sister, you know, I really like your channel.
Sister,
I
you
mean,
have to put somebody back in the backstage.
I already did it because people, but him and
we're not gonna do this.
I did that. I already did that. I already did it.
so you see, they come out, they go to school, they become nurses, they treat Black American, they treat everybody. I have friends who have all kind of businesses in all kind of neighborhood, supporting the community, doing whatever it takes to help out. And you got these elders coming on here telling you we are not doing anything.
It's the history.
What is left for us to do, my sister? That's the problem. They give the impression that the word mean a lot. And when you sit there and you listen to them, you feel like, listen, you guys are the problems. You guys are the problems. You see what I'm saying? I went to a school, literally, a Black American came to me. You know what he said? He was the dean of the school. He came to me and said, you know what? You guys are upping enrollment in this school because of African, because we enroll a lot of Africans on here. So for them to even get funding from the government, for the federal government, you have to show that people are really interested in coming on your school. So he made those points to us. It's not this guy tonight. This was an African American dean that talked to us. So we know what we do here. So we don't need the YouTubers, those who click on links and try to separate people. We don't care. That's what we're trying to tell you. You don't represent us. We don't want to hear from you. If you don't want to unite, that's fine. You can go to Tariq. Actually, Tariq opened a museum strip club. You know, you can go dance there. That's fine. We know what we're doing. So you're not going to discourage people by telling them Africans don't add anything. It's a lie. You know, you can Google us over here in America. You can see exactly what Africans are doing. But you know what? We're not going to brag. There's nothing to brag about. But at least you have to acknowledge 3 million Africans here in America. At least part of it is doing something.
That goes both ways.
At least I agree with that. But you guys are the ones saying we are not doing anything. I never said Black Americans ain't doing anything, but I'm just saying, if you have 3 million Africans here, at least a percentage of that is doing something. You can't sit here and make a blanket statement like, oh, yeah, these guys are doing nothing. They're here for themselves. We fought for them to come here.
Amen, brother.
It's not true.
I think that people need to cut that out, trying to pretend like they're only over here to tether off of us when they're doing their own stuff.
But they're trying to tether to white folks. That's the thing. They're tethering themselves.
And that's none of your fucking business. If we're tethering to white folks, we ain't put that money in their pocket. So you ain't put that fucking money in.
Yo, he's not even talking about you.
Saint, brother, I'm on your side.
Yeah,
I'm talking
you gotta
about
relax.
African Americans trying to tether themselves to white folk by trying to become elitists.
Okay, I got you. I got you.
Against people who are suffering the same trials and tribulations in their own nations. They come here and they're not even 10%. They're 10% of the black population. You ain't talking nothing about these Mexicans who are 19% to your 14, nigga. But you got something to say about Africans. And them Mexicans are killing y'all niggas in California. Y'all ain't shit to them to the Vatos. But y'all got something to say about a black person from Africa who wants to come over here and break bread.
Mud cookies.
I don't think we're shit to any of these
You
people.
mud
It ain't
cookie
just
ass
an
nigga.
African thing.
You old booger ass nigga.
Yeah, you gotta.
Hey, let's not talk. Let's not call names. All right. Let's not do that. I know we get mad. We're gonna chill it out. No.
And he sound like he's sweet. He have a whole list.
No, I'm intelligent, nigga. You sound like a whole bitch.
No, stop it. Who's saying that? Y'all about to get. Y'all think you get sent to the back.
Yeah, I gotta respect the platform, bro. Right.
I want to get in the green, you guys. I want to stay in the green. You guys are
Yeah, she want to keep this stream up, y'all. Come on, man.
I make some money. I don't. I've been here for like 5 hours, guys.
Bro, we know that he won't. We know in real life he won't talk to you like that. Don't let him get you out your body. That guy just weird.
None of y'all will talk to me like that.
Right? Don't let him get you out your body. He's a weirdo.
Let's not get upset. All right, so the man in the high tower, go ahead and say what you're going to say. Go ahead and say what you're going to say. Go ahead. Hightower. I know you're gonna have a lot to say. Go ahead. Let's go.
It's a beautiful day in America. Tell me, where you coming from? Where you coming from? Out there in Africa, what country you coming from? Nigeria? How strong is that Nigerian dollar out that way?
How would you focus on Europeans? Where they coming from when they want to put their foot in your ass? Were you worried
We're
about
gonna let him talk. Let him talk real quick. Let him talk. Okay.
Go ahead, talk your shit.
Go ahead and say. Go ahead and say what you gotta say. Go ahead.
Go ahead and coon, brother.
Talk your shit.
No, you're on the screen. Go ahead, or I'm gonna put you in the back. Go ahead.
Well, I could say this: the relationship between the European and the African and the Caribbean. Any time of the week, you give your children away to them.
So this
You
is
let
what
the
you.
Red Cross hit them with.
This is what you're gonna do with your time. This is what is intelligent. The man
You let
said.
the UN take. You let the Red Cross take them. You let the UN take them. You let IMS take them. You let the World Bank take them.
This is where you find this dude.
This is the problem right here.
You let Bilderberg take them.
Kruger Dunning.
Hey DJ, did you see what I put in the chat?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
What y'all gonna do about that?
What you gonna do about it?
What you gonna do about it, China,
What
man?
you gonna do about it? How about you give us a solution?
Tell me, China, man, what you gonna do
You made
about
a
it?
statement. You made an absurd and absolutely incompetent statement. I need you to tell us how you gonna handle that.
Chinese right there with their warships, submarines underneath, using y'all for chum bait.
Bless his heart.
You don't see what's about to happen right now?
Bless your heart.
So what's
the
about
whole
to happen?
Caribbean. The whole Caribbean, that's
Without
not
it
Caribbean
taking
no more,
over?
that's America. That's the Gulf
Bless
of
your
America.
heart, my brother. Bless your heart.
Ugh.
So what's
Don't
gonna
tell
happen?
me you
What's
fall
gonna
like
happen?
that.
Well,
You bringing Trump talking points.
as you see, there's gonna be
They
identifications,
eating your cats and dogs.
and there's gonna be a wall, a firewall, because everybody's gonna have these digital IDs, and the firewall is not gonna let certain folks just come in to this country. It's gonna be like a literal wall, and it's also gonna be like a real wall where it's gonna keep people from getting out of the country too.
Is it gonna be like the alien, like an actual like fortress, like a shield, or like a wall from the?
It's gonna be
What are we saying?
You can't get out the country because it's a wall. Like you in, it's like a fence. You locked in, and other people are locked out.
But what about like the planes? Are the planes gonna stop flying?
That's what I mean. We not gonna get out unless we got the credentials or requirements. There's gonna be curfews and travel zones. So far, we could go into the rich folks area. There has to be certain reasons why we in those areas.
This nigga sniffing.
For the haves and the have-nots.
What?
Well, no, let's not laugh.
This nigga-
Let's not laugh. He might have a point.
Nah, I don't think.
He
I
might
don't
have
think
a
that's
point. Let's not just laugh about stuff.
Credit score, credit
Trump
score,
is trying to get it. He's trying to get black
the
people out
social
of the
credit
country.
score
What do you think he's gonna
system,
keep us in for?
the social credit score system that's activating in December 2025, 31st of this month.
Ooh, it's the good drugs.
Is going to activate the Real ID RDIF frequencies.
Okay, yeah, we gotta stop this. We gotta stop this.
I'm so lost.
We had to stop this now.
Yeah,
I
I'm
mean, he's
lost.
spitting, but he's off topic.
I'm
Like, what does
confused.
that got to do with anything? You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah,
I don't do the whole conspiracy theory.
I don't
Another
have anything to do
question.
with FBA, honey. We're
That's
not
called
FBA.
schizotypal. It's a schizotypal.
You know what I'll do is, you know what? I will give you a show where we can talk about that, but that's not the subject today. And you can talk
So what
about
is the subject?
So you
about
stay up here
FBA.
and they know the
The
subject?
subject you just brought, brother.
You didn't read the title?
The
subject
wall.
is
You're talking about the walls. She said she's going to give you
yes.
an opportunity to talk about your.
Okay, when someone thinks of a wall, right? The wall is not like a door. A door you can go in. You could go 4 ways in a door. You could go in, you could go out, you could go out, and you could go in. But with the wall, you go only
I can't
the
do
wall
that.
does two
ain't no
things.
way this
The
man
wall
is
do,
sober.
the wall does two
Yo, Q,
things.
you hear this shit? Yo, Q.
The wall does two things. It keeps things out and it keeps things in.
Are you
People
talking
who are
about
going to
the
be in this
wall that he
country are
said
going
he
to
was
be
going to
kept
build?
in. And people who
Lord,
are outside these
Lord,
countries are going to be kept out.
What?
He said that the wall gonna keep us out and keep us in at the same time.
It's going to be a firewall. Like, don't think about like how it's going to be a large wall. No, it's going to be like digital firewall. You know how you have firewalls.
Like almost like on the movies, like how like the aliens will when they have a spaceship,
See,
they
you
have
playing
like
games now. I can hear it.
The force
I
DJ,
think what he's
why you
saying is
doing
more like from an economy perspective. There's going to be a digital wall. That's
Oh, and that social credit score. That social credit score.
like aliens.
Let me highlight you about the social credit score real quick. The social credit score that's taking effect is going to be like, say, for instance, we've had it in the casinos, the analytics, where they could comp you for points. They know how you playing, so they give you some hotels and free dinners and stuff like that. Well, the analytics for this, for the social credit score, is how we're turning into a merit-based society, and it's
You
just
talking
like
about
how
like
when you
China?
check out at
Like
Walmart and you
there's a
get these
movie
points.
on
You get these
there's a
points
movie
for
on Netflix
rewards.
called what's that
The
You're
TV
gonna
show?
Black
get this
Mirror.
UBI
Black
rewards.
Mirror, yeah.
But yeah, it's gonna get just like that social credit score, just like
I mean, that's
Black
gonna
Mirror.
happen anyway. That's the future.
It's gonna
What
get
does that
Black
do
Mirror.
with FBA? What does that
It's
do?
gonna get like that. It's gonna get like that real quick.
What does that have to
Within
do
the
with
next,
FBA? Where does FBA fall in?
we can't help y'all if you're not true American.
Who's we?
What is true
People
American?
who have the delineation of
Who's
understanding.
FBA? So you're saying that FBA is going to have some kind of card that can get them through the wall?
Better, like we get more benefits.
We get perks
because we're FBA.
Because we FBA. Hey, this is how we do every day.
Well, he said you wasn't gonna do nothing if you ain't a true American. I'm
There's
talking about the
always a
true
vote
American
to
part.
everything. All right.
Why do we think that the American government gives a fuck about
Look
us?
at your FAFSA. Look at your FAFSA. How people has been updated. So, who they want to know what type of person you are. They want to know what
Why
type
do we
of.
think that the American government gives a fuck about us?
Right, they trying to get rid of us right now. They literally trying to find a way to deport
Is that a question?
freedmen, like black slaves, people who were descended slaves.
She asked the question and he asked the question in return.
Why can't we just be like?
Why can't
you
think a little bit more critically? That's the
why
question.
can't we just what?
Or we can like stop fighting each other.
Bro, I'm sorry.
And if what you're
Why
saying
can't we
is
just keep
true,
on having billionaires within ourselves and having ownership more and more? We have the best story on planet Earth.
That's not
Get
going
it
to
out.
matter if
I'm
black
not
people
talking
ain't
about
here.
like we're an
I
endangered
hear what
species.
you're trying to articulate. I don't think you're articulating it as well as you
Q
think.
butter.
We're here in the best place on the planet
That's
Earth.
enough.
Right?
I think I've heard enough. Thank you.
Let's get on this.
Thank
Q
you.
butter.
Q butter, go ahead. What is
Yo,
it?
what's good, he says?
What's goody, baby?
What's good?
Whatever drugs he was on, I want some.
Ma'am, can I say something?
Having an intelligent panel.
No, Q
tonight.
butter is Q butter's time, and you can say something after him. Go ahead. Q.
I got a
He been waiting. Q butter been waiting.
Yo, what's good, sis? Yo, good looks for the convo and stuff, yo. Got to keep the conversation pushing forward, man. I just want to know, like, if we so black people should not work together, and we're American first. That's what I'm getting, right? We're American first. Black people should only work with black people in America, and trying to see what else is. I don't really understand it.
Everything else is tethers.
That's not how I see it.
Trying to
That's
tether
not
off of us, and that's
Even
what.
if
And
look,
FBA,
even if you're a descendant of slaves, you're a tether. If you're not down with FBA,
no one said this. This is all coming from one side.
You gotta
from
say
what
it right.
side? If you
gotta
believe
say
in
it right.
FBA,
From
that
your
is
side.
the rhetoric. That's
You gotta
the
say
rhetoric.
it right, sis.
Why? See, that's the problem. Let me let me
You
put
gotta
myself
say it.
up
You
here.
gotta say it right.
Let me put myself up here right quick.
You gotta say
Because everybody, that is the point I've been trying to make. Everybody has a different understanding what this FBA movement is. Why? Because
Why you
FBA
American?
movement has not had a defined understanding and an actual organization. Because Tariq will say it's just a lineage.
That's
So
why.
therefore,
Well, you
you
got to
have
look from
one
it
person.
from a
Hold on,
non-emotional
stop.
perspective.
You have one person that will say FBA means this. You have another person that says FBA means that. Another person says FBA means this. And bottom line is that because Tariq Nasheed is not being responsible enough, because he does not want to be considered a cult leader or really at the helm of a movement and have that responsibility and probably get, you know what I'm saying, like be on the level of like
a black messiah.
to where they might off him. You know what I'm saying? He's gonna say, no, it's just a lineage, right? So he's doing something, but he's trying to like cloak it into comedy
right
and entertainment.
Ambiguity.
But he's garnering all this following to the point to where they're disrespecting elders.
It's out of Tariq's hands at this
Yeah,
point.
it's out of his hands at this point. So that means to me that how in the hell can you start something and it gets out of your hand? That means
like
that it
how-
was never organized to begin with.
that means
And so
culture
now
was involved.
what's happening is that when you say FBA, you have this one says it means this. You have that one says it means that. You have this one says it means this. And then when you say, okay, what are the marching orders? Well, this one says this. That's what this is really what I was really getting to is that it's nothing organized. It's not organized. But then they want to go against ADOs. They want to go up against all the other black movements, Pan-Africanism, ADOs, all these things that were organized.
But FBAs, but African foundational black folks who started the Pan-African movement. Come on, talk, sister.
So all I'm saying is that when you don't have marching orders, you want to cower away from the movement aspect and only say it's a lineage, but no, not a movement with clear goals, clear mission statement, clear marching orders. Now
It
you have
seems like you don't believe it's a lineage.
It can take its own shape based on whatever
You
the
believe
person
it's a lineage or a group?
And any ignorant Negro wants to decide how it's supposed to be.
Thank you. That is what I'm saying.
She wants it to be a group so bad.
Ma'am, can I say something?
All these
She
different
wants
people
it to
saying
be a group
that
so
FBA
bad.
is this, FBA is that,
Bro,
FBA is this, and nobody has a unified.
She wants it to be a group so
How about you
bad.
shut the fuck up for a second and let the
I don't want it to be a group so bad. I want people to. Why is it that there's no?
How come you never seen it on television?
You know
Yo,
what?
let the lady
You know
finish,
what?
bro.
The
God.
Bloods and the fucking Crips have a better organization than the goddamn FBA.
It's a lineage.
The
That's
fucking
why.
Bloods and Crips and the gangster vice lords have more
how about that?
organization
Let's discuss
than the
that.
fucking
That's
FBA.
FBA.
Ma'am,
every day.
ma'am, can I say something? Ma'am, ma'am, ma'am,
the disciple.
ma'am, can I say something?
FBA
When
too,
you're-
yo, LGBTQ right now is FBA according to
Ma'am, ma'am, can I say something?
They got a better marching
They're
orders.
also Caribbean.
LGBA got a better fucking
Y'all gotta
organization
fix
than
the
FBA.
because what you
Ma'am.
don't want to
To
do
me,
is
at least there's a fucking marching orders.
movements.
There's a
Ma'am, hello,
That ain't got nothing to do with our
who's saying
ma'am,
that? Saying
ma'am,
that?
ma'am, can I say something?
Go ahead.
Ma'am,
I was waiting on Q. I was actually Q was next, but
okay,
Q was supposed to be next.
can I
Everybody keep on
can I say
talking.
something?
Who's saying something?
Tonight's program has been
This,
sponsored by
can I say something,
Peanut
ma'am?
Butter
Thomas, go ahead.
Crush.
Say something real quick. And Q is next.
In the whole
And then I
building,
just have
bro.
her. Q is next and Uda's next.
Q is
After
next.
that.
Let's hear some from somebody who's intellectual and articulate, please.
Ma'am, can I say something?
Can we wait until after Q is done? Because I'm tired of hearing from inarticulate brothers.
I've been listening to. I've been
But
listening.
Q's turn next. And I know that you're obsessed with having something to say when you barely can say anything. I would like to hear from Q.
Are you shutting me down, sir?
No,
go ahead,
you
go
can
ahead,
after
Tom.
Q.
No, listen.
I mean, she's the person, sir. This is not your, sir,
You're remedial.
sir.
You're remedial. I heard what you said.
And listen, Zion. Okay, listen.
It was nonsense.
Q was actually next, so I'm not gonna lie. Q was next. He was next, so that was right. Go ahead, Q.
It's cool. Let him go. Let him go, Zion.
You gotta get emotional.
Okay, go ahead, Thomas. Go ahead, Thomas.
Sir, you are a female. You getting upset?
Stop it! Nope. Go and make your point. Don't attack nobody on the panel.
See who the
No, listen, Zion, chill out, bro. Chill.
Say that to my face and see who the bitch
Zion,
is.
chill, bro.
Yeah. My hands.
It's too much. We need some females up here. It's too much balls and stuff up here.
A bunch of estrogen
Sir,
niggas up here.
listen, sir.
Go ahead, Thomas. Stop.
Sir,
You are slow.
calm down, sir. Just calm down a minute.
Everything you said was slow.
Calm down.
Everything you said was slow.
That's a completely different person.
Calm down, sir.
You said was slow.
You calm down, sir.
Him, Zion. That wasn't even him.
Calm down, sir.
That wasn't even him, Zion. Stop.
I just want to add, he does sound American when he is mad.
That was the one who kept on talking, the slow ass nigga.
Calm down, sir.
Go ahead, Thomas. I'm sorry.
I'm only saying I'm an older person. I'm trying to listen to all this. I'm not attacking anybody. I'm just saying what I see and I observe it, and I should try to give some information back to you that's kind of positive. The only thing I'm saying is right now, Donald Trump is going to the Supreme Court where he's going to get rid of that birthright citizenship. You know what that means. All these people here, particularly immigrants, if you were even born in this country, but you have immigrant parents, they are going to deport you. And the thing is, sir, will you just calm down?
Include his wife and his children.
Thank you. But guess what? Sir,
his wife and his children.
Sir, are you okay? I mean, I'm just trying to make a statement.
I'm saying it doesn't make sense.
It don't make sense for Donald Trump to deport you.
Do you see how this brother right here, how calm he is and how composed he is, how he's speaking?
Bro,
give him some respect.
Shut the fuck up.
See, there he goes.
Zion.
Sir, you are out of pocket. But anyway, all I'm saying is this, ma'am. All I'm saying is this, ma'am. Donald Trump cannot deport Black Americans because we are in that Constitution. So when we say we will just want respect from people coming from these other countries into this country because we died for you to be here. That's all I'm saying. That respect. And I listened to that African guy on here earlier. All he did was come on this program to disrupt. He came to
say
disrupt.
something to the elder?
Let me finish the statement, cool, and I'll let you back on. All I'm saying is he came on here to disrupt. And when it got to a point where he couldn't get to the disruption, he started cursing. I noticed when that black guy earlier was talking and he started cursing the black guy. It wasn't anybody else doing that. That's total disrespect. Black Americans have died for everybody to be here. When people say America, they say black people. They don't say white people because black people built this country. Okay, you can go ahead, Cole.
I just wanted to say this one thing, right? Like I respect you as an elder, right? And I respect you as a black man. You know what I'm saying? I'm not from America.
Yeah, but you are black though.
Wait a minute. Yeah, but I am black. And when I see you, I see my dad, my uncles, etc., right? But that's as far as the respect goes. Anything other than that, I respect you just like I respect somebody from Africa. And I'm from the Caribbean. I'm not from Africa or America. So I got a common level of respect, but the respect don't go past that to where like you could talk to me crazy and I just gotta respect you just because. I don't respect nobody based on where they from. I'll give common respect because I'm just respectful like that. But I'm not giving you an extra respect just because of where you're from. You know what I'm saying? To where I could let you disrespect me. That's like you
Can I
trying
ask
to
you,
be that's
can
like
I ask you a question?
that's like you're trying to be entitled like the white man. That sounds kind of crazy. I think we could all respect each other, but I don't think it's like no special extra respect to have you exempt from somebody retaliating if you disrespect them. That's all I'm saying.
All right, Q, can you come on up?
Yo, sis. Y'all hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
See,
Yeah,
when that dividend check comes,
I would say,
you'll know who's American, who's FBA, and who's not.
So
Thank you.
When that dividend
This person off
tariff dividend
And that's the
drops,
thing. I
you'll
don't
know.
want to block nobody from the stuff that they're entitled to because that
Right.
is crazy. Like your ancestors went through certain shit and you deserve to get reparations and shit like that. Nobody in my family or no immigrant that I know is against
Same, bro.
nobody getting reparations. Like the shit that y'all just be making up an imaginary boogeyman, bro. That shit is
when
fucking
somebody
weird.
Sir,
talking, I can't
sir,
respond.
can I ask you a question, sir?
It's like,
Can I just
Can I
do
ask you
my
a question?
motherfucking point, son? God damn, son. She literally said not to talk. Y'all just keep
yeah,
going
go
on.
ahead, Q. Go ahead, Q.
Damn.
Thank you. Because you got to move this person off the screen, bro. This is fucking people up this screen.
Yeah, I'm thinking he's on the floor and
Yeah,
shit.
go ahead, Q. Go ahead, though.
I
Yeah, I was
genuinely,
like, yeah. So to my Pan Africans and Black nationalists,
Oh, sorry.
I personally feel like we kind of should stay out of the conversation. They shooting at us, but it's just Black folks trying to figure themselves out, and I think we just got to stay out of the conversation. Just let them say what they got to say. Like there's nothing you can say if you remove Pan Africanism in 2025. Most of the Black independent schools in America were created by Pan Africans right now. Most of the active reparation speakers who are on the floor are Pan Africans. Some of the top programs in the country, scholastically speaking and business speaking, is ran by Pan Africans. You know what I'm saying? We do need to step our game up, and I think giving an ear to the FBA, people who call themselves FBA should be what it is. You know, they're gonna attack Pan Africanism because it has the word African in it. But the reality is that just it's nothing. What are they really attacking? You know what I'm saying? Like I had to really listen to some people online. I'm like, bro, I'm literally in my location. Like there's multiple spaces across the country. Roots Charter Academy, Dr. Benita Thompson. You have the entire CUNY in New York. You have Marcus Garvey School in California. You have Baba Amin. You have Marcus Klein. Like people bring up Umar Johnson because they don't have any clue about the history of people in this country or the history of Caribbean people or African people who have put in work in this country. We focus on Black people who are doing more work and who are actively seeking to work with Black people. So I'm Q Butter. If you're actively working on Black people, whatever you want to call yourself, Israelite, 5%er, Black national, I really don't give a damn. Let's work and let's just focus on working and let people who want to talk just talk. Because at the end of the day, where are we going with the conversation? This is the internet. There's a brother on here right now who's from the Caribbean. There's another brother who is in the continent. Let's just focus on connecting with each other. If you're an FBA and you want to do something for Black people, what do y'all want to do for Black people? It's just that simple. You want to build a museum, you want to focus on research, you want to build stuff up. It's literally just that simple. Can we focus on building? You know what I'm saying? Like, so to my FBAs, the simple question is, what are 5 talking points or 5 points of focus that y'all have that would be like prioritized for as objectives for the Black community? It's just, you know what I'm saying? The same thing with Pan Africans. What are your objective 5 goals? And let's just focus on goals. All of this arguing about, I had to really catch myself. I got a YouTube strike and I'm like, yo, Q, these conversations is mad all over the place. And we just keep blaming and blaming and blaming. What are we doing? On code FBA Engine. If you're a Black man and you cannot state that this is what I bring to the table as a Black FBA person, you ain't shit.
Yes, sir. Can I ask you a question, sir?
I just want to be the shit it is. If you're a Pan African,
yeah, he's a tether from New York. You could tell.
I just want to be clear. If you're a black person and
Maybe
you're
first generation. First generation.
I'm sorry, I just want to make it clear. So if you are a
Ebonics your second language.
Yo, Genesis, you gotta mute.
no, I'm not even. He just wants attention. Like this is what
Sir.
children do. He's not somebody
Sir.
I would like.
Sir,
Can
I
just
don't
finish my
understand.
point?
But it's
If
people that
you're
could
on,
gain.
Can I finish my point respectfully? So if you're
People
a
that
Pan
could gain
African
from
and
the
you don't have nothing
conversation,
to
bro.
show,
This man did.
if you're a Pan African and you don't have nothing to show, you don't have nothing to build with, you're no one else to talk to. It's just that simple. What do we
yes,
bring to the table and how are we working with each
sir.
other to build?
Can I
Show
say
me
something?
Before you tell me
Damn,
what
listen, hey, listen.
outreach.
Who
as
keep
men,
asking, can they say something?
Yo, Genesis, just
If
drop him.
person asks, can they say something? I'm gonna drop you off the goddamn panel.
Just drop him till it
Because
is.
wait till he finish and then say something. Can he finish?
Yeah.
Can he finish what he's saying? You're saying something while he's saying something. Can I say something? Come on, y'all.
You are triggered, man.
I'm getting cussed out on the back end because I stopped Zion. He mad at me. He don't want to talk to me. I'm like, bro, why is everybody? People need to like listen. Everybody is grown ass men. Y'all need to be able to handle listening to someone and listen to the end until they gotta say. Then come up and say what you. I'm gonna give everyone an equal chance. I'm not gonna cut you off as long as everybody listen to each other. I swear to God, I will not cut you. So let him finish. Let him finish, bro.
so yeah,
I
so
let the Africans say whatever. I'm
my
letting you
dear FBAs, you know what I'm
Go
saying?
ahead.
My dear FBAs, what are 5 things that black people should be focusing on in the community? Pan-Africans, what are y'all bringing to the table? Continental Africans, what are you bringing to the table? Caribbean people, what are we bringing to the table? And how are we helping each other out? If not, get out of the conversation. And if you have something to bring to the table, I don't really know. Like just being clear, like that's how I talk to people. If you don't have nothing to bring to the table, what are we actually discussing as men?
Delineating. This is the grieving process. It's the first
So
stage of
let me
grievance
ask
right
you,
here.
do you
That's
have
all
any,
we
All
want to
right.
get out of that.
For the
do you have
Tempest,
anything to
the
bring to the
first
table?
stage of grievances
So it's cool. So do you
sounds
have
like
anything to
this.
bring to the table?
He
I
just
do.
said it.
The second stage of delineations is
Oh, so you don't have nothing
is
to bring to the
uh
table.
is
Is there anybody?
acceptance.
No disrespect. Is there
Accept
anybody
that
who's an
you're
FBA
not like
who has
us.
I
something to
do.
bring to the table? Is there anybody who claims to be an FBA who has something to bring to the table?
Yeah, I'm FBA and I have something to bring to the table.
Peace, Ken.
All right. So my background is in data analytics with a concentration in monetary policy and investment banking. I'm a younger Black American in my 20s. So how I help out the Black community is I typically build workshops to help people develop their skills in order to get better jobs. I've helped a lot of African people. I've helped a lot of Black American people. I've seen a lot of issues with the community in terms of getting people focused on being career oriented and having specialized skill sets in order to get to that next level. And it really only takes about 5 years to get that 100K job if you're not going the business route. So I hope a lot of people trying to get to that 100K within 5 years. And a lot of that just has to do with getting the experience to get that initial job and then working the years in that job while you're learning on the side.
May I ask where you located?
Hmm?
May I ask where you located?
Well, I'm located in the South.
Yeah, no, I know. I have a space in North Carolina too, but I definitely would learn to work with you and stuff. That would be fire, and I think that's something
Yeah.
we should.
So, and the reason why I do all that is because I come from a family of Black Americans who help people. My grandfather, he started his own charter school for Black Americans, and he was honored where he did so much in terms of civil rights, where they named streets after him and stuff. So when I'm talking, I'm not talking from a perspective of downing other groups. I'm just talking from a perspective where when you look at these political parties, we have to focus more so on what they can give to us. And if they can't give anything to us, then they're just going to say that they're giving all this stuff to all these other people. Then my thing is like, we're not a part of the political conversation at that point. And that's all I'm saying. In terms of people going and doing for self, I want Africans to do for self. I want Black Americans, I want Caribbeans, I want everybody to do for self. What I want to see more from Africans is a more education on their culture, on their history, on where they're from.
That's what I would like to see more from Africans. Africans know a lot about our culture. They've assumed a lot of Black media.
I know, fan. Even though, not to cut you, we tend to go down that route versus just sticking to table talk. What do you bring to the table? What do men do after they finish table talk? They go to their family. I don't have nothing to talk. I'm talking about transmissions, car parts, buildings. You know, if we stick to table talk about business, all of the extra stuff goes out the way. Everybody knows
it goes away.
a better job. Black people around the world need to focus on spreading their history and connecting and focus on business. These are standards that every single competent adult knows. But us bringing stuff to the table, your family's charter school, the stuff that you're doing, that is what every Pan-African and Black nationalist, everybody wants to hear about. That your history gets caught up in the conversations about nothing versus highlighting your grandfather's accomplishments, versus highlighting your political astuteness, versus highlighting your degrees. That's the focus. And I hear Pan-Africans get caught up in everything else but saying this is the priority in the conversation. It's just that simple.
Yeah, and that's my priority. My thing is I want everyone to become more educated. I mostly focus on younger generation, people between the ages of 22 to 40. And I want to get people, like, what I see a lot in the community is when you're pushing people to strive, they think that they're too old to like do better for themselves. And it's crazy because it's like anyone can get a corporate position. How you get in the corporate? You don't need a degree. All you need is to become an administrative assistant. And then when you become an administrative assistant, you're there in the corporate world for like a year, and then you could transfer to a department and specialize by learning from the people in the department. Now you're a financial manager because you went from admin assistant, which all you need to do is know how to use Excel, Microsoft Word, and Outlook and email. That's all you need to know how to do. If you and you write letters for people, shit, Chat GPT that shit. You can just have Chat GPT build out everything for you. And that's the thing. They want to, like, when you have your sales experience from running the cashier, that's just the first step. You get that when you're a teen, and then after that, you move to that admin position. That's all you need is that cashier experience. That little experience there can open the doors 5 years down the road to $100,000 job. You can become a project manager. And the thing is, you just have to focus on getting those goals. So you have to go in your mind and say, hey, what can I be good at? And if you don't see yourself being good at anything because you didn't do well in school, because you didn't learn the basic math and you didn't learn the basic history and the knowledge in order to learn how to connect and discern information, then you're going to be stuck and you're never going to be progressing. And that's my goal. I just want everyone to progress in a way. And a lot of people in the conversations, I don't know if they're showing that type of progression in their daily life, whether it be with their own businesses. I know a lot of people have their own businesses and they don't advocate for working for other companies, but shit, that's how our ancestors got their money. That's how Black Wall Street was made. We had the skills and we went and worked for white people. And then when we worked for white people, we brought the money back to our community, and then it circulated in our community. That's what every other community is doing.
How often do you get to discuss this on Pan-African panels?
I normally don't go on any panels.
How often have you heard a similar conversation discussed on FBA panels?
So when you say Pan-African, I'm just assuming Black panels in general. But when on Black panels in general, I don't think I've heard any of those conversations. Like, I've been to conversations.
I'm going to say this is that I you know what, and I'm going to say this. I'm Pan-African. I'm an FBA, but I'm Pan-African, and this is my panel. So
yeah. Well, I'm
FYI,
FBA and I'm Pan-African, but not at the dismissal of whatever issues we're going through. Like, that's my thing. Like, in terms of advocacy, there's really nothing Black, like everyone's saying we can build bridges and we can do that. Yes, we could do that, and there's a demand for it, but the demand isn't so high that like the vast majority of Black Americans can participate in that. That's not where we fix ourselves, is trying to get the economy better. And then where Africans fix themselves is generating businesses in Africa. So whatever knowledge you learn from America, you take that over to Africa. Because like people are saying, like,
again, before you do it again,
we
have a tendency of giving unrequested advice. And I recognize this. Listen to how much we do that. Africans should do this. If they're an African,
Yeah, but the same thing
come to
happens.
America and they're paying taxes in America, they're an American by taxes. You know what I'm saying? If they're like, and then when they start doing the same thing, Black Americans need to do this. Everybody needs to just stop giving unsolicited advice.
Here's my thing. If a person isn't doing that, then I'm going to judge their moral character.
No, I'm just
not
saying
going to
the
see them as
unsolicited,
Pan-African.
advice is, if you just listen to the conversations, how often both sides do it. My bad. I was just jumping in the comment because I was like, yo, there's some dope people in the chat, and we spend a lot of time focusing on Africans, but the dope people. Like, you're really dope at what you're saying, bro. Like, don't even worry about that. Just keep being dope. You know what I'm saying? If people are going to want to work with you, you're going to have Africans that want to work with you, Jamaicans, Caribbeans, people from around the country, because you're dope.
How come they don't want to work hard in their own countries?
You see what he's talking about? Again, he has not brought nothing, a discussion to the table. This is why he keeps going. If we keep the table talk conversation, how do we increase the economic space for Black Americans? You gave us an answer for that. If you're
we got to look at the Bureau of Labor Statistics. We got to see where the projected demand for the different jobs are, and then we got to promote those jobs in our communities. For the members of our community who are like, you know, distracted and they're unable to like obtain higher education or do things like that, they're gonna have to become electricians and like there's programs in every state where, like, you know, if you don't have any skills or anything, you can just go become an electrician apprentice, and after 5 years you can just start up your own electrician company, and then now you have a company where you're bringing in apprentices, you're all a part of the union, and now you're increasing the amount of Black electricians within the area.
Yo, are you familiar real quick with NSER?
No, I'm not familiar with that.
I just got linked with this organization. It's the National Center for Construction Education and Research. They do low cost training as well. There's another organization I just got put on to for low cost training for 18 to 24-year-olds, and they get pulled straight into the unions. Really powerful, really impactful.
But the thing people need to be aware of is the education level of Black Americans right now isn't as impressive as we think it is in terms of per capita. Like, a lot of Black Americans, they go to school, they fell out. A lot of us, and it has nothing to do with like culture or anything. It just has to do with like our support systems. We don't have the support systems
You
in
mean
place
America?
because we're competing.
You mean America, the United States?
No. He means in America, Black Americans have systematically been kept from resources from white people. It's been well documented that white people allocate resources away from Black people, not Jamaicans, not Caribbeans, white people. And they also change their districts to make sure the allocation of funds does not go to Black people. That is historically a fact around the country. And that is
and I have a question. Is that allocation given to inappropriate given to Africans or Caribbeans? Do they take it from Black
and
people?
the reason why I say that is because they don't want to delineate the data.
Why is FBA trying to pretend that all these different things are getting taken from them and given to the Caribbeans?
Okay, so
Why like this exists?
Okay, so I'm not saying that, and I thought we're doing table talk.
Are you FBA?
Yes, I'm 100%
So when Trump
FBA. My
bombs
grandfather was
Nigeria,
a celebrity
don't say
singer,
nothing no more.
FBA.
Here's my
But
question. Because the whole argument of FBA movement is that all the resources are being taken from the Black American, the foundational Blacks, and given.
Well, yeah,
to
that's what happened. So what happened was.
Okay, why are you interrupting? I'm not done.
Okay. Well, okay. Well,
okay. So I'm trying to understand why there's this narrative, and there's so many programs that are given out throughout the United States that the FBA have no. I mean, not the FBA. The Caribbeans have no access to because they're not American citizens. They might not have a business structure. They have to like actually go and get a business, whatever, to get those things. Why is this the narrative that all of the resources or the majority of resources that we think are for us, right? Us. You know, whenever Tariq is talking, well, these things are for us, but you know, they get it for them, and you know. So why is it that we have this narrative when everything I'm hearing Q talk about, they're not necessarily open all the way wide for people of other cultures to come in and take advantage of, mainly American citizens. But we're given this narrative that these things are open wide, and they're more able to get these resources than we are as Black Americans.
So I can explain this to you, and it's really pretty simple. When the Civil Rights Bill was passed, that would have made, if the Civil Rights Bill was passed and they didn't allow any other groups into the country, the Black American economy would be way better today than it would have been if we did bring those groups. The reason why is because after they gave us our civil rights, they applied them not only to us, but they applied them to a bunch of other people who were just coming into the country who were already being backed by like other countries. Your average, like when the civil rights started, your average African immigrant, and I don't want to just single out African immigrants, but your average immigrant in general was around the age of 45. So a lot of them, they either were like single, didn't have kids, or they did have a family at the time, and they came over here because they had vast skill sets. So like, I just want to point out when it comes to the history of African American or Africans in America, a lot of them, like, I don't want to like say that they came from like these families where they came over here with $2 because that's not the case. And we should educate people on like how they were able to come over here. They came over here. A lot of them came over here
So
with
hold
money.
on, how much of those? See, I think that what happens is that we are compounding a situation and blaming a group of people.
Yeah, we are
And
compounding.
there was an entire thing called urban renewal. There was an entire time where there was Black cities like Detroit, like Black Bottom in Detroit. There were different cities throughout the United States that had highways after the civil rights movement was done. They put entire highways through these communities that were thriving Black communities. We cannot blame the Caribbean people that
We're not
came.
blaming them.
No,
You asked
no,
a
no.
question.
What I'm trying
Can I jump in there too, sis?
no, no, no. What I'm trying to explain to you is that you cannot blame a group of people when there was all these different things, aspects of why we ended up in a situation. You know, there was entire cities removed because they were putting highways called urban renewal.
Yeah, and I totally agree with you on that. You
So
can't
you
blame
want
the
to just skate past urban renewal and go straight to that there was like people from Jamaica that came into New York or whatever they came to.
Yeah, we're gonna skip right
All the
past.
money and
We're
everything.
gonna head to right to
Can you source
1983.
that? Can you is it
1983. Can I tell you what happened in
no,
1983?
before you tell us that, can you source your point that you said? Where did you get that data
After
from?
the peak of the civil rights movement, the destruction of Black communities was less often the result of large-scale white mob violence, which was more common in the early 20th century, and more frequently consequence of systematic policies like urban renewal and corporate expansion. All right? The 1960s and beyond saw historically Black neighborhoods raised for development, projects often displacing thousands of families and businesses. This was done under the guise of improving living standards, but disproportionately harmed Black communities. So, which one did the worst?
I mean,
Moving
does it matter? They both were
the
as bad.
neighborhoods or the Caribbean community?
Yeah, I'm trying to understand. Are you saying that immigrants? You know, how does America make money? Can we all agree on that? What is the main revenue?
Through labor.
I just want to be clear. What's the revenue for the brother that said American immigration? I want to be clear. What
I
is
would say the main revenue is our ties with other countries. Essentially, we establish economic relationships with other countries where we force them to give us a monopoly stake in their market, allowing us to trade in dollars.
Okay, so have
Our
you?
whole
All right,
thing
so
is based
according
on
to the
labor.
federal government, the primary source of income is tax revenue for America. That's why I'm kind of confused. America is an immigration-based colonial system. It has always made money off of immigrants. That's why I'm kind of confused. America funds itself through immigration, a lot of money through immigrant taxes. So I just want to be clear. So like, and Black people benefit from the taxes collected from immigrants. So I'm trying to see like, do Black people benefit less from taxes collected, or because you said that and did you source that from somewhere that said that immigration is the direct result to Black people's? I just
So
want to
no
know.
one said anything about immigration being the direct result to Black people anything.
No, I'm saying, is there a correlation? I just wonder, did you read that somewhere that there was a correlation?
So there is an overrepresentation of immigrants in government programs like affirmative action.
Thank you.
So, like, let's say if you go to a PWI, which is a white school, if you are Black and then immigrant, then you get more points in terms of the affirmative action quota than a person who is just Black.
But even an affirmative action was created and started because white people did not want to allow Black Americans ability to compete for contracts. And 30 years later, Black people are still struggling with competing with white people for government contracts. And now the federal government with Trump has even cut down even more Black people's federal, and it's not, so the white people are telling Black Americans, you can't even use your Black card.
Yeah,
So I'm kind of confused. Like, white people to me are the bigger issue than anybody. They're the only
They
elephant.
definitely are, but the thing about it is they use immigrants as a shield and a buffer to kind of get their point across. It's a lot easier for the point to come across if it's coming from someone else that looks like the group of people than it does coming from them. And that's why I say, like, a lot of the stuff that's happening on Twitter, like, you can't really look at it because, like, if you look at these accounts, the vast majority of them that are spilling the hate are like coming from overseas.
No, regardless of the intellect, I'm just saying, like, because you're very smart. So I'm saying, like, the argument and the connection and correlations have to be something that should be published. So I'm waiting. Is there a published data that says immigration directly relates to Black people's economic? Because
Well, that's the thing. We don't have the data. The data.
No, but that's what I'm saying. That there is data that specifically says Black.
No, because we don't delineate Black people in America, so we don't have the data. That's the whole point of delineation.
No, there is data that's specifically for Black Americans. They literally have been collected since.
No, there isn't. All right, if you go online right now and look at crime stats.
What are you talking about?
I'm sorry. Hold on. What data? Like, they know how many immigrants. That's what the Census Bureau is for. They know how many Black immigrants are in the country. They know how many regular immigrants. When white people were choosing African immigrants, white people knew they were choosing African immigrants over Black Americans and got held accountable for that. Corporations who were actively, white corporations who were actively recruiting African continentals got exposed for choosing African continentals over Black people. It wasn't African continentals writing to Ford saying, choose us over Black Americans. It was white people saying,
and we're not saying it was.
No, that's what I'm trying to understand. So when do we place the act, like you know, from
So
a science?
The thing about it is, no matter what we do, if we focus on ourselves, every other group isn't going to benefit from that. And that's just going to be the reality of the fact, because when it comes down to it, if Black Americans saying, hey, I'm not going to vote for this Democrat because there's no Black tangible party, there's no Black American tangibles, but there's all this stuff for like immigration reform and healthcare and doing all this other stuff, then Black people are just going to stay out of it, let the rest of the country figure it out. And whatever the country goes with, like, that's what Black people have to go with, because we don't have the political power to really change anything. But what we do is we have the political capital that we can just take away. And I think that's where all this negativity.
How much political power does Elon Musk have?
I mean,
how much political power does the guy who runs Facebook or even Amazon? Do you know that they are the ones mainly pushing the H-1B1 visa?
How much political
I
power?
do know that, but at the same time, how do you think Elon Musk has more political power than the Black American population?
Bro, he actually was in the White House and got all of people's information.
So
and
Elon's vote matters more than ours?
Elon Musk has all of our information because he was in the White House as a Doge. What African American was able to go into the White House, get everybody's information? What are you talking about?
Yeah, none of us, and that's the point. Why are we participating in a political system that's like not even allowing us to participate?
So I'm saying is that you're
So
trying
who do we vote for at that point?
Man, we don't have as much political power because let me tell you something. Every person that was Black in that policy seat is getting slowly removed.
But
So
why are
that
they
tells
worried about the black vote?
you don't have no
Because
political
this
power.
is what it is. It all
It's
comes
not
down to
the
black
rule is
people
so
not
equal.
advocating politically. So what if we don't have any
What?
political power, why does it matter?
I mean, we do advocate politically. It's just you got to think about who are the ones that's actually doing the
Benefit.
advocating of the issue. It's literally the Sambos and the Coons who are in the conversation, and those
Exactly.
their
Yeah.
representation. So, and again, accountability.
And they're trying to say that those are the
Hey,
10.
they want health care coverage for illegals and
Not just illegal.
gender
You got to think
affirming
about it. Jesse
surgeries.
Jackson was a foundational Black American. You know what I'm saying?
Thank
Martin Luther King was a foundational Black American.
That's not true, bro. When you stop saying that, Jesse Jackson is the person that created African Americans.
I'm
Was
sorry.
he a foundational Black
He
American?
created that, but he created
Was he
that.
foundational Black American? Yes or no?
Let me ask you a question, man. Since you asking all these questions,
No, bro. You
okay.
interrupted.
You just said
Yes or no? Yes or
You
no? Was he
interrupted the point.
foundational
Was he
Black
FBA?
American or was
That's
he
all I-
Caribbean?
foundational Black Americans are our
Okay.
ancestors. That all the ancestors are foundational Black Americans. That
You
covers
see how
everybody.
you see how nobody knows what a foundational Black American is.
I just told you. I just
people
told you.
originated in the
You ignore
Americas.
it.
So then yes, he's a foundational Black American.
Everybody, listen. Put a one in the chat.
Logic.
I
Put
see,
a one
ma'am.
in the chat if
What's
foundational Black
happening?
Americans is the ancestor.
Ma'am, what's
I don't
happening
remember
is
Martin Luther King
Full-blood
claiming FBA.
Americans. Full-blood
what I see.
Martin Luther King is not FBA now.
What I
I
see
don't
is
remember him claiming FBA.
Hold on.
He's a
I'm sorry.
full-blood American.
Claiming
We
FBA.
come from the same lineage.
FBA is a group.
I
Just a
thought it
different
was a
term.
lineage.
Hold on,
It's
wait.
a lineage,
Before we
right?
say that,
So now
Lineage,
you claim
full-blood
it.
Americans.
FBA
He has
as
to
a
claim it
term
to be
and
it.
phrase was only used in our generation. Why would you expect him to use
FBA
a
to
phrase?
me is a group.
Hold on. Why would he be using a phrase from our generation 50 years ago?
Exactly, because it was created by someone who's
The
profiting.
Just like the
CIA
term African American, just like the term
they
people of
named
color.
Jesse Jackson.
I just want to know who asked that. 'Cause I
Identifying
want to
us.
really understand. How could you expect Martin Luther King to state that? I'm just lost. Like, who said that?
Speak what?
You said he never claimed to be an FBA. I want to know.
No,
how.
I didn't say that. But Martin Luther King did not claim to be FBA.
How could he claim to be FBA? He was.
But that term
Martin
came
Luther
around.
King was a Negro. He was Negro.
What
You're using it.
Is FBA.
But the thing, ma'am, you're doing is you're using all these
Color.
terms. All these
His color.
terms. All these terms were created by white people: Negro, colored, mulatto, whatever. The only difference now is that the majority of black people now in the new age, they're saying they're foundational because they're taking that into themselves. They're not leaving it to immigrants or white people
So
to
then
say
why
who they
would
are.
they be using a new term 50 years ago? Why would you even expect? Why would you? Who? I'm just want to know who asked that. That's not, I just want to know who
The
asked.
same
Right?
thing about African American. Why the heck did they use a new term?
Because African
I mean,
American
it's the same question. So
African American has been on paper since like the 1700s.
No,
okay, and FBA might be on paper for the next
No,
50
it's
years.
not.
And
No, it's
things
not.
change.
It's not.
Colored
It's
and
not
Negro.
on paper. So when you say
In
that,
the
it's not on
1700s, it was Negro and colored.
No, you also had Africans. You had people arguing over African American. These terms were not just thrown. These are old terms.
But those were
is not
exotic terms. Those were
It's just
exotic.
like ADOS, DOS when
is
she
not
created
exotic.
that group.
Right. That's new though. I'm just saying these are new terms. So you can't say why wouldn't he? Y'all didn't say this. I just want to know the person who said it. I just want to understand their rationale. They literally expect
African Americans. Sorry, African Americans started in 1978. It was nothing like that before that. So what are you talking
Colored
about?
and Negro.
Yeah, that's when they was still knocking us over the heads and trying to keep us out of stuff. That's when the white people were white people were still calling us the hard R. But
yep.
But you call me
they still call us the hard R, so it ain't changed.
But ma'am, can I ask you a question? I understand the conversation, but I'm trying to get back to something else. This all started, the conversation we're having now, is it because of something that happened between Professor Smalls and then Tariq Nasheed?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, since that happened between those two, how come that they couldn't just amongst themselves clarify what the other meant? But what I saw on that podcast, Dr. Smalls, he's the greatest historian. What he was doing on that podcast, he was talking to an African gentleman trying to tell him and give him reasons on how to attack Tariq Nasheed. And I didn't get that. What's the point? Because if he has problem with FBAs, why not directly go to Tariq Nasheed? But Tariq Nasheed is not saying he's the leader of anything. So what he's saying is,
again, that's the problem.
Well, can I ask you a question, ma'am? So what he's saying is, anybody that's black and that was born in this country, they have a right to honor their ancestors, because our ancestors built this country. So if there's an argument between that, I understand it. But I don't understand why he would be on that podcast and tell that African guy, hey, I'm going to give you ammunition to go after Tariq Nasheed, when he's not an American. He's an African.
Can
I
I
don't
answer
necessarily agree
that,
with that
sir?
part, but I would say this.
Can I answer
create
that,
a
sir?
group called, let me say something. If I create a group called the Pink Panthers, I'm most definitely not going to just leave it up to anybody that calls themselves Pink Panther to decide what the Pink Panthers are.
Why?
And what happens with this whole FBA movement is because Tariq Nasheed does not want to be considered the leader of it. He leaves it up to everybody else. He says it's a lineage, even though it has like a copyright and all type of other stuff. He says it's a lineage, and that's all it is. Even though it has like a business number and all type of stuff, that FBA itself, I think it's even patented that, this is not an actual organization. It's just a lineage.
Ma'am, can I ask you a question, ma'am?
Why do you have to interrupt me to ask your question? Can I finish?
Respect.
African Americans trademarked as well.
My biggest problem is that when you have something that looks like a movement, if it walks like a duck, it acts like a duck, and it talks like a duck, and anyone else can see it's a duck, but you're trying to duck from what it really is and say it's not a duck. And then you leave it to
And then
everybody
there's
else.
this thing called disinformation.
You leave it to everybody else to like just make up whatever it is. Because you
wait, hold on. Tariq Nasheed.
Everybody else has said what it is, but Tariq Nasheed will say, no, it's this. But because he's not clarified in what it is, because he does not want it to be a movement, because he doesn't want to be responsible for it.
Because that's
an issue, because you have people that will take the whole thing and they can just throw their own definition on it, and it can be willy-nilly all over the place.
Just like the pretending.
You what FBA is, and I asked another person what FBA is, you're going to get two different answers. And for anything that, if I ask a person what a Mexican is, they're going to be able to pretty much tell you exactly what a Mexican is.
That's because
it's going to be all over the place.
But the Mexicans,
it doesn't make any sense.
Ma'am, the Mexicans are on code. Black people are not on code.
It's not even on code. It's about it's just common.
I'm sorry. Where do y'all see this? Did y'all not see the Mexicans getting deported after they said, let's vote for Trump? I will vote for Donald Trump.
That was the Cubans. That wasn't the
and the Mexicans was with them too, and they got deported. You forgot the dude that plays
Hasta
Superman.
luego.
You know what I'm saying? Like, what do we do? Everybody, white people ain't even on code.
Say, bro,
shot Harvey Kirk. They're not even on code. Nobody's on code right now. Stop selling people this code stuff.
I'm saying that the ADL's on code. I bet you if that's all I'm saying is that where is the organization behind the movement or the lineage?
I mean, there's multiple organizations.
So where is the movement
time for it all
behind
to
the lineage?
solidify.
Why would you have a lineage and then get everybody all like crunk about the lineage and not have a movement that defines the actual organization behind the lineage to dissertate how that lineage should operate? Because
Where does any other group need an organization to dictate how they operate?
Right.
Like that just happens
it
through
doesn't matter if they do. They have them. The Asians have the Israel, the people, the Zionists have the Anti-Defamation League.
Right.
Yeah. FBA is a lineage.
Asians have
just
make our own
organization. What's the Asian thing? The Asian whatever the Asian thing is.
Yeah, this is the delineation.
Each group has their own organization behind their lineage, right?
Not really.
Why
Yeah,
is
they
it so hard for y'all to just say, "Hey, it's over with"? We
Because
sing y'all
Native
eulogy.
Americans, they don't trademark their tribes, right? That's not a thing. And if you say they
Bullshit.
do, you can literally
Bullshit,
look it
dude.
up, and they say that no, they don't. And all the people that's been trying to trademark and put it in stuff, they literally gone to legal lawsuits, and they've won because it is their tribe and it's their culture.
but FBA is trademarked.
FBA is a brand.
If you share my screen, so I got it right there on the screen.
FBA is a brand.
African Americans are trademarked too. It's a brand.
Pan Africanism is a trademark.
As
Is it?
well. Yep.
Yeah, and you got to
Of course it
understand
is.
when we're talking
It's
about
it's a
FBA, we're
brand.
talking about Black Americans. So if we're talking about Black Americans of the ethnic slave
Bob
descent,
Marley
it doesn't
is
matter
a
what you call
trademark
it.
and a
We
brand.
got NARC, we got NCOBRA, we got National Urban League, we got NAACP, we got Local Representation Commission, like grassroots. There's a whole bunch of different organizations, and it's like you guys are expecting something to just like pop off like that
That's that
when you
dark
got
money.
people out here spreading
Pan-Africanism is not
disinformation
trademarked.
constantly.
This
I
is
don't
the problem I
understand
have
like what
with
we're
people
talking
because
about.
people just like throwing out in misinformation like candy. Pan Africanism is not trademarked. You
What
can't
is
even
it?
really you can't even, you can probably do like Pan African Museum or something like that. Pan African is not trademarked.
So Professor Smalls, when he does his talks and when he publishes these books, he makes money behind that, right? He's saying he's a Pan African. He gets paid for that.
I know the gold.
And
We're
Does
not
he get
talking
paid for that? Does
bro.
he get paid
no,
for
he
that?
gets paid for the book. I'm a Pan African. I don't get paid because I call myself Pan
People,
Africanist.
sir, people will buy that book because he says he's Pan African. Not only
Yes, that's
black
because
people,
people who are a part of the same group.
not only
Pan
black people in this
Africanism.
country would buy that, the Africans would buy that book because of that. He's making
That's
money.
an African. What are you talking
Yeah, hold on, bro.
Pan
Well,
You understand that
Africanism is
Professor
a
Smalls,
political
I
and
can tell
social
you why
ideology.
he's
thinking?
Don't even respond to him. He's
Professor
confused.
Smalls
This is
came
the
up and
term.
showed out
We're
because
discussing
Dr. Eric
My
Carr told him
literal
to.
IQ is
patent.
dropping because
Yeah,
of this
we're
conversation.
discussing patent terminologies. We're not
Because
discussing
it's
books.
something you don't like. That doesn't mean it's
No,
not
it's
an
not because
IQ.
it's like, do you
No,
hear
That's
yourself?
what it is.
That is
You know what?
gaslighting,
I've been
bro.
listening to you.
That is
You
gaslighting,
just
bro.
said that
Bro, he's
Africans buy the
literally
book.
don't let him gaslight
He's a
you, bro.
Pan Africanist.
Literally,
No.
all of that kept us away from the fact that on the screen, instead of acknowledging the trademark for FBA and the owner of the trademark, they went to everywhere else and just made stuff up instead of actually reading the fact on the screen.
Who cares?
You don't
There
care.
it is.
Nobody
There it
cares.
is.
You don't
There it
care.
is.
But
If
you
you
also,
want to belong, sir,
I can tell why you don't care. You don't have anything to bring to the table. So I don't really have.
guess what? Guess what,
Let me
Dami?
ask the older guy.
Listen,
Let me ask the older guy.
listen, Dami.
Brother. I'm not trying to, brother. I'm just asking.
No, listen to it.
I want to ask
Listen.
you. He don't have nothing to bring to the. When they start doing that, it's because they.
You know what? Let's deal with
It's
facts.
true. The fact is that the other
Let's
old guy
deal. Let's
have
deal.
anything. Let me ask the old guy. Does he have anything that he's be able to?
Listen, we're not going to call each other dummies and names. We're all adults here. We should be able to have a conversation without that bullshit going on.
It's cool.
Everybody over here is like over like 30. So there's no reason to call each other dummies.
Well, he does that because he knows he's trying to pivot. What I was saying about Professor Smalls, he started all this stuff.
Discussing that, brother. I just want to know, what do you have to bring to the table for young black men?
Are you going to be quiet and let me talk?
Sounds zesty as hell. You say that one more time.
Are you going to allow me? You going to allow me to answer? Are you going to allow me to answer? You going to allow me to answer, sir?
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Hey, sir, that guy that's just mouthing off and just talking and hasn't done anything. In my 72 years, I bought property in California. I bought property in Arizona. But I tell young people, your worth is all determined by what you own. So buy. Because what's going to happen is if you live in a neighborhood and you're able to buy that property, get together with somebody else and buy that property. What's going to happen is these immigrants are going to come in that community and buy that property. And guess what? Months to a year, they're going to move you out of that area because they have numbers. So I tell young people constantly, buy property. And tell people that are coming up behind you, tell them to buy that property. Because I grew up in Compton, California. Compton, California was a majority black when I moved there. We fought the white supremacists to move into Compton, California. Asked the Hispanics to join in. They said, no, it's not our problem. They moved out. So we fought those people to be there, and those same white people that were there, they started to redline the black people there, make sure they didn't have jobs so they could get that property. Then the Hispanics moved back to those neighborhoods and bought all that property. And now at this point, Compton's like 25 to 30% black, 70, 75% Hispanics, all because that they bought that property. And now what they're doing, they're moving black people out of neighborhoods that they started. So you tell me what I haven't done. You haven't did anything.
They're not just moving them out.
You
They're
can't say he
ethically
has not done
cleansing them.
anything because he actually owns a school. Let's not.
They're trying to
I wasn't.
ethically
It
cleanse them.
was cool. So I just want to be clear. So are you stating that you're able to teach Black Americans about how to acquire property?
It's not able to. I've been doing it. So let me ask you a question. What have you done? Sir,
I'm not trying to insult you.
Sir, you asked me a question. Let me ask you a question. What have you done for black people?
Let's see. I can start with I've fixed the credit of over 600 people's credit. I also brought over 60 accounts to the Carver Black National Bank. I also created the only Black science fair in New York City. We're on our 7th one. I also have a nonprofit organization that's dedicated to Black youth and Black people only. We're in our 8th year. I just opened up my next location in Brooklyn, which is over 3,000 square feet, dedicated to Black students. And we also have a maker space for Black students. I also have a location in North Carolina that I'm going to be expanding to as well. That's over 20,000 square feet for Black people as well. I'm also working on research initiatives for Black people in the Black community. So if that's something anybody wants to get involved in, I do environmental social justice for Black people and collecting data so that we can create scientific arguments for the issues plaguing Black people. I can go further.
Have you educated them on how to buy property?
That's why I was asking you if that's what you do.
No, I'm asking you. Have you educated them on how to buy property?
My background isn't in real estate.
Well, sir, in America, the most important thing is economics. That Black property, excuse me, let me finish. The property that Black people have not been able to buy, it's been going on for centuries.
Let me ask you something. In America,
I own property, and let me tell you something. That's
respect. Respect.
I would happen to disagree. I know people. I personally think that real estate does not compete with STEM in terms of industrial capacitance. And if you look at the richest people in America right now, literally their money has been created through STEM education in the last 20 years. And I think that Black people, our stifling through white people and our inclusion in STEM has stifled our ability to financially empower ourselves. And this is also backed by data, which states that Black people have been systematically kept out of STEM fields by white people, which has also, by white people's data, stifled our economic growth. And this is why I focus on STEM education.
Okay, when you say all that, the main thing that has stopped Black people in this country is redlining. And redlining basically is about property. So I understand what you're doing, and I respect what you're saying, but you cannot tell anybody they're not going to succeed in this country unless they have to have property. That's the way you succeed. That's what you tell all the immigrants. All the immigrants that came to this country, especially during when slavery ended, they got all free land. And the slaves that were free during that period, they got nothing. It was all because of property. That's how the immigrants have been able to accomplish what they have now, is because of economics, property. And Black people, those people that I know, this lady on the program here, I commend her. She has a good platform. But the majority of these immigrants here, they've succeeded because they're able to get property. Majority of Black people in this country have been redlined. They cannot get those properties. I mean, that's common sense.
No, I did.
Yeah, but you can get property. You can go to Detroit.
Let me ask you something. According to
$1,000 to get some property.
And that's not true, man.
According to the FBA,
and that goes to the land bank.
In order for you to get property, man, you have to have.
Who are the biggest contributors to the redlining Black people experience? Was it A, white people, or B, immigrants?
It was white people, because the biggest threat. Wait a minute. You asked me a question. You asked me a question.
No, you said it. You said who? When you said who, that's a question, right?
You said who? That's a question, right? You said who? That's a question. You said who? When you said who? You asked me a question. 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 You asked me
No, you already answered it.
No, you
I'm not
said
trying to
who?
argue with you.
No. You said who? So
Bro,
don't pivot. Don't pivot
I
away
didn't
from
tell
this.
him, yo,
You
you
said
gotta
who?
listen.
Okay. It
Bro,
said
I
okay.
agreed with your answer, bro. You gotta
I
slow
understand what
down.
you're saying. I understand what you're saying, but
You can't
the
understand
main thing with this, I'm
you
not
say
trying
a
to
lot of
argue.
I
I'm
know,
not
but
trying to argue with you. I'm not going to curse you. I'm not doing any of that.
I'm just stating, bro, I agreed with you. So you're so quick to debate. You're not even hearing the fact that I agree with you, and I have no contention with what you're stating. I'm trying to find a way for us to actually employ working together versus contention. But some of us are only centered on being in a space of contention. Like you literally skipped over everything I said just to bring up. Well, you know what? You ain't talking about real estate. And
I didn't scream.
I
didn't scream at you. I did not scream at you. So why do you take on a character that I'm not presenting to you? I did not scream.
I just said it was that you see.
See, I see now. When you talk, you calm and collected. When other people talk, they screaming. Why is that?
Not other people. I'm talking about you. You've been
Okay.
And
Red line.
You were
what has
now? You see, you cannot understand why the person.
Let me say this: you're in California.
Literally,
red line is not everywhere.
It's what?
Listen, that's okay. You're in California.
No, excuse me. I'll correct you. I'm in Arizona.
Okay, so I'm gonna say this: you can go to different cities in the United States, and I know about real estate, and you can get real estate for as low as like if you understand how to get it, you can get real estate for very cheap. You know, like I know a place, especially in Arizona, you can get land for like $199. You know,
where in Arizona is this?
So are we downplaying redlining?
It's where?
Hold on.
You said it's in Arizona. You get land for $199. Where?
A month, yeah.
Where? I bought a house in Arizona, lady. That's not true.
Trivia question. All right, for both y'all property owners, right there. Here's a trivia question.
Okay, here we go.
Is your property more valuable on New York Avenue or Tennessee Avenue?
What difference do
it's the most important? It's going to be New York.
Game of Monopoly. Is your property more valuable on Tennessee Avenue or New York Avenue?
New York.
Correct.
See, this is what I wanted to recognize, like the older brother, gentlemen. You thought I literally was just asking if that was your area of expertise. I want to network with people and try to build, but some of us brothers are so stuck on just being argumentative and enemies to each other. We can't work like this, and we have to take accountability that this is something that we have to fix. If you have 100 people watching right now and 10 black men in this conversation cannot find a way to work together, we are worthless in today's economy. Worthless.
Oh God!
But you know what's the problem with that is I've heard this
brother who said, "Oh God." Let me just ask you. Let me say this: if everybody on the panel, let's just hypothetically as FBAs, should we spend our time discussing why we should be angry at other people?
But bro,
you see,
young man,
you're my man. Can I just finish my sentence?
Yeah, go ahead.
So hypothetically, if everyone was FBA on the panel, should we continue the conversation focused on Pan-Africans and other continentals, or should we be focused on things that can better and empower FBAs right now?
I think this all should be a collective, but the collective now is not working. It hasn't worked. It hasn't worked for the last 40 years.
The question was not about the collective. The question was about focus and application. Right now, we should be focused on a priority, or should we just be discussing conversations that have randoms? Because that's what I'm trying to understand. If you're focused, if you're stating that you understand real estate, I'm stating that we should all focus with what you're stating on, and let's see how we can develop what you're stating that you can offer for the greater group of us that right now. That's what I'm saying. That should be the priority, not arguing, not discussing about anything, but leveling up black people. If you really know about real estate, I know about STEM, we should be focused on building together.
Okay, right. you said I guess what you said is if I know. You said that if I know about real estate and you know about STEM, so you making some kind of assumption, right? That I don't know about it when I just told you I own property.
This is crazy.
Yeah,
he's just saying we all should bring our goods together.
I'm gonna be real with you.
What I do in this conversation, I listen to what people are saying.
No. I know, but the verb, when you change the verb in a sentence, you completely change the context. I literally said focused. I never said you don't know STEM. I said what I brought to the table and what you brought to the table, we should actively be focusing on that. Now, if you're stating we shouldn't be, that's the question I'm asking. Should we be focusing on trying to build, or should we just be focusing on arguing? That's the
fine.
question.
That's fine. It's a question. Fine. You can have all the questions you want, but I do know,
nigga,
black people,
the question?
There's no way for black people to get ahead in this country.
Did you hear the question? Unless we learn to
I heard your question, but the thing is, you know what? I'm trying to say something to you. I don't know how old you are. I guess you're in your 30s or 40s. Is that it?
That's crazy.
Are you?
Brother, I just
asked you a question. Are you in your 30s or 40s?
Did you recognize that I asked you a question prior to that, and you literally gave 4 different answers? It's hard to have a comprehensive conversation with someone.
What I'm trying to say to you, sir, is what you're talking about. I've been through it. It hasn't worked.
Yo, bro,
it hasn't worked. When
you're saying
what you were talking about,
when you don't know me, so you can't say what I've been
through. I do know you. I do know you because you spent the majority of this time telling everybody who you are. We know who you are. The thing is, if you're doing anything in life and it's not working, then you change up. If you don't change up, you're a fool.
I'm just saying, brother.
So people have to change up now. I understand. When I was growing up,
acknowledge that you don't know how to have a coherent conversation because you cannot follow the topic. That's the challenge right now.
What's the topic for you?
No, there's not.
I would like to answer the question.
It's staying on topic. Like literally, you cannot have a cohesive conversation.
What I'm saying is, sir, to you,
that's what a verb is.
Sir, what I'm saying to you is a lot of the stuff you're saying. A lot of stuff, sir. Excuse me. Excuse me.
Let him finish. Let him finish.
Sir, I understand that you've had your life experiences. That's fine. Those are life experiences you had, I have not had. I've been through it. I've done it. So you're just learning what to do. I'm only telling you what works for me. It has worked for me as far as property. And I know that there was redlining to stop me from getting those properties. Now, you're able to succeed where you are because you probably have a large amount of black people around you. So, you feel comfortable. You can do all this stuff. I have not been in an environment where I had that. I could do that. It was all me. That's why I teach. I constantly teach younger black people. This is what you have to do to succeed. Because this is like a game of Monopoly. That Monopoly game has been rigged. It's been rigged for white people. It has not been rigged for black people. And then they brought in all these immigrants, and that's what they are, immigrants. Black people are citizens. They are foundational to this country. So they should get those advantages, not these immigrants coming here, getting all these advantages to what they have not died for or fought for.
Another game too, another board game that's like Monopoly.
The way in which you're responding to it, I'm gonna show you the equivalent to the response. Fruity Loops and Cheerios are owned by, I think, the same company, but television doesn't like to play basketball at nighttime.
That sounds stupid.
This is how your response sounds to me.
No, you sound stupid.
I know. This is what I'm saying. This is how your response.
Wait a minute. I just said you.
If you guys let me respond, I'll be able to bridge the gap.
Before we acknowledge a gap, there is a verbiage in English issue.
You are stupid, sir.
A question with a different verb.
Listen, we're not going to call each other stupid.
I'm just going to be clear. Like the gentleman calling me, he is 70 years old and doesn't have the ability to have a cohesive conversation. Now, I get it. It might be his age, but the fact is, I asked him, should we be focused on this? And he's talking about, I don't know. Literally. So before we go anywhere, can we recognize in the chat that I don't know what all I said was, should we be focused on him? I didn't say he was wrong. I said, let's discuss his real estate IQ, because that's more important than immigrants. That's more important than arguing over FBAs.
And honestly, real estate, listen.
Let's talk about this.
You can buy a house and the house can go down in value. You could be underneath in that house, underwater in that house. And you can buy a house and still owe. You buy a house for $100,000 and still owe like almost $400,000 on that house.
Yeah, we're asking people to be financially
real estate is the way to
responsible.
go. That was back when Donald Trump and before there was like a whole crash in the real estate market. Now,
So
right
keep
now,
this.
Real estate is not all the way. You can't even listen right now. Have you been looking at the market? No, real estate
Yeah,
is not the way to go.
if you look on Zillow right now for like just a one rooming house, like a studio, a bed, anywhere, look at what the price is for just a room for a month.
And where?
It's anywhere, anywhere for a
800 to a
studio.
grand.
800 to a grand, right?
Right.
So that means if you buy any property right now,
we don't know what type of areas those ones are.
right?
Too. You know exactly, but he's on he's
You
right.
would have been better off doing that back in like about 5-10 years ago. Right now, buying property is not the way to go because property
It
is
depends on your income
overpriced.
level.
No, it's not. This is not just the income level. Right now, the banks in their in the actual interest rates are too high to be buying properties right now.
Yeah, but ma'am, if you make like
You know
70,
what,
80K
sister, you know
a
what,
year
sister,
and you
right?
can reduce your costs down to like $30,000 a year, that means the rest of that money you can save up to put on a house in the next 5 years.
That's
And
not the
then when you
point. If your
well, that is the point. If you're
the
being
bank
fiscally
interest rates
responsible,
as a
you have
whole
goals.
are at a inflated rate, you buy a house right now, you're buying it at an inflated interest rate, so it's not even going to be worth it.
And
Right.
people
So you
also
wait,
have to realize
so you're able to go into the
my
market.
house right now, my interest rate, thank God for the VA, is
under
like
4.
3.75.
See.
If anybody else probably is at like 6 or like 7 or 8. So that little house that they're buying, even if they have good credit, is like at a 6 or a 7. So you're like paying an inflated interest rate, and you're not even gonna have like the same like opportunity like I would through the VA to like lower that bitch.
So it depends on who you are. Like it
Sis, you
depends
can
on
share
your
my
skill
screen too?
set and where you go. Like if you're a black doctor, they have rates for black doctors that are completely different. If you're like in finance, they have rates for you that are completely different. It really just depends on your
Yeah,
background financially.
a black.
Sis, can you share this
How
screen?
many people that are watching this are black doctors?
Yo, sis, you can
Yeah,
share my screen?
everyone's not a black doctor, and that's why I'm saying is there. Like in terms of buying property, if we're talking to young people, we have to talk about how do we get that property.
Be realistic. You're better off buying land.
And to do what
Okay, well,
now?
house, land. I would say yeah, buy land not in like a neighborhood.
People should take into effect of this is too that in this economy, with the inflation rates being cut, there's a cabal of people that we pass by probably every now and then, even in the church. There are people who don't want the inflation rate to go down.
Sis, can you share my screen real quick?
Man, that's not even the point I'm trying to make. The point I'm trying to make is that if I buy a house, all right, if someone builds the house for me, do you know it only if the house is 400,000, it probably only took like maybe 100,000 to build that house, right? And so they're gonna charge you at the rate of what it took to build the house plus 10. So your best bet is to buy land and build the house yourself.
So
Well,
are you
you want me to tell
saying
you what I think your best bet would be? I think your best bet would be to buy a house not for you to live in, but for you to rent out the rooms, and then
Thank
you
you.
cover the rent and you take the profit from that to then buy your own house.
Thank
And
you.
then that way,
Can I just share this?
Where are you going to live in the meantime?
shoot, you live in a room and board. You live in an apartment. The house pays
So
for
it's
itself.
not going to go down
tenant.
like the prices aren't going to go
Can I
down.
acknowledge this? Because when I
Have you ever tried to actually like be a landlord?
That 50-year mortgage.
Do you know how
wow.
fucked up and hard it is to be a landlord, especially in this economy when everybody does not have a job? So that means that you might be putting people into this house, into their rooms, and then they can like say, "Well, you know what? I'm not leaving," and you have to evict them. That's $300 a
Right.
piece.
Right.
Each
Yeah.
person,
You
each
do
room,
have to evict.
$200.
Yeah,
And
but these
then-
are natural issues in this thing. People
no,
still
honey,
succeed
no,
in doing
honey.
it.
No, if you're not making any money,
But
okay.
we're so we're assuming everyone's broke.
No,
But
listen,
if you're-
I'm a landlord. Trust me. I have a tenant right now, $2,500 a month. It's hard as fuck to just get that out of her. Landlord is not just like, oh, just get a house, just put them in a room, and whoa. No, because if you put them in a room, now you have like more people to try to evict. So that
Right,
means
but if you put the policy to a week, then they only get a
each
week.
person that decides they're not going to pay their rent, it's $300 a piece you have to evict.
Okay.
So $300 for this one, $300. If they all decide we're not paying rent this day, you're gonna like pay like almost $900 to just get the eviction thing started.
Right, but
You know how many
so you're
people
saying that if
are
we do
already in
that,
default
everyone's
right
just not
now?
going to pay the rent?
What I'm trying to tell you is that in this economy, everybody's getting laid off. Like based on what? Who are
I'm
you going to
not.
put in this house? Have you
Cars
seen
being
what's going on in the
repossessed.
job market? Who are you going to like trust to like move into a room and they could bear? Listen, I have a house. I can like easily move out of this bitch, move into an apartment, move people into my house. Hell nah, because that means that
So
I have to
going
trust
forward,
that if
moving
they
forward
decide,
into
excuse me,
2026,
I have
what's
to
about to
trust
happen?
that they're going to pay their rent. And I
Okay.
did a whole background check on a bitch.
Homelessness is going to be a crime.
Okay,
So
that's great.
I feel like
That, at this point, people are right now are struggling just to even. I mean, come on now.
right, but we're not talking about everyone in general. Like everyone in general isn't struggling, and that's the thing. There are people who can buy houses.
That's
There are
renting out
people
a
who
room
can't.
is
Real quick, can I just go through
Not
this?
a
necessarily.
person that will rent a room is
Not
struggling.
necessarily.
They're probably on
I think
Social
it's pretty
Security
smart.
at best.
Can I
So,
just go through this
pay
real quick?
attention to that
I
number,
think you're
right?
just
Hold on, real quick. Can I
assuming.
just
That's
go?
not, hey, for those rooming houses, that's not even, that's not fair market value yet. People, they can ignore that. They can ignore that.
So this says 50 years after being outlawed, redlining still drives neighborhood health inequities.
No, because I wanted to be clear. Because when the gentleman said about real estate, there's no data that says that immigrants are the issues for Black people in terms of real estate. So this is redlining. Redlining was a government sanctioned policy that the government was not able to keep its participants from doing, and it's still plaguing the Black community, and it's mostly orchestrated by white people. I want to be
Bro,
very clear.
can I say
Right,
something
and
to you
no
quick,
one.
sir?
I don't think anyone's saying it's an immigrant
See,
issue.
see, when there's mass immigration and they come into our communities,
Okay.
they raise up the rent and the property,
Okay. Now I'm
and the landlords, and
Can I
they adjust
I got you.
the property value
So let's
much
go to this
higher.
right here. So now let's go to white people. Can I share my screen again? White people in California and New York City and Chicago were found purposely raising the rates in Black neighborhoods to move Black people out, not immigrants. White people were doing this. I just want to be clear.
But then
White
the
people
Can I say
were
something?
charged. Can I finish this? Can I just finish it, bro?
Go ahead.
I was waiting. I'm just stating, like, I'm not stating this to state that immigrants don't have to clean up their fucking act. I want to be clear. Black immigrants need to fix up their act. It's Black people. But when it comes to the elephant in the room, nobody's the elephant in the room but white people on paper. Like on all data. That's all I'm saying is that Jewish leaders in Brooklyn section charged block busting by real estate. They got arrested multiple times. I could pull up New Jersey, I could pull up California, and I could pull up Chicago, showing white people purposely running up the numbers in Black neighborhoods to get Black people out, then filling those properties with immigrants. But it was white people first who were driving the property rates up to get Black people out, not immigrants. It was white people.
Can I say something, sir?
Yes, sir.
I agree with everything you just said. But the thing is, what I was trying to get through to you earlier is that when Black people do not buy up those properties, if they're going to reside in those neighborhoods, if they don't buy up their property, immigrants, and my firsthand experience, what happened in Compton, for example, Hispanics moved into those areas. These are people just came across the border with no more than second generation citizens. They came in and started buying up those areas. All I was saying is, if you're going to make it in America, the way it's set up traditionally is to buy those properties. Don't move away from those cities.
Here's an example.
Just to respond to
Here's
what
an example.
immigrants who are getting those
Atlanta
loans.
lost its majority status this year.
I was gonna say a lot of those immigrants who were getting those
Why?
loans were benefiting
Gentrification,
through
immigration.
redlining was part of the reason why they would do it. So once they got black people to get out of the properties and were losing their properties, the same white banks would do what? Not fix the loans for black people. We know this.
But this is old news, bro. I'm talking about today.
This is very much old news. I get, but
I'm talking about 2025 right now. All this redlining, all this stuff we're talking about right now has nothing to do with anything, because right now you can buy property anywhere all across the United States, and being a landlord is not what's up. Trust me, I'm a landlord.
Sis, when he said real estate, I didn't agree
Getting
with
property and becoming a landlord is bullshit.
I did not agree
Man,
with him.
I mean,
y'all.
people do succeed at it. So
Listen,
it's
listen
but
to
the only
me.
reason I went with that because he said that
Listen
was
to me.
his
As a
expertise.
landlord, I wish I would have never fucking became a landlord. It's the worst fucking thing.
sell the house.
Ma'am, you are aware that when you buy property, that's one of the things that can happen. You gonna get some tenants in those complexes that will not pay rent on time. But that goes back to the landlord. What they have to do, they have to do those background checks. If you're not doing
I
a background check,
I did a background
I
check.
understand. You know, I didn't cut you off, ma'am.
I did
All I'm saying
everything.
is,
No, I'm telling you, like, no, I did. Listen, I'm a smart woman. Please don't think that I did not do everything I could to make sure I moved a salient person into the property. I did an entire background check. I went through Zillow. They have a whole background check app that you can like do a full background. So trust me, I did a whole background.
Okay,
she paid her deposit, but what happened is that over time it became, I can't pay on the first, I can only pay on the 11th. But then there's a late fee on that. And so my thing, my mortgage ain't due on the 11th, so it's due on the first. So then I like said, that's not the whole point. Bottom line is I have been a landlord. I have done rooms. I have had a group home. As a landlord, I have done everything with this property that would make it make sense, right? It's bullshit. Being a
So can I
landlord,
ask you a question? Like,
Let
as a
me hit
landlord,
the lottery right now. I want to own like a dozen extended stays. You make a killing.
hey, ma'am, as a landlord, I have a question for you.
trying to get them out your fucking property.
So when people behave in a pattern that you notice as a landlord, like, can't you just kind of like add verbiage to the contract that just makes it easier to evict them?
We just add verbiage. It has to be there initially.
And yeah, so I'm just saying, after that tenant moves out and you learn from the experience, then
depending on what city you're in or what state you're in, they have a standard contract. Like Texas has a standard leasing contract. You can't just
for verbal agreements, but
in New York, you don't even.
No, you can't make up your own rules. There's a Texas real estate, whatever. You know what I'm saying? So they have their own lease that you have to like give to your tenant. So that's what's in the lease. However, bottom line is that like people will, you just get some property. That's the
but what I'm saying is
rich dad, poor dad, old ass knowledge of how to create wealth.
So I guess what I'm saying is the solution to the problem.
Said, you want to have wealth? Get real estate and this, that, the other. But he didn't tell you the bullshit you have to deal with.
You got to deal with bullshit doing anything. I guess my point is, when it comes to the real estate argument, I feel like, for example, your issue, can't you just put in the lease that, hey, if you don't pay on time, you get fined, and then that furthers your case in terms of like getting a person evicted?
No, what happens is it can take up to 6 months to get a person evicted. So that means that the moment that you start the eviction process, they have a certain amount of time. They can listen. I can give a person a 3-day notice, so they have 1 month to go to court. After that, they can like file an appeal. That can take 3 months for the appeal. They can file another appeal if they can go all the way up to damn near the Supreme Court. It's court, right? They can like just keep this thing going all the way to the end, and I have to fucking honor. And the court can stay. So what happens? The court will say, okay, as long as you pay the court the rent, then you can stay there, right? So every month they can like pay the court the rent. Guess what? I don't get that money until the whole case is done. They can continue to go up the court, up the bullshit ladder, and then I can be late and late and late and late and late in my mortgage payment. And until that whole thing is done, and then it could take like a month to even get the money from the court or more. So yeah, it's not what you think it is. It's not cracked up with it, what you think it is.
Yeah,
Imagine,
I
and
understand what you're saying, but there are
a
like if you're good
lawyer
at it, you're good
fight
at
the
it.
whole thing. What I'm trying to explain to you is that how many properties do you own, sir?
I do not own any properties at the moment.
Okay, so until you do, just get a condo and move someone in that bitch and try to get them out. And then you tell me how sweet it is. It's not. Trust me,
I've managed properties.
listen to me. I did not know how hard it is because 300 just to file a lawsuit to get them out. 300 in Texas in Mesquite. 300. So in order for me to I like put a notary thing, gotta pay 300 to like even go to the court. Takes me that gives me it gives them a month. Then they go to court, they can like pay the rent, not even what's past due, just a month. And actually that gives them another month to go to, because it starts with the regional court, then the district court, then it goes to the state court, then the Supreme Court. So they can like just keep bullshitting, and as long as the judges like keep like letting it go, they're just in your house and they can be fucking your house
That's
up time.
Yo, what if you include the eviction costs and the security deposit? Does that help at all?
The fuck, like, bro, listen, you have to still do a make ready once they get out the house, because the house is gonna be fucked up when they leave. Trust me. Once they leave,
Don't you guys come
you
up
can't
with
just
an
move someone
agreement
right
though?
back in. You have to fix the house back up to move somebody else back in.
But what
And
about the
and 9
agreement?
out of 10, that tenant has probably like been living there. It's lived in. You have to like repaint it, do all that. That can cost you like about like maybe $500 to $600 to
And this is
fix
why,
clean
sis,
it
I
up.
promote STEM because STEM education,
Hallelujah.
STEM jobs.
It don't cost all that.
It don't cost all of that, and the average Black person can increase their wealth 10 times over pursuing STEM careers.
It take. You know how much it take to like open up a website? $1.
Yep.
It take $1 to buy a website. You know what? Go get you get Replit. You can like build your whole AI app in Replit and at least start like an idea, and then take that idea and get like investment based on that idea using Replit AI.
Right. So I don't think anyone's saying that when it comes to like buying land, that's like the first thing you should do, like with your money. Uh, like I'm saying, like for example, the guy who's saying like he's promoting the STEM stuff, I'm saying that this is an option for those types of people. I'm not
What
saying
I'm
this is
trying
an
to tell you
option
is that yeah,
for the
you're better
regular
off
average
buying
Joe.
land and building on that land, because that house that you buy, you're already probably going to be underwater in it, because whoever built that house built it $100,000 or maybe 50. They're going to charge you way more than what it really is costing to even have a house. They're gonna charge you way more, like at least like triple, because you have like your interest rate. The bank's gonna put their thing on top of it. Everybody gonna put some stake on it. So the builder's gonna put their stake on it. The bank gonna put their stake on it. Then the mortgage company gonna put the whatever, and then everybody gonna put their stake. Then finally, when you get it, you gonna owe way more than the house even took to be built, right? Way more. Get some land. Find out exactly how much it takes to build it based on that. Do not go into real estate buying property, like going to these like little subdivisions where they're buying like $400,000, $200,000 because guess what? That house ain't even worth $200,000. They like probably pay like $50,000 to put that. They have some Mexicans from like fucking Home Depot and put that house together real quick. Boom. And now you're paying $50,000. I mean, you're paying $100,000 for two house that took $50,000 to build. It's all bullshit. The whole real estate market is bullshit. Don't believe it. Don't believe the hype, you guys. Don't believe it. You probably like at least the older houses are worth a little bit more because you know it like withstood the test of time. But these new houses ain't worth shit. They just
No,
throw
but sis, I only asked them it.
They ain't worth nothing.
I only asked him, sis, and I'm glad you put me on. I got mad questions for you too. It's dope. But you see, I only asked him that to network, and it was like, even if we try to network in these conversations, it turns into some contention. I'm like, yo, bro, like if you do real estate, cool. Let's focus on real estate. Look, you in a whole panel with a sister that owns property. Y'all, instead of focusing on everything else, he could have worked with you and probably bought a property in Arizona by the end of the year.
If everybody said I smoke blunts, no, my daughter. I sleep with my daughter in the bed, and she got a cold, and she just was coughing. She's 7. You know how you got kids; they just cough directly in your face, and I'm damn near 50. She's 7, and she just the cooties all night long. And so now I'm over here sick. So that's what's wrong. I don't smoke weed.
You are. You getting just a little congestion. Get some hot tea. You'll be right back in the system. So you'll be right back in.
I'm not over here like smoking weed or whatever. I don't know what the hell.
No, it just drives me crazy. I'm like, yo, homeboy, even homeboy, we used to have a little back and forth, but he understood real estate. Anybody listening, I don't care if you're an FBA or Pan-African, Black man, whatever the hell you are. Do you not hear her kicking game on real estate? What's more important? That's the question I'm asking. We should be listening to her talk about real estate than talking about Pan-African goofies, FBA weirdos, and Israelite with all that other shit don't mean francs. It don't.
And yes, they are buying up real estate because the whole objective is to get people to like be tenants. You know, I thank God was able to buy my property earlier on, but let me tell you something. If I would have known better, oh my God, I don't think I would have ever became a landlord. It's very tough because people will, if they're going through it, they're going to lie to you. I mean, I don't like dealing with people. I don't like people anyway. So it's very difficult because you know, I tend to be a more soft-hearted person. It takes a very ruthless person to be willing to take a person's house and their roof over their head. So it's not everybody's not cut out to be a landlord because you have to be willing to say fuck you and fuck your kids and get the fuck about my house. And that is not my personality. You know what I'm saying? So I have to get a whole nother I have to hire a company to say, you know what, I'm not cut out. I can't find it in my heart. Even though this person probably should have been evicted, I can't do it, you know? Because if I'm not the person that could evict the entire family out into the street. So it takes a certain type of an individual mentality to say, I don't give a fuck about you, your kids, get the fuck out of my house. You're late. Boom. That's that takes a whole nother. I mean, think about this. You're putting a person and their family out. You know, when they come, you know, when the sheriff comes, they're gonna take all their stuff and just throw it out on the corner, and they might be crying and all this stuff. I have been really I have not been able to like find it within my heart. So it's been a rough time for me. So I'm just letting y'all know that you know the other guy was saying, yeah, buy some real estate, do this and do that. No, it takes a certain type of person to be a landlord because when they can't pay their rent, you have to be ready to just be able to say, fuck them kids, fuck what you talking about, you late.
So if you want to know a loophole to real estate, here it goes. I mentioned this once before. Home Depot. All right. There's some nice, check out them sheds. They look immaculate. Tell the truth. You know, buy some land.
Get some land and
get that Home Depot shed.
Now,
she said she can do it.
Right there. So that was some immigration. Yo, you said by a shed going some Leos.
Right. See, it take a person, dude. It take a like to see kids crying and so
man, check out them sheds. Them sheds are looking for fish.
I'm gonna go ahead, you know, get the money and just go through the situation. Just turn your head and say, you know what, it ain't my problem. You know what I'm saying? Because you can't, you know, they might need you to be there when they evict everybody. The kids is crying, and so it takes a lot of whatever. So, but you already know, like, bro, it's either you or me. Either I lose my house or you got to get the fuck up out of here. So so that's the thing. So as long as you like go ahead and probably go through like months of like litigation, because if somebody's smart enough that knows how to like navigate the legal system, they can keep you tied up for like 6 to 8 months.
I'm just
They
like,
like keep you tied up. That's why it's better. But I would say for your own property, you should own your own house that you live in. Why? Because it takes years to get out of a mortgage. If you own your own house, like for me in the house I'm at, it could take me about 5-10 years before they kick me about this bitch. I could do all kind of weird ass like different law, whatever. Bull. Same thing that a tenant could do. Tenant could like make that shit last for like 6 months to a year. Me, I can make that shit last 5-10 years. I can file bankruptcy. I can do all type of different stuff. So yes, each person should own their own either property, land, and live in it, because it's way harder to kick you off your land and your property than it is to kick you out of an apartment. So I would say that individuals, yes, get your own land, get your own property.
So it's more expensive to house these people in jail.
what people?
What are you talking about, bro? You be saying stuff, and what do you be talking about, bro?
It's the truth.
What?
See, there are availability for spaces. There are plenty of places to move to. It's just why they so unaffordable.
Yeah. So let's get back into.
But they're putting more money into prisons.
All right,
and it costs more.
Right. Exactly. So I want to wrap up this whole thing with the FBA, because that was what the conversation was really about to begin this whole thing. And it kind of went off the Richter scale. It went all around the mulberry bush. I'm gonna like play this last one, little bit of a snippet about what was going on with the FBA movement with brother Professor. And I want Q Butter to give his opinion on it. Let's go a little bit further. Let's go a little bit. And then everybody else to like this.
Nigga, you go right up there to the rap, nigga. You put his kids through school. You put his kids. You understand the rap children riding around in the cities, nigga, with Mercedes Benz and drop top Corvettes, nigga, and Escalades, nigga, on 30s, nigga. You see what I'm saying? That's how they doing. Who put them in that shit? Niggas put them in that shit. So when I look at shit, I prioritize. How can we, who do we, you know what I'm saying? Who do we knock off in order to get the bigger bag? You see what I'm saying? You got the Neanderthal at the top. You see what I'm saying? You got the rap, you understand? Probably right up under it. You see what I'm saying? Then you got the Chinaman. The Chinaman got he sell you your little wave grease and your do-rags, nigga, and your woman wigs and shit and all of that. He got a bigger bag than, you understand what I'm saying? He got a nice bag too. Got the Chinaman restaurants all throughout the motherfucking community. Ain't damn one of them putting no motherfucking money. And then you got the flip-flop, man. He really ain't got nothing. They got hair braiding. You understand what I'm saying? So they got the less of any goddamn body. You see what I'm saying? So you try to pump the lesser out of everybody. You see, which is bitch shit. You ain't got no nuts, nigga. Y'all don't step to the one that where we could get the bigger bag. You see what I'm saying? Because you busy begging him for your mother. You busy begging him for your little crumbs. You see what I'm saying? Motherfucker was gonna give it to you. And like I say, I don't give a fuck how I go. You understand? I'm not gonna let nobody control me for no crumbs. The bitch, if you wrong, run the check. You're not about to hold nothing over me, nigga. Well, I got to, you understand, why you playing puppet master and shit.
So what he's pretty much saying is that people are so busy focusing on the Africans and FBA and, bump all these other people, that they're not focusing on the other groups of people that are in the community taking advantage of us, that are way more, diabolical in what they're doing. You know what I'm saying? And we want to, what it seems like, focus on the Africans that are just scraping by maybe some of them might like have nursing degrees and might work at the hospital, but for the most part, compared to the other ones that are in our communities, like the Chinese, I mean, how many Chinese restaurants do you need in the black community? Or liquor stores, or other like, beauty supply stores. So rather than us going against them and calling them tethers and saying y'all tethers, we want to go against the Caribbean and the African and say y'all are tethers and y'all are tethering on us. So at what point are we being like full of shit, like hypocritical? Q Butter, what is your thoughts about that?
I mean, I think it's just going too far now. I think it's just going too far. Like even myself, like all the jokes I did and stuff, like it's just going too far. This shit is disgusting. Like I that's how I'm like I hear what Seti is saying, but I also got to take account like us Pan Africans. We, the initial conversation, the ADOS and the FBA people popped on Pan Africans, so we got a little chip on our shoulder because they literally popped on us, and then it was just like attacking Pan Africans. But Pan Africans, we don't. I really don't see what the conversation like. Stay on code and focus on the enemy, and that to me is what Seti is saying. I think Professor James Smalls. That conversation was just I don't know. That was a lot. You know what I mean? Like in his relationship with Tariq makes it a little bit more weird. You know what I'm saying? And then like he has a history of certain things that he said. So I'll put that on the side. But Seti's conversation, what he just said was a straight point. Like, what about the Asian people? That's why I brought up all these facts. I'm like, whatever category y'all bringing up, white folks are the issue. It's not black people.
Mm-hmm. What are your thoughts, El?
So my thoughts are, if white people are the issue from a political standpoint, what do you expect black people to advocate for if there's nothing for us to advocate for? Because at the end of the day, if we don't advocate, whatever everyone's complaining about is just going to happen anyway, because it's built on our advocacy.
If we don't advocate for something, I say that why would we advocate for going against our own brothers and sisters? Our own same thing. We don't
So
even
I
talk
guess
about
the
brothers and
point
sisters.
is advocating for immigration. So we could work with
So you
black
only
people
think
from.
that immigration stops at Caribbeans and
No, I
Africans?
don't. You guys keep saying that.
Why are we focused on Caribbeans and Africans and so-called tethers?
Politically, it's all
The
immigrants.
person will
Just these
talk
spaces.
about a tether and then go down to the liquor store at the corner when they get done hollering about tethers. That's the problem I have.
Yeah, I
They
understand
will
that,
holler
but
about the black
politically, that
tether
translates to
and the
affecting
Caribbean
all of
tether,
them.
but then when they get done hollering about tether, they will run down to the corner store at the gas station and buy a blunt.
Politically, it affects all groups. If we don't advocate for immigrants, it affects all groups, regardless of whatever narrative you're trying to push. Politically, we're not advocating just for Africans to be deported. Politically, we're advocating for deportation in
So
general.
why don't I see on Tariq Nasheed's panel Asians? I haven't seen one Asian.
I don't know, the same reason why you see anti-black sentiment. It's just noise.
I haven't seen one Arab. Like straight
Arab
up
do what?
Arab, like a corner store level Arab.
No, it's literally black
I
on
haven't
black.
seen a Chinese.
That's the
But
part that's
all I hear in this FBA movement is
black.
I see black FBA people online talking to Indians. I see them talking to Middle Easterners. I see them talking to people of all different walks of life.
have you
I don't
seen
think it's a focus on Africans like you think it is. I just think it's a focus on not advocating for immigration issues. And if we don't advocate for immigration issues, I feel like that's the only reason why everyone's mad. So if everyone's on the same boat that we don't have to advocate for immigration issues, I don't understand what the issue is.
So this, from what I gathered, there's like 4 groups within the FBA group. So you have Israelites who have entered the group. You have Moors. You have Indians. And these three groups do not like African anything. So the early groups, there was a lot of those people who jumped in the conversation. I'm not no African. My family's always been here. I ain't no African. We are Moors. I ain't no African. I'm this. Those three groups mixed in with the other group that's just generally like trying to figure stuff out, who have also has experiences, a lot of negative anecdotal experiences. Not to throw it away,
So
but
who do you think? What do you think Black Americans are? Like, what do you think they are? Where do they come from?
I'm saying Black American. I'm talking about FBAs, the four or five groups that are within them that have also created a space.
But I'm talking about the Black American ethnicity. Where do you think it came from? Because that's what all those groups are defining, just this one ethnicity and their different belief systems. Some people believe that they came from slaves from Europe. Some people believe they came from.
The fact is that Black people in the Western Hemisphere come from Africa.
Okay. As does everyone else.
No. White people don't come from Western Africa.
Okay.
Are you saying that Indians in the Americas come from West Africa, like white people, Chinese people?
No, I'm saying that genetically speaking, Black Americans are different. So why can't we just
based on what genetics? What genetics?
Speaking, Black people.
What genetics?
Yeah, I'm confused.
So if you look at the chromosomal genetic history of a Black American, is just a different genetic breakdown. If they were to
I'm a
take our
Black
DNA
American
test,
when my genetics point to Nigeria.
yeah, how much Nigerian are you?
60%.
All right, so when you go and click on that Nigerian, are you using Ancestry?
Yes.
Yeah, so go click on that Nigerian, and then under the Nigerian, you're going to see a list of a whole bunch of other countries in which that genetic composition comes from.
What other country, though?
Let me check. I can look at my Nigerian aspect.
But what difference does it make, though?
The difference that it makes
Is it in Africa, or does that country is another like some
the
other?
difference that it makes is that we are seen as a different group of people.
No, but
like I don't understand. Like if every group is seen as a Jamaicans are seen as different from Nigerians.
That Black Americans in America have a different experience and their group different. Like nobody has.
Yeah. That's it.
That's
it.
Just like that. And if we're talking about servicing or receiving government benefits, outside of that, in representation, there's really no reason. And I'm cool.
Well, delineation is important for data collection purposes. If everyone is just being identified as the same thing, we're not really getting good statistics on what's going on.
That would be white people. White people,
right? And that's why there's a delineation movement in order to get those statistics to be accurate.
When you're saying delineation, white people are not delineating Black Americans and Asians. That would be false. Like you're not arguing in the Census Bureau. And the Census Bureau,
no, but we are arguing to get the census changed so that the different
who's arguing that?
Different organizations. You want me to look it up for you real quick?
Good. Can you name one organization that's literally arguing for the change in the census?
There's plenty of articles that have been written about it.
No, I just want to know an organization. And I'm not I just literally, these are the things that are important.
No, so what I'm saying is I've read about it.
Well, why would you say something and don't have the actual information?
Okay, so the difference is you guys are asking me on a very, very minute point that isn't really relevant to the conversation. Delineation is the relevant part of the conversation. If people want to delineate, then they can delineate. And that's it.
Hold on, brother.
We're delineating from other groups so that our statistics can be accurately represented so that we can advocate for the things that we want to advocate for. He wants to talk about data. If you want clean data, you're going to have to delineate.
Fam, I'm literally think that's a great point, and we should highlight that organization. I'm not questioning you on it. To me, that is substantial. Why? Because that's a data-driven thing. We should all know the name of the organization and the people who are actively fighting to make sure that Black people are explicitly represented in data. That's not the conversations get so messy And think about it, I'm not even acting. I'm literally saying we should know that organization. Every Pan-African and Black nationalist and FBA should know who's arguing for how Black people are represented. That's not a bad thing. That should be something that we should all know. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to.
I'll just look it up for you.
Because I've never heard that before. That's why to me that's something that should be well understood. So when we're having crime statistics, because does that happen for white people? And how far are we going? Because I know with Latino people,
It does happen for white people. That's why they created the Mensa category recently, which represents Middle Eastern people, delineating them from white people.
Well,
So
I
yeah,
don't the word delineating and explicit. I use the word explicit representation because that's the actual terminology that you would use.
Yeah, explicit representation. That's exactly what it needs to be.
So explicit representation has fundamentally been an issue in America, and I think that that's something that
like it's different in Europe. Like Europe, there is delineation there.
But now in America, we are now being attacked with the term Black by white people. Like when we stand on our square, like I would love for y'all to stand where I'm at. I have been sued and I'm being threatened with my organization because I only service Black people.
That's the white people's tactics. Yeah.
But those white people tactics, when we're talking about representation and explicit servicing, Black people need to be explicitly serviced because of the history of atrocities in this country.
Right. And we need the data via delineation.
I would say the explicit delineation and data. It's not a statistician word.
I'm a statistician, so delineation I would say would give me a better. Like the thing about it is, I understand because I actually look at the different data.
You said you're a statistician.
Yeah, my background is in economics with a concentration in quantitative theory and methods.
I work with. Are you familiar with Dr. Peggy Carr? She was the highest statistician in the country. Donald Trump just fired her. That's my
no. I don't know anything about her because I'm not like.
No, that's what I'm saying. Look, I'm saying that's what I'm saying. You're dope. I'm saying look at that because you don't hear too many Black people say they're statisticians. So even if we may not agree.
I work at. My background and my education is in econometrics, which is a form of statistics in terms of economics and behavioral economics. But what I do in terms of my job is I'm a price modeler. I model pricing and I manage revenue.
No, so in the government, I work with Dr. Peggy Carr. She was fired by Donald Trump because she was Black, but she was the highest ranking statistician in the country for the last 20 years for Black people.
Yeah,
that's somebody dope to look up. But for me, I would explicit representation in the servicing world is how that would be, articulated. Delineation.
Yeah, but so has anything that she said specifically when it referred to Black people, did it ever delineate and talk about the different groups?
That's what I'm saying. The terminology of delineation, I'm not accustomed to hearing statisticians use that. That's what I'm saying. Like it's not explicit representation, explicitness is needed in statistics. That's the reason why you do statistics, because you want to have an explicit understanding of the different variables involved. So you don't need to delineate. That's the whole purpose of the equation, to have an explicit representation by percentage.
Yeah, but the delineation. So what we're talking about statistics. Statistics are being measured by categories that you create. So the delineation creates more categories, right? So if you have more categories to analyze, you have a higher in-depth statistical knowledge of what the situation is.
It's automatically embedded in statistics.
Yeah.
So you don't have to say delineation. You're taking statistics for the purpose of expressing a specific population or a specific percentage.
Right. And that's what I'm saying. Right now, statistically speaking, we don't have any delineation-based statistics. The only delineation, you can find more information about Jamaican immigrants statistically than you can about Black Americans as an ethnic population.
No, I would disagree with that. They'll disagree with that. Labor and statistics has been, I think that the representation in the data has not been carried by Black people in America explicitly enough. We need to stand on the square that Black Americans are suffering because of white people, and the data.
I know, and the only way we can, the argument that we make in the court is through delineation-based statistics.
No, you don't, like, literally. The federal government stated that affirmative action failed Black Americans.
Yeah, because 2% of the people getting affirmative action were Black Americans.
And I'm just stating that. So the explicit failures have been listed for Black Americans. Then the added extra groups, depending on which period of time you're discussing, they will be included. So the 80s, you have a high flux of immigration. The 1800s, you had a high flux of immigration. So you have these periods where they know that you have an influx of other people that's contributing to the group. And speaking theoretically, and right now, mathematically, statistically, Black people's percentages are increased with representation with immigrants. I personally would argue that education and political alignment prior to
you could say
immigration.
representation is increased, but what I'm saying specifically is when we're talking about labor statistics, when we're talking about housing, when we're talking about income, we need statistics specifically about Black Americans, because what's going on in a Jamaican house and why that house isn't doing
Who
well
stopped
isn't going to be
yes,
the same reason for Black
who's the
Americans.
one that
So
stopped
we
it?
need to know what's going on in both groups so that we can
I'm-
fix them differently, because they're
Nobody's
different
saying
groups.
this is the challenge. This is not immigrants didn't create this situation.
I
Nor
didn't
did
say
Black
they did, but I'm
Americans.
saying we all need to be categorized so that we can understand the situation.
No, that's what I'm saying. That is done. Depending on the city you're in, the levels of categorization will happen. So in New York City, it's very explicit in certain areas. In
Okay,
other
so
areas, it may
when
not
I
be like
did research on Chicago to try to figure out the immigrant population in Chicago versus the Black population in Chicago, I literally had to search and get estimates. There's literally no papers telling me like, oh, Black Americans make this much percentage of the population. I had to look up each individual group by itself in order to get the information, and then I had to sum the information up to get the estimates of the statistics. And then since the categories aren't connected to the actual percentages, then I have to estimate the percentages of what group is contributing to what issues.
no, but that's in most local regions. You're gonna have that. It's
Right.
based off of
And what I'm saying is delineation is a political advocacy to change the statistical standards to include ethnic denominations. That's all it is. And
I don't think
an
that
example of that is Mensa, where they just recently separated out the Arabs from white people.
I agree. However, explicit representation for proper data proper regurgitation of data is exactly what's needed to be said. The delineation movement is literally associated with the xenophobic history, the xenophobic personalities that carry the message. And you may not have it, but
so
that's
the reason why I argue for delineation is because I believe that if you look at the statistics, I can't confirm it until we start delineating.
Did he cut out?
Continue. What were you saying? I can't confirm it until we started delineating. What? Hello? I don't know. I think we missed him. Yeah, something happened to him. Oh, okay. Thomas, are you trying to still say something?
I've been just listening. My phone, unfortunately, I lost the charge on it, so I haven't been here for a moment. What are you guys discussing now?
Well, no, he's talking about delineation. He's getting back to delineation and why it's important.
Well, isn't it important?
Go ahead.
Isn't it important because the majority of when Black people in this country have excelled, that they've excelled because of themselves, not because of immigrants. Is that a true statement?
Are you familiar with Shirley Chisholm?
Yeah, but ask you a question. Is that true?
I'm listening. I would see Shirley Chisholm as somebody who also contributed to the advancement of Black people in America.
Okay, so Shirley Chisholm was an immigrant.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
So the majority of people that have excelled in this country, even dealing with white supremacy, they've done that without immigrants. And that is because Black people are not immigrants. Everybody else in this country are immigrants. And they've gotten the benefits of the country because they are immigrants. Is that a true statement? I guess not.
I wouldn't say so.
But ma'am, you just said that you're part Nigerian, right?
I said that's my DNA test.
Okay, so are you an American? Were you born in America?
I'm FBA. But when I did my DNA, it said Nigeria.
So you're FBA, which means your forefathers, like 9 generation, 8 generation, are people that were in this country. That's correct, right?
100%. All the way
Okay.
back to South Carolina. I can show you my DNA results.
No, you don't have to show it because I take people word for it. And they say
Show
that.
you my actual, like, Murrays and Fletchers, Smiths, and Hendersons. I can show you all the last names. Yes.
Yes,
Murray, Fletcher, Smith, Hendersons. Obadiah Henderson was my great super duper whatever the great grandfather back in Virginia, and he married I remember what her name was, and then they moved to Ohio.
So your folks, they moved from the south to the north.
Yes.
Okay, that was the black migration, right?
Yes, from Virginia to Ohio, because it was first they was in North Carolina. Well, my great grandfather was in North Carolina. He met my great grandmother from Virginia. I don't know whether he was going from North Carolina to Virginia. Then he moved. They went to Ohio. Yes.
So
in the 1800s. Yeah.
So you can be a Pan African, or you can be a FBA. So anything you want to be, it doesn't really matter. What it comes down to is the people that are here. Are they able to excel, or are they being assisted by any other groups? Black people have have never been assisted by any other group in this country. So I hear these people talk about Pan Africanism, which is great, because when I was in college, I studied Black history, and I had professors that were Africans. I understood it, and I understood but the culture of United States and Africa. But anytime there was some sort of discussions of separating, it was always, well, I'm from Africa, I'm from Nigeria, or whatever, the 54 countries there. So that they've always been aligned with those countries in Africa, not Black people in this country.
Hey, sorry guys, I got disconnected.
Nah, you was dope. You can share my screen, sis, because this was what the brother was talking about. I think there's a dope point right here too, so people can see this. So when we're saying explicit representation and delineation from a statistical terms, like what does it actually mean? So people can hear that, because it's very.
Can you zoom in, because it's hard to see?
My bad, sis.
Hit the shift and plus. I think.
Is it better now?
Yeah. Go a little bit more. Go a little bit more. There we go.
The key difference in delineation focuses on establishing clear boundaries or outlines, while explicit representation focuses on expressing information in a direct, clear, and fully detailed manner. The two concepts often work together, as explicit representation is the method used to achieve clear delineation. So this is why I said, everybody, if you really are discussing delineation from a business standpoint, you're talking about explicit representation. And I think that was what happened. And then with education in the groups, then we can organize how we can properly educate the different groups that are expressed or within the different groups that make up the overarching group. So how do we address Jamaicans who come to America? Because Jamaicans who come to America are not the same as Haitians. And we need to have a system for making sure we educate people from these different groups. So when they come to America, they understand our political goals. If we just throw them all in one group and not understand that there's different processes that are associated with each group, we're not going to effectively impact the group for our goals. And to me, that's why I'm like, no, explicit representation and servicing is the actual thing we're stating for. And I think that is business-wise in the interests of everybody. And as a Pan-African, you're supposed to understand explicit representation and servicing, because each group is different within the diaspora.
So, sir, are you saying that the majority of these immigrants and Africans that come to the United States, they have their own communities, right? They have their own economy, their own within that area. So they pretty much are a nation within a nation. Is that correct?
Before I respond, I want to make sure the other brother was, because we was having it before you came in. I want to make sure, because we was.
I'll tell you what, I'm getting ready to leave. I'm only saying this. If Africans and Caribbeans are allowed to have community, Black people, foundational Black people, have that right also. If they want to separate, it's up to them to separate.
I think the
Yeah,
challenge you
and
and
I
I
just
have is
want to clarify, like, black people aren't the only groups that separate. White people separate. If you look at like
yeah,
white
yeah, bro.
ethnic
I
population
wanted you
now,
to see this. I wanted you to see the statistics on it because what you were saying was dope, and I wanted people to really hear that the statistician perspective on the word, because that's important that people understand that it actually has a use in data. It's not just some
yeah,
term thrown around, but explicit representation goes along with it. You see what I mean? The delineation, the process precisely identifying, setting limits to a group, area, or phenomenon. It's used. Explicit representation is a knowledge or a data representation that uses well-defined, precise mathematical notation or clear data structures, allowing the information to be expressed completely and concisely. This is why I said Black Americans have been beaten in the head by white people with explicit representation. And now white people are removing Black, and we need to get in front of that. We're worrying about Caribbean people. Trump is removing Black from the terminology in allowance of representation. The level of attack that's going on right now, when we discuss delineation and explicit representation, you cannot have delineation without explicit representation. And if you remove Black people's ability to represent themselves by what makes them Black people legally, then we can't delineate or even express ourselves properly in this country. And that's happening right now in the government. They're removing Black people's ability to say Black people.
can you give me an example of how they're doing that?
Right now, nonprofit organizations can no longer do race-based servicing. And that is one of the biggest legal issues that I'm having right now, because I feel that, and not feel, historically, race-based servicing is response to race-based atrocities that were explicitly
Okay.
attacked on Black people.
Well, what if you're so if we're talking about Black Americans specifically, then wouldn't it just be ethnic based? Because we
No, it's race-based. In America, it's called race-based. So then when they got rid of race-based, because in America, you have many organizations that specifically service races. And Donald Trump went to war with that, because that's what happened with affirmative action. You had white people
Yeah,
suing
but I think
colleges.
the reason why that's a good thing is because what I'm saying is because we don't have explicit delineation in statistics. We don't know who those people are, who the people are who are being serviced. And I'm saying we just need to confirm who those people are. I'm not saying it's
That,
I'm not
that's why
saying
explicit representation, that it automatically does that with. And once you say explicit representation, you have to do that. That's why I'm saying you're a statistician. It's literally, that's why I put up on the screen. You cannot not do that. Like when we talk to people who don't know the language, I can see them saying that. But when it comes to statistics and math, explicit differentiation, explicit representation means a Jamaican is a Jamaican. A New Yorker, Black American is not the same thing as a Californian. You have to give everybody their space for representation. That's why I'm saying you understand that. That's why delineation and explicit representation go hand in hand. But on the expressive statement, it is going to be explicit representation. And we should be standing on that. Obama did not explicitly represent for Black people. He did not hold Black people's, what you said about voting. We need people who are clearly stating that this is going to benefit Black people. It's just that simple. If this don't benefit Black people explicitly, enlist. And that's why I like the word explicit, because when you lose the word explicit, you have to be extremely direct. You cannot use on, and look, when I'm right here, you see, direct and clearly expressing data. Explicit uses clear, often mathematical or symbolic notation to ensure clarity. Unambiguous data that can be efficiently stored and processed. So that's how I was showing you, bro. I'm not contending with you. You being a statistician, I feel like you understand how these two words explicitly go together and must go together. And there's nothing, I'm saying this as a Pan-African, there's nothing wrong with that. It's supposed to be like that. That's the only way we can properly compare and contrast our struggles. How did Trinidadians fight against white people? And what was the difference between Trinidadians fight and Guyanese people? What did people
like
in the
how are
South?
they doing better? We work, and then we can all emulate the good aspects of each other's culture.
Exactly. That you can't. If we want to understand the South and the North, we have to be able to separate the two of them and explicitly understand how they experienced their struggle. You just can't say all Americans. No, people in California had a complete different story than people in New York. And we need to understand that so we can compare and contrast how we've actually survived over these periods of time. And to me,
Yeah.
Pan-Africans
And
who
I
don't
can tell you, them white statisticians, they know who we are. They know who each and every one of us are because it's documented. They have a
Stephanie,
variable
welcome
for it.
to the
They just
panel.
don't share that information with us.
Welcome,
So
Stephanie,
they're
to the
sitting in the background doing all this stuff, looking at these stats in order to do their things. And people like me, we want the information so that we can give it to the lawyers and say, hey, man, this is what they're doing. And we need to cut this off and they need to be investigated for what they've been doing.
Are you done?
Did you want to say something?
Oh, you was calling my name. How you doing?
Yeah. Hey, what's up?
Salute to the chat. Salute to the mod. Salute to the panel and everybody else in here in the room. I'm coming in here with respect, but it's hard to listen to this sometimes. These chats, these breakdowns of people who can't never explain where you from, but they try to tell FBA, Foundation of Black Americans, ADOS, Indigenous, Aboriginals. You try to tell us where we're from, but you never explain, man, where you from?
I'm sorry, how long were you listening for? Because we were discussing like
I've been listening a long time, and I'm just waiting on you to just get out your feelings, man.
I'm not in my feelings. I'm literally trying to build with people.
You know, you're the same voice I've been hearing, talking the most. Where your people from? Dude, where your people from?
I can show my people are Black Americans. I can go get my stuff right now.
I got dude, I'm not asking
All
that.
right, listen. Hey, I'm gonna show where I'm from.
My man,
Here we go. Here we go. All right, let me just.
No, look. I don't know, like homeboy, because he said he was listening and he didn't bring up one topic we discussed for the last 2 hours. Are you bringing up real estate? The gentleman brought up real estate, how we should buy property. She brought up real estate. We were talking about delineation, statistics. You came up and brought up something that nobody's been discussing for the last 2 hours. That's why I asked you, what were you listening to? Because maybe I wasn't on the panel then.
Man, I've been in the chat talking about real estate. I'm actually a carpenter. I'm a journeyman, dude. Do you know how to weld?
I'm not proficient in welding. I'm
Okay.
soldering.
Do you know how to lay sheetrock?
Yes, and I can frame very well.
Okay. Oh man, that's good. That's good. Are you a part of the National Association of Carpenters Union?
No,
Are
I'm
you
in
in the
engineering.
union?
I do engineering work and I
Yeah,
teach.
are you in the union? I didn't ask you, are you an engineer? I said, are
He
you
said
in
no.
the union?
Bro, I know you want to have this type of
And
conversation.
I'm a landlord. You don't got to be a part of no damn
You know what I'm
union.
saying? Like at the end of the day, if you're trying to network, I'm just saying
No,
I'm
no.
very
I'm saying there's actually a union that consists of foundational Black Americans who've been doing this since the 1930s, basically. My grandfather was a part of the union. And I'm asking you, are you a part of the carpenters union?
I just told you.
I'm gonna show you guys. Like bump all this. Let me just give you guys because all this whatever people. Oh, you talking about where you're from, but you ain't telling. Okay, I'm gonna break down my genealogy. Nope. Here we go. All right. So this is my genealogy. It's Nordic, Irish, fucking West African, and Sub-Saharan African, and goddamn Barbadian. So my motherfuckers came from over here. They shipped them right here because it was like really close. Like I think maybe I don't know. Somehow they don't know. I don't know how we ended up in North Carolina, but they came. Look, they came over here. Hold on, Guinea.
Saying I'm from North Carolina, I'm from South Carolina. No, y'all not from
How about you
I
raise the confidence interval up
I
on
want
that?
to hear where we came from, right? So here we go. Here, this is where I came from. All right.
They set the confidence interval at 75%, just FYI. So you might want to raise it up.
So who?
So when you're looking at genetic testing statistics, which is it's a part of, there's a confidence interval for what they're placing you.
Okay, all right, bump that. Okay, let's stop that. All right, so we're gonna stop genetic, and let's go into here. Okay, so this is my John F. Murray. Okay, 1909. Okay, this is the census. All right. This is my this is my grandfather, actually. Hold on. Oh shit, I ain't paid the goddamn bill. Anyways, but this is so it goes. These are my grandparents, 1887, 1987. This is my family members. You know what I'm saying? They were kind of passing, and then if they actually did the Francis Fletcher. This is the research that was done. Samuel Murray, 1917, 1885. John F. Murray. So this is my family. And then Grace Murray, 1887, 1987. John F., 1885. So this is my family, okay? And then it goes back further if you actually do the census. These are the census records of Grace Murray in 1887, 1910 United States Federal Census. And if you see that it goes all the way back to 1790. So this is my family right here. From at least my grandfather's side. And then my grandmother, there's Fletchers and Murray. Okay, so Fletcher is my grandma. And so so that's pretty much what I got right now. Now, as far as and you see that they look like they were kind of light skinned in passing, because we already know what's going down. They was getting it in. They was getting it in. They was getting it in with the slaves, with the people. I don't know, or I don't know what was going on, but yeah, that's my family right there in a nutshell. So anyone wants to say that I'm not an FBA?
No, you
My
FBA.
family, all the way back,
That's nice.
1909. This is my grandfather's brother, Samuel Murray.
Slow down. I'm trying to read this stuff you posting. Slow down.
Can I say like this? All this, what this shows is that FBA is an ethnic group, it's a lineage. And I think that's just the main point. Like, we don't have to call it FBA. And honestly, I hope the Black American community can evolve to call it a term that really just truly can't.
It's a lineage. That's great. But my thing is that, okay, I've shown everybody been calling me Tether this whole damn time.
You're not a tether.
They didn't call me Tether this whole day. The whole day I've been doing this. It's been 7 hours.
You're displaying tether activities. You're talking points. That's why you're getting called a tether.
Because she disagrees.
Immigrants aren't tethers.
I think people call us tether because
Changed from what its original understanding of what Tether is, based on whether you
It's an adjective. It's an action word.
see. Once again, that's the point I'm trying to make. Is that
I know that ain't the point you're trying to make. Okay.
no? The point I'm trying to make is that based on who is FBA and what they are discussing about FBA, Tether can mean one thing versus another.
No, the actual
the movement itself has no true structure.
A tether is a person who has a particular talking point.
Listen, Tether and FBA. Hold on, mute you, Steph, real quick. So FBA is not just a lineage, but they try to tout it as a lineage. But then it's a movement in actuality. But it's almost like Crips and Bloods, right? Crips and Bloods is a gang. But you can say Crips and Bloods isn't a gang. It's a group of people coming together as family.
So how would you define like your ancestors? Like, what would you call them that would separate you from all these other groups?
Like if I'm a physician and I'm like, hey,
It's my family.
because I'm
My
cool with going
family.
back to the people of color term, and that just being an exclusively Black American thing. You know,
I think
it
you're
doesn't matter
missing
what
it.
the name is.
This is my family, not my lineage, but my family.
You know what
And
a
guess
lineage
what?
is?
There is no, like, I don't label them FBA or anything. They're just my family.
Yeah, I
Because
know
guess
Pan, we know
what?
Pan
Right,
Africanism.
but
I have
you come
family
from a
members
Black
that are
American
not black.
community, right?
And most of Black Americans, come on, bro. Come on. What is,
Ma'am, I think you got an echo.
it's not from me, it's someone else.
Oh, it is? Okay.
All right. For the most part, if you actually go into my heritage, you see all that shit up there in Scotland and Nordic and all this other stuff. So I can't just be like, oh, foundational Black, because I'm mixed. I mean, down the line, it's some mixture going on.
Yeah,
So what
Black
is Black?
Americans are
What
mixed
is
group.
Black American? If you have Scottish and all this other, what really is it? Your
It's a
lineage.
genetic historical
Lineage.
mosaic. If an African takes the same test, he's not going to have all the different regions that you have.
Okay, so here's the thing: is that people want to say that, oh, this is the mosaic, but we don't think that Jamaicans and Caribbeans have a similar mosaic to do their
They
research
don't. It's a
there.
completely different mosaic.
How do you not have?
Africans are extremely diverse
When is the
because they
last
isolate from
person?
each other.
When's the last time you have done the DNA of a Jamaican person? Have you seen it?
Yeah, I had a friend who took a DNA test. He was Jamaican. And he was like 96% African, which I thought was really interesting. And I did research and I went online and watched videos. And there's a lot of Jamaicans or Caribbean descendant people who have a lesser percentage of admixture than Black Americans. Black Americans tend to be at 85 or 85 to 83% in terms of like the your standard admixture based off of the history.
So, hey, bro, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, in this country, 388,000 Africans came to North America.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
Yeah, and they bred
So-
with each other, which means they're all genetically linked to each other.
Right. So in this country, there were people here already, and those people called Aboriginal. Is that correct?
Yeah, they were also called Negros de Terra, and Indios, the term that was reused when they started bringing people from Southeast Asia into America. About the same amount went to Mexico as Black people that came to North America. The only difference is they came 250 years earlier.
So the people already here.
There were already Negros de Terra here, and then there was a group called Indios, and a lot of the Indios were people who were reclassified Asian slaves who were considered not slaves due to the Spanish king acknowledged them as subjects of Spain. So then they got reclassified as Indios.
So in the 1700s,
Black people were here prior to the Spanish.
I'm not saying Black people were here. I'm just saying a group of people called Negros de Terra was here. And then if you go to Southeast Asia, you got a group of people called Negritos. And
Hold on, I
if
just
you
want to be
want to
clear.
look
So
up what
the
those people are,
Negros de Terra, are you saying that? So for you, I want to just is Negro synonymous with African Black person, or is it? Because I know some white people. I just want to
One quick thing. Hold on. Someone has a really fucked up ass echo. I think it might be Steph, because it's really echoing really bad. And I don't know if you have YouTube playing in another tab. Please take off that whatever tab YouTube is on, because it's echoing really terribly. Because I want everybody to be able to talk.
So what I'm saying is back in the day, if we like my thing is I don't believe anything white people tell me. I just want us to verify it ourselves. But before the English people who colonized the South, who actually came from Barbados and not England, before they did all that, The Spanish people were over here via the Spanish crown, and they were also in Europe, or they were also in Asia, in Southeast Asia. And there was an issue between Portugal and Spain because Portugal was upset that before they started bringing Africans to the Americas. And at the time, when they did start bringing Africans in the Americas, they had two separate groups. They had Negros de Terra and they had Negros de Guinea. Negros de
So am
Guinea.
I under if it says that in my ancestry, additional ancestry regions, it says Caribbean, Saint Michael, Barbados, and then it says African diaspora, Chesapeake Bay African Americans. So am I a tether now because it says that my ancestors came from Barbados and then
No,
went
I
to
just think you're being emotional and you're trying to use that term to create like this dynamic
am I
when
being
I'm
emotional?
literally telling you.
There's no emotions on no,
Yeah,
sorry.
so if your parents,
No, I think that you're being emotional because when I wasn't even done finishing my sentence, and because you're emotional, and I'm showing my actual DNA results, and I'm trying to ask a question based on my DNA, and you are using the word emotional, and there's no emotions going. I'm not sad, I'm not happy, I'm not mad. I'm saying that based on this, it says that I am Caribbean from Barbados, and then I'm also African diaspora, a Chesapeake Bay African American. And I was asking the question, so would I be considered a tether? Because in my DNA, it says that I come from the Caribbean, Barbados, that area. So would that be a tether?
So, ma'am,
Yes, you're a tether because of your behavior.
Okay,
can I?
well, I'm not a tether because of my behavior, because you're on my channel. You're a tether because you came to my channel to tether on my thing. I'm not on your channel tethering. I'm asking a real question to
now we're
L.
just redefining the
That
tether.
is a tether a person that's Caribbean or not? Like, because I would be considered Caribbean, right? Because if my ancestors came from the Caribbean and then got migrated into the Chesapeake Bay, so I would be origin Caribbean at some point and truly from Africa.
All right, so the problem is you need to just click on that specific thing, and then when you click on it, it'll literally say no genetic variance. So what they're telling you is that they've matched you to having similar ancestry to those people, but there's no genetic variance detected. It's just saying that you're a similar group of people.
So
Typically,
where
that's
would
what
I
it says.
see? Where would I see no genetic? I don't see
Are
those.
you able to zoom in? I can't see your screen.
I'm zoomed
Or
in. Can't see
okay,
it.
no, it's on the side where the blue is. There's like blue under the. The guy's name's in the way of it, but there's like a blue. What does that say?
Y'all tested regions.
Yes. Go to that.
Yeah, it's not clicking. Oh, here we go.
Oh no, nope, that's not it. That's just the explanation of it. But there's a section on this specific test. I took this test too, but there's a section on it that tells you the genetic variations and genetic detections. So like when they detect something, they're essentially saying like, hey, you have similar DNA to this person, but you only have similar DNA in terms of like a very small percentage of your DNA to that specific person, to the point where it's not even like a real genetic connection. It's just similar genetic structure. And
Okay,
that's
so if I'm, so would you say that I'm more African versus Caribbean?
no, I would say you're more American, and the Caribbean's in America. So I would say you're more American than African, because that's what where your history is showing based off of your census results. Census data can be used in court, but this test can't be. And if you actually monitor this test for a long period of time, they'll
Yeah,
update your
I
DNA
have.
percentages.
This is actually was done almost a year ago.
Yeah, so I've had mine for a long time, and they've updated my DNA percentages so much, and the reason why they have to do it is because it's a projection. It's not a fixed formula that can actually calculate anything. It's just a projection. The only DNA tests that can be used scientifically are the like the mother and father, like figuring out people that way.
Yeah, that's all I was trying to like understand.
Yeah,
Like I
but
don't
if
understand.
you look or
So that's not like a thing I'm trying to. I don't know why he was like, you're a tether because of your question. I'm like, bro, I'm just
no,
trying
I
to.
mean, I think the reason why he's saying you're tether, I don't think you're tether, but I think what it comes off that you're a little biased towards not calling out other groups of people. It's just about calling out Black Americans and what Black Americans did, but not calling out other groups of people in the context of when people are speaking about Black Americans. Because like everyone's doing the same thing, and like in order for the space to be like neutral and everyone to understand each other, we have to understand like the negative qualities of what everyone's doing at the time that we're talking about negative qualities, instead of just bashing one group over and over again and just allowing people to do that. Because yeah,
That's facts. That's absolute facts. I've been on this for now over 7 hours just listening, and majority of people that come on this format that are African or Caribbean, they go into this of cussing people out when they don't want to hear what they have to say. And I know, ma'am, you're a great moderator, but at times you sort of lean into that. You let that African guy cuss everybody out and have all this long conversation about nothing. And I said, well, maybe she doesn't realize she's doing that. But he constantly would come in and go into these long conversations, and he started to call you sis. The reason he was calling you sis because he knew he had an ally. Otherwise, he would not have even had a conversation because what he was saying, it made no sense.
I was just trying to have like for clarity because I didn't really understand everything that was being said. I was more or less allowing him to land his plane, and I was waiting for the plane to land. So, I mean, I was saying I've let you guys go on for hours.
But
You guys
nobody
are
cursed.
still
I
going.
think the issue is when he was saying things, he was just like he's saying like when we came to America, like we had no opinion about him, us as in Black Americans. But then at the same time, he's saying that we don't he just said a bunch of degrading stuff at the time that was just like
And I
Black Americans
addressed
are
it and
worried
said,
about
"Don't.
this
That's
and
not
they're
cool about that."
emotional and
No, y'all trying to pretend like I didn't like say cut that out, whatever. I just let it. No, I might have
I mean,
stepped
for a
away.
long period of the time, yeah,
I might have stepped away some of the
they
time.
were able to get it out.
I might have stepped away sometimes because I was doing other stuff. But no, when I did notice he was saying that, I was like, "Hey, cut that out." But at the same time, it's more men on this panel than I'm a woman. So as men, y'all should be. What are we crying about? Like,
Yeah,
stop
but
it.
you cutting us off. That's the thing. You're sitting here standing up for them when they're talking. You let the Guyanese guy go, then you let the African guy go, and then you let someone say something, and then you cut him off, and then the Guyanese guy went again, and the African, and they could just keep
It's
going back
still
to back to
here.
back, and
It's
we were
still
sitting
here
here waiting.
talking. So what do you mean? I'm not like.
Yeah, I'm here talking now, but that's
And I'm
because they
allowed
left.
to
They ain't
ask you
here.
guys. Listen, it's 7 hours. I'm still here. I
So,
didn't cut
ma'am,
you off. I'm still allowing you guys to like express yourselves. What are you talking about? No, listen, I will not
You ain't
allow.
allowed us to challenge what they were saying,
No,
and that
cut
was the problem.
like cut it out. Like you can challenge it now. But I'm just letting y'all know, like, bro,
Okay,
don't.
well, the one question I wanted to answer earlier was all the African organizations that I could list that help Africans that delineate and don't help Black Americans, and I was never ever ever to answer that, you know. So
You said
And
that
then
these
you're
are
pretending like
faces
there
that
was
you
like
know.
100 people on the live at the time. Stop it.
no, but I mean, he was spreading
Yeah,
information.
but don't try to like make me seem like I'm over here trying to moderate with all these different people, and because you didn't get to say something, but I like
No, I'm just
I
saying we
was
should be
like
able to speak
look,
on misinformation.
no, people was
Like if you're going to not let it,
I didn't
you
have
just
my own friend get mad at me today, so stop it. Lion is pissed off at me right now.
but it
So
just comes off as bias.
Well, I'm not biased. I was just allowing people to make their stop it. I'm done. I'm done with that.
Where's your
Okay,
argument for
Mario,
the Guyanese ethnicity? Does that exist? Do black Guyanese people exist?
welcome to
Come on.
Mario. Welcome to the panel, Mario. You're muted.
Oh,
I'm not fixing to argue about that
Crazy,
bullshit.
sis. That shit crazy.
y'all can hear me?
People
Yes.
easy to get debunked.
Peace, everybody. Yo, I don't really know how to approach this because I feel like all my friends are FBA. I grew up with FBA. My family's Jamaican, and we grew up in Brooklyn, New York, and all of my friends, I mean, all of my friends are Black American. I don't know if they identify with FBA. That's a new thing. Tariq started that wave. Let's keep it clear, right? But I'm trying to figure out like when did this hatred come about?
You still in New York?
Kinda.
I'm in Brooklyn and Junius, bro. Link up, Black Power.
No, I'm not. No.
Just letting you know, if you pull up to New York, I'm in Junius, man. Let's get it popping. You know what I'm saying?
Not right now. I'm East Flatbush though. You know where I'm at. I'm Ave H, Glenwood, and all of that. So you already
Hell,
know
your thing is echoing. That's why I keep muting you.
my fault.
Go ahead. No, L. Whoever
I'm
L.
doing this off the phone, and anybody that could see my
It's not
face,
you. It was L. Go ahead. Keep
and
talking. Go ahead.
anybody that could see my face, they know who I am and they know what I stand for, right? My whole thing is this FBA thing. When Fat Joe initially called it out and said, "Yo, this should it come across like a hate group," he wasn't lying, bro. Like we understand. Like anybody that been around Black Americans all their life, we understand the plight, right? At least in New York. I could speak for New York. New York might be separate from everybody else, right? But we understand what Black Americans have been through in this country, right? And it's separate. It is separate. But the thing that is separate from us is Jim Crow. If you're gonna keep it a buck, it's Jim Crow. It's nothing else. Because Caribbean Americans have been in this country probably longer than y'all.
That's not true.
No, wait. Can I finish my thought?
Well, don't say something stupid.
Let him finish his
Wait,
thought.
don't tell me it ain't true if you don't know the facts.
Go ahead.
Wait. You let me know. Because when was this country discovered? You let me know. Go ahead. Whoever was speaking.
Thomas, go ahead, Thomas.
You speak. Yeah. Let me know when this country was discovered as America.
As America,
As America.
Well, if you stop screaming immigrant, I'll tell you when it was.
Let me whisper it.
Oh my God.
No, okay, I heard you, immigrant. It was in 1492.
See that?
But it was not.
That immigrant talk. I was born in
Sir,
Brookdale Hospital, you
sir,
waste
if
man.
you ask a question,
I was
you're supposed to
born
get
in
an
Brookdale,
answer.
you waste man.
You don't know what you're talking about, immigrant.
What are you talking about? I was born here.
You are a white supremacist in
I was
blackface.
born here, you waste man.
You are a white
What are you
supremacist in
talking about?
blackface.
And I own more land here.
This old dude is toxic as shit, sis. I ain't gonna lie. This old dude is toxic.
Mind you, he's larger than
You know what? I gotta let
That's
you go,
weird. This is
Thomas.
what I'm
That's
talking
crazy.
about. Because it was y'all that was calling us banana boat niggas. Y'all was telling the Haitian niggas that they got HBO, Haitian body Yoda. And now
Y'all
we
was doing
doing
it to
better
each
than
other.
y'all. And now it's a problem.
Learn some history. I mean, see, it's people coming on here with this the disinformation. They know nothing about history. And then he had the audacity to say that immigrants were here before black people. Black people were here before Columbus. Black people were here before Columbus. When in this
Put me
country,
at the chat, huh?
in this country, there were 388,000 Africans that came to the Americas in the United States.
It ain't live no more.
The population today is 40. Today's population
See how you
45
allowed it?
million. It's 45 million. That means that there were
this is just
Aboriginal
funny
people
on
here before
because
that.
when I grew
So
up in the 80s,
when immigrants could
PS251,
come on these
Point
programs and
Man,
lie,
South
and then
Shore,
immigrants
Kingsborough, all of this,
come on this program
like
and
all of
lie
this, we
and
had to go
babble.
through y'all shit.
You
Y'all was telling
babbling.
us we was banana
You
boat
babbling.
niggas. You was
You
telling us
came
we
here.
was
You
coconuts.
came on
We
here.
ate
You
all
came
of
on
that
here lying
from
about Jim
y'all.
Crow. You lied about Jim Crow. You don't know what you're talking
And
about.
now we own
Jim
East
Crow.
Flatbush, we
Jim
own
Crow
Canarsie, and
affected
y'all
black
lost the
people,
whole
not
Bed-Stuy.
immigrants. Black people were
And
affected by
we your
Jim Crow, not
problem. We the
immigrants.
ones that did it to y'all.
What?
We the
You
ones that.
you were not
They're
I'm
here.
trying
making
to
fun
figure
of
it
it
out.
right now, though.
I'm trying to figure it
You
out.
were not
You the
here.
reason that
Question.
y'all
Here's the
lost
question.
Bed-Stuy.
You just lied.
Black immigrants not affected by Jim Crow that were black that were over here?
I'm
Jim
trying
Crow
to figure
was
Or
started.
were there no black immigrants here?
Jim Crow was started because of the slaves.
But
That's what
were
Jim Crow
there
was
black
created.
immigrants during Jim Crow era?
Lady,
What
what I'm
percentage of
saying
the
is,
black population do you think was black immigrants during Jim Crow?
I mean,
A
didn't
lot.
they like actually like import African slaves from Jamaica and different countries in
300K slaves came to America. 12 million went everywhere else. I don't understand it. The black American population is made from those 300K alleged slaves. Like,
it's
I don't
impossible, right?
understand what we're not
that there were
understanding.
no slaves that came from the Caribbean.
I'm
Ma'am,
sorry. Most of the Caribbean
Yes
slaves
or
went
no?
straight to North Carolina. When we're talking colonially, Britain did
Yes
not
or
see
no
America.
question.
Britain went from
Did
Barbados to North Carolina.
slaves come from the Caribbean to America? Yes or no? Were they not shipping
We could
slaves
assume
back and forth?
300K slaves came from the Caribbean to America. We could just assume that.
No. We don't have. No, this is crazy. There's something called colonial history, bro. Colonial history. This is crazy. Barbados, Trinidad,
Yo,
Jamaica, those were
so
the
before
pit stops.
colonial
Hold
history,
on,
did
friend,
we
hold on,
have
friend,
the
hold on, friend.
province of
I want to be
Carolina?
clear. We should all know that Britain pre-existed America, and Britain's colonial system, they would bring the African slaves to the Caribbean first
I mean,
and
because
then
the province of
distribute them.
Carolina spanned from
Hold on, I'll
the
just make sure they
Mason
hit it.
Dixon
It
all the way to the
distributed
end of
from the
Florida,
Caribbean.
right?
They didn't have to come here directly with the African slaves because
And
the
the first
colonizers.
slaves that
I
were
guess he can't
brought
hear.
to the mainland
Can y'all hear me?
came around 1526, and that was from the Spanish. This is before the British got here.
Yeah,
Like,
that's
like
true.
if we're talking, about like the timeline, right? Because I don't know what timeline FBA is talking about. If you I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, no. Go ahead. Go ahead. Someone echoing, but go ahead.
Right. So if the FBAs, if the people that are calling themselves FBAs, that's what we're identifying them right now as. Because mind you, we can identify y'all as different things or not, pardon me, different people in different points of time. Right now, we're considering you FBA, and I don't know who that represents. Does that represent the Freedmen's Bureau? Because when Claude Anderson speaks about the Freedmen's Bureau, he's speaking out a specific lineage. That's not all Black Americans. That don't mean, yo, I'm from Mississippi, I'm FBA. It don't mean I'm from Texas, I'm FBA. It don't, like, think about it, yo.
I mean, how does that go for you though? As a like, where are you from?
I mean, are you breaking this? Like, we're having a
No, I'm
conversation.
saying, how does that go for you? How are you allowed to just be a Jamaican or wherever the heck you're from,
You don't
and
even know
Black
what
Americans
I
whose
am.
history is
You
in
don't know what
America can't
but
just be an American?
you
That
don't
doesn't make
know.
any sense. Like, we don't have to be grouped together. We don't have the same experience. That's the whole point.
Hence the reason why I brought up Jim Crow. And none of y'all jumped on it. Y'all let it go. And hence the reason why we're
Yeah,
here at
because
this
you
point.
wanted to talk about your enslavement in the
No.
Caribbean compared to ours. We
I
don't have
never
that the
talked
same
about
either.
my
Most of the
slaves.
Caribbean slaves were
You
killed
far
within
fetching.
7
You
years.
far
The
fetching.
vast
You running.
majority who survived
You
are
running.
people who came later.
Bro, you're running. Because I brought up Jim Crow and I was like, yo, the only thing that separates us is Jim Crow. I told you that. You didn't
No,
jump on it.
the slavery separates us too.
No, it
Are different
doesn't. What are
forms
you
of slavery.
talking about? You don't know what slavery was then.
Slavery in America, they bred us. The
Oh my
difference
God.
is you guys were killed within 7 years. The vast majority of the people who are still remaining are the survivors.
Hold on, let me ask you something, bro. I'm just confused. So
Yeah,
Britain, hold on, let me
yeah.
ask you something. So
Them
if
sugar,
Britain, hold on, real quick.
cane plant.
Hold on, fam,
You
hold
know
on,
what I'm
fam.
saying? Them sugar
If
cane
Britain,
plantations was rough.
if
Here,
Look at the
European.
black
that's what I'm trying to
population in
understand
the
this,
sugar
right? So
plant
was it
plantations. They
British?
were
I'm just trying to understand you. So you're saying British slavery in America was different than British slavery in the Caribbean? Because I never learned. I learned that Spanish colonial system was the same colonial system in Mexico and in Peru. The British colonial system was the same colonial system in Barbados, North Carolina, and up the coast. So if an African was treated a certain way in Americas, in a British colonial system, they were treated the same way in another region of the British colonial system. Or is that not right?
no, that's not right.
So can you source that? Because I can source what I just said.
So what I can say is that the reason why you're not right is because you're not taking into consideration the volume of people going. The reason why
I
the
just want to be clear.
situations are different.
Hold on. Wait, before you go into we're talking about colonial systems. The
No, we're
British
talking about
colonial system
slavery and how it acted
no,
in the
hold on. You said
Caribbean versus America.
no. Understand. You're summarizing the Caribbean. The Caribbean was colonized by different Europeans. The French did not treat Haiti the same way as the Spanish treated the other side of the island. That's historically incorrect. Trinidad and Barbados was under British
Okay,
colonial rule.
so you're just
So
saying you want to
was
get
North
into
Carolina.
specifics. I'm just talking about the overwhelming majority of Caribbean slavery.
You cannot do
That
that in history. You are a statistician and you are doing exactly what you know you cannot do. You have to
called
properly
inferential
categorize them.
statistics.
You know you have to properly categorize them for the proper understanding and comprehension. You know that you're a
Okay,
statistician.
so the country I was speaking on was Jamaica.
But Jamaica is a British colony. So prior to America, British slavery laws in Jamaica were similar to the laws found in North Carolina. Look it up. It's the same colonial system. That's
I'm
how.
just muting you guys because it's an echo. So whoever's doing the echo, when you hear the echo, go unmute yourself until it's time to talk. Please do not just let yourself echo and echo and echo. All right, Thomas, go ahead and say what you're going to say.
Okay, I was just listening a moment ago. I guess I misunderstood when that guy from New York came online talking about Jim Crow. I thought he was trying to associate Jim Crow with Caribbeans and Africans, and that's sort of impossible. So I apologize to him for that. But I heard some early on the platform. They were saying that everyone originated in Africa, everybody. But Europeans, they never say that they're Africans. Even people in Africa, the Nigerians, Ugandans, all them, when you ask them where they're from, they say their country. They never say Africa.
Is there something
And the reason for that is that Africa is a country that was named by Europeans. It was not named by Africans. So when these people are taking on the culture of Europeans freely, that's kind of suspect. Black people in this country never took on the customs of Europeans. We fought against that for 400 years, and those people did not.
Okay, are you still talking?
No, I'm good. It's just when people come on here, especially if they're immigrant, I'm just listening, and they start talking wacky, and pretty much, I'm not saying you, and I'm not trying to put this back on you, but they're taking advantage. They're taking advantage. They can ignore black people on this platform. They can cuss, say whatever they want to say, but they will never do that stuff in the streets ever. They may talk tough, but that ain't gonna happen in those streets because there's more black people in this country than Caribbeans and Africans.
All right, so I think Elle, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I just feel like he's being disingenuous. He's just taking a bunch of shots at our history, and from my perspective, I see it as disrespect, and it's just like a reason for me to just not want to be in community because like if a person can just get on a platform and say like what I'm just like some generic African, or I'm a byproduct of a Caribbean, and we're just all the same because like we've suffered, but like you got people of all races suffering and using the same excuse. It just, to me, it just doesn't seem like a community I want to be a part of, especially when what I identify as a person and with my history, it's considered like lesser than, because that's ultimately what it's coming down to. We're just saying like, hey, everyone had the same issues that you had. And I just feel like, okay, that's understandable, but like ultimately we're complaining about what Black Americans are doing, and Black Americans are ultimately want to just focus on themselves. So like that's just gonna have to be a problem that we deal with, I guess.
Okay. All right. So, Maro, you want to say something?
Yeah, can y'all hear me?
Yep, can hear you.
I just wanted to say this is what I was saying when I, you know, growing up in Brooklyn, um, all of my friends, everybody was Black American. We didn't know anything else. And matter of fact, if we found out that you were Caribbean, we would find out when we went to your house and your mom's or your father was talking in an accent. We didn't know. We didn't care. What we did know is that when we went to school, the FBAs, the people that are identifying as FBAs today, were telling us that we need to get on our banana boats and go back to our country. This is what they was telling us. They was calling us coconuts and all of that tough talk shit. All of that fly shit. Not to curse on your platform, I apologize. And it wasn't until these Caribbean people decided to start getting violent. Like, yo, we not gonna be accepting that on any of these blocks. And I'm not talking like I'm tough or any of that. I'm just telling you what the history was. We, like they wasn't accepting that no more. And certain people got spanked, certain people, whatever happened. And then eventually it was like, nah, the Jamaican niggas is cool. And it didn't go well for the Haitians till later on. The Haitians had to front like they were Jamaicans to get the respect. I'm just keeping it a buck. Anybody that's from Brooklyn, anybody that's from New York, they know this is real. And then it reached a point when the Fugees came out and everybody la 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 food. When all of that came out, and then Haitians had some pride, they was like, yo, we good being Haitian. And then you had the Haitians in Miami, they was doing their thing, and everybody was like, nah, we representing what we represent. And now y'all can't go in their neighborhoods and talk that bullshit. They not going for it. And I'm not saying it to be on no tough talk vibe. What I'm saying is we didn't start the hatred. We didn't start it. A matter of fact, my family, man, if I tell you the history of my family, we didn't get no subsidies. We didn't get anything. My family, when they first landed here, they landed in Philly. My father was a pastor, Germantown Baptist. Like, what are you talking about? Like, he came here and started preaching. Like, like, what do you? Nobody gave him nothing, and they was like, "Yo, this ain't it. It ain't gonna work out here." And then they went to Brooklyn. They went to Brooklyn, and within 4 years, they was able to buy their house. Now, whether the economy, inflation, and all of that stuff has to do with it, that might be a conversation in itself. But it had nothing to do with the government told them to be against the FBAs or the Black Americans, stay away from them. Where y'all get this from?
Well,
No. Oh, I apologize.
we
I
got it
don't
from
know.
you. We
What?
got
Who
that
said
from
that? Who
you.
said that?
I said that.
You're a
This is a
punk.
victim
What?
Black
Who said
mentality.
that? You're
Americans.
a punk. You're a
Black
punk
Americans,
because I'm telling you the truth. I'm being 100 with
homeboy,
you right now.
homeboy,
I'm being
So
homeboy.
y'all
100
was
Listen,
with
just
you right now.
victims,
You
and we were just
listen.
punk ass.
bullying the
You're
fuck out of
a
y'all, and
punk,
then y'all
bro.
had to
Look,
like
You're a
look.
stand up
punk,
for
Hey,
bro.
yourselves.
I'm
immigrant,
keeping it a
immigrant,
buck with you right
immigrant,
now. I'm
immigrant,
keeping it a
immigrant,
buck with you.
immigrant,
I'm
immigrant,
sliding for you right
immigrant,
now. I'm keeping it a
immigrant,
buck with you right now. And you ain't keeping it 100. You a funny nigga.
immigrant,
That's what you
immigrant,
is. You ain't
immigrant.
solid.
Shit,
You
you
ain't
ain't keeping it
solid.
100. You can't
I'm
even
keeping it
identify us as a
solid right
people,
now
and you
for
want
you,
to
Shut
bro.
up,
cry about
immigrant.
What
banana
you
boat
talking
jokes?
Shut up,
about? What
immigrant.
you talking
Y'all was
about?
making fun of
You
each
ain't
Shut
other.
here.
up.
You ain't
From
solid.
what
I'm
I
keeping
heard,
it 100
Jamaicans
with
was
you right
crushing
now.
Haitians in freaking Florida.
Keeping it
What are
100
we
right
talking
now.
about?
You ain't solid, bro. I'm keeping it solid on the line for you, bro.
Come and get me.
We come and get you for what?
Cause they guess
You
what?
ain't got
Guess what?
nothing.
Guess what? Guess what?
You mad at us
Guess
because we
what?
got
No,
something.
no. I'm mad at you because you're
Out,
an immigrant.
bye.
You know
Bye,
what?
immigrant.
You know
Take
what?
off, immigrant.
That's terrible. That is awful.
But do you see what he did?
That's what FBA is about.
See that what you're doing, man?
No. See what you're doing now. If FBA is about that, that's not cool. If that's what FBA is about, because he's explaining what happened in his life, and you want to go immigrant. He said he was born in the United States. So why are you calling him an immigrant?
He's an immigrant man because black people died for him to be here. And he comes on a podcast
Oh my
talking
God.
stupid. Yeah, oh my God. Black people died for him to be here. He opened his mouth.
He didn't say anything flagrant against black FBA. He
He's
didn't say
able.
anything bad about the
I don't think
FBA.
we should be feeding into a victim mentality, like this
I
notion
don't
that
think
Caribbean people
that
were just
you
getting
can call
bullied to
him
death. Like,
an immigrant either.
He is an immigrant. That's what he is. You trying to deny that? Talking to this guy, the first thing he starts telling lies about his family. The only reason his family is here is because of black people, not because of Jamaica, and not because of Africa. It's black people in this country. And that's the one thing they can't get to there, the coconut heads.
What does calling him an immigrant do? What does that do?
Excuse me, I didn't hear you, man.
What is calling him an immigrant over and over again? What does that accomplish?
Because he got ignorant. He threatened me. When he threatened me, I went to immigrant. Well, I was gonna tell him, hey, bro, if you want to meet me in where I am, I'm retired sheriff. I'm popping. Show up.
That's ridiculous. We're too old as hell for that.
No, he took it there. If he gonna take it there, take it back.
On that note, because that was so, I don't. No, man, he did. Why is it so much anger and vitriol?
He threatened me. You expect me not
he's the
to?
one who got triggered.
50 times.
Oh, you saying let people threaten you and don't say anything, but you don't say it to them immigrants. They come on here. They're coming on. They're coming on this platform being disrespectful, cussing, talking crap, and he expect people to sit back and take it. You're not gonna take that crap. That's why people want to separate. I'm tired of this madness.
Q, go ahead, and I'm gonna let you know what. Go ahead. You know what? First, L, say what your. I'm about to roll this out. Say what your last words are. What's your wrap
Yeah, I
up?
was just gonna say that, like his story, I don't believe it because the story was just a story of victim mentality where he's trying to justify his degradation of Black American society. And I just think that is just a terrible way to bring community together because everyone knows that it wasn't just Black Americans picking on Caribbeans, but everyone was picking on everyone. You got Africans talking about the African booty scratcher thing all the time. Hey, guess I was called an African booty scratcher. And the reason why they called me it was because I was dark skinned. It had nothing to do with me actually being from Africa. So I think like there's a lot more nuance and a lot of people had the same experiences and a lot of it had to just do with colorism and not wanting to identify with Black or African or Caribbean. So, I mean, like that's just across the board in all our communities. And I think we should hold all our communities accountable for it because Black Americans were roasting Black Americans, Caribbeans were roasting people. I had a friend who's Haitian from Florida, and he told me a lot of the hate that Haitians get was from other Caribbean groups. Sure, you can say some Black American groups were hating on Haitians too, but for the most part, it's just it's a Caribbean enclave down there in a lot of those parts.
So like, and then where I'm from and where a lot of people I know are from, we don't really be seeing like Africans or Caribbeans and shit like that. So like, unless, and when we do see them, like I'm like half my best friends are African or Caribbean. They understand my political points and shit. I mean, and we just keep it moving. We keep it moving. Nobody has any hatred towards any of these groups, but all we're saying is that, you know, delineation is good for us. It allows us to implicitly or explicitly look at the data to see what's going on in our community and how to solve our own problems. The only way in which you connect to that is whether or not we advocate for you. And us advocating just means not advocating just means us not going to the voting box and us not voting at all and letting the white people just do whatever the fuck they want. And if that happens, then yeah, you guys are going to be fucked. But is that what I want to happen? No, I would like for like unity.
All right.
I wish that could happen. But the only thing I have to say, and I'm gonna let you guys enjoy the platform. That there are over 45 million black people in this country. If you remove that 45 million black people and black immigrants from here, the white supremacists would destroy these black immigrants. That's a fact, and they know it.
And not just black immigrants, all the immigrants.
Yep.
And that's why everyone's attacking us, because they want us all to just advocate for things that help their group, but then they don't want us to advocate for our own stuff. And for us to advocate for our own stuff, we just have to negate what's going on with everybody else, because no one's going to take it seriously.
But, you know, El, you made your statement. It's his turn. Thomas, time now. Good night. Go ahead, Thomas.
No, I want to thank you for the platform. I tried my hardest, and I hope I didn't come over as threatening people. It's just that when people threaten you, you have to take it serious. I worked for 16 years in the sheriff's department here. When those inmates threatened me, I took it serious. When that guy was threatening me, I took it serious. And the thing about it, that's the first place he went to. He wasn't about conversation. He said, "Oh, I can do this to you. I stabbed people in New York. I did this and I did." No, it ain't gonna work on the West Coast because we got numbers here. Maybe them people in New York ain't got no numbers. You can't bully nobody here because a lot of these people here, they don't take no crap. Talk is cheap.
Let me ask, how long have you been in the sheriff's department?
I just told you. You're not listening.
No, I didn't hear that whole part, brother. Why is the contention? You already talk like you mad gangster. I'm just asking you questions.
No,
you know,
I'm saying,
you know, I apologize. I won't ask you anything else, brother. You have a
it's
good
just the
night.
conversation I had with you earlier. You said you are.
I apologize multiple times.
Okay. Go ahead and cut me off again. Keep talking.
I literally am cutting you off to let you know that I apologize because I don't want to offend you, OG.
But I respect. The thing is, I respect what you're doing. But
no, you don't have to. No, brother, you don't have to respect anything I got going on.
There you go. There you go. And you know what? If you can't take a compliment, it's childish.
It wasn't taking a compliment.
It's a compliment. And you took it childish. All I'm saying is this.
Bro, I'm not going to highlight your compliment.
I'm not screaming.
Bro.
I'm just talking. I'm just saying this.
You can't
The only thing
at the same time want to highlight your compliment.
The only thing that I'm concerned with.
You a pig for? That's
the only thing I'm concerned with is that there should be a bridge between these Pan-Africans and FBAs, if that's what you want to call them. It should be a bridge there for conversation, not coming on a platform and threatening people, because that's not a black thing. We don't threaten people. People from these other cultures, they threaten people constantly.
Okay. All right, is that your final word, Thomas?
No, I want to thank you again for your platform because it is educational, and I really enjoy it. I just don't go on platforms to say they are all the FBA. I like to go on different platforms to hear different opinions. But like I said before, I noticed that when African and Caribbeans come onto these platforms, they go directly into violence, cussing you out and saying everything under the sun instead of having a conversation. And that is crazy.
Amen. So is that your last comment? All right. So Q, what's your final words?
If I sound anything remotely close to the elder when I get old, somebody push my way back. It's time. I told my sons, if I let my sons hear this, if I sound anything remotely close to this behavior, pull my plug. Get me off the internet and pull my motherfucking plug. Black power, y'all. If anybody trying to connect, push black people forward, wherever you are, however you are, let's push, let's connect, let's work.
Make sure you put your information in the chat room so people can see where to reach you at. I've been here for 8 hours, guys. What's your did you put it in the chat? Is it is yours? Those black no. So what's your Q? Put your information in there.
You gotta throw it in there. Yeah.
All right. Please support his movement, you guys. Please support what he's doing. Is there a website for it?
Yeah, I just put it in, but I had to space out the letters. It won't let me put the dot.
Okay, so please please. So it's Zyrex the movement INC.
Zyx, yep. XYAYX, Zyx.
All right, so please support what he's doing. The Zyx Institute, please support what Q is doing. You guys, I've been eating all day, and so my daughter brought me some food. I thank everybody. I'm sorry. I've been up here this whole time, and I haven't eaten a thing, so I finally got some French fries. My kids see I ain't eat. I've been here since I've been on this computer since 7 o'clock, and I haven't eaten anything. And so my daughter says, "You know what? Eat something." So just showing you guys how dedicated I am to this whole thing, and just clarifying the movement. I was supposed to do a show with Fudifi at 7 o'clock about the metaphysics of fairy tales, and we're gonna do that tomorrow, guys, because it got too heated. We might do it either on Sunday because I have to go to work tomorrow at 6, so we might have to move that to Sunday. But thank you guys for being here, staying with us this whole time. It's been 7 hours, guys. 8 hours now. 8 hours. 8 hours and 1 minute long. Thank you for staying with us this whole time. Much love to the chat. Much love to everybody. Please hit like. Please hit subscribe. Please support our brothers and sisters that were on this panel. If you see their name, if you like what they were saying, please go to their channel, subscribe, and like what they're doing. Much love, everybody. Peace.
Trying to get it right. Transition, changing the way that I see life. Transition mind. I'm on a mission, trying to get it right. I'm transitioning my life, making a transition. Ooh, making a transition. Ooh, 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 ooh. Making a transition. Ooh, 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 ooh. Making a transition. Ooh, ooh. Transition, I'm on a mission, I'm trying to get it right, changing the way that I see life, transition in my life, on a mission.